are. We are now live on YouTube as well. So welcome everyone. Hopefully this signal will be reaching the wonderful world of YouTube in about 10 seconds with the latency. Always a few seconds behind on that side. So hi friends on YouTube as well. It would be super helpful if you could just let me know that that you can see me okay and hear me okay too. I assume that everyone on TikTok can. Hey Kirby, good to see you. And Pamela as well, good to see you too. Welcome. Just some random dude on YouTube. Great to see you, friend. Boogie is in the house. God is actually fake is here. Great name. Fliberty is in. Who else have we got there? Thank you, Kif. Appreciate you, friend, for the check-in there on the sound and visuals. Gordon is in, and Gordon has not wasted any time, has already sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships in the opening seconds of the game. I really appreciate that, Gordon. That's super, super kind. Thank you. And Pastor Fairy in the house, as is Upshot. And on the TikTok side, who else have we got? We've got Chris. Faith to Free Thought. That's a great name as well. A few familiar names here. Theosophical Wanderings is back. Good to see you again. And Red Hot is in. A few in. Okay, so this is a new topic. We have not previously run this topic, but I've been thinking about it, and I actually think it makes sense. At first glance, this might just look like clickbait to say God is a bedtime story. And it isn't just clickbait. I was thinking about this. I was speaking to Sean about this earlier on. So bedtime stories actually share 3 things, 3 features, if you like, with religion. The first is that they tend to be told to children before they can evaluate them. So their minds aren't old enough to really weigh them up themselves. They just take them in as told. And that's kind of similar with bedtime stories. Religion is the same. Quite often, bedtime stories are designed to comfort people rather than like educate or inform them about reality, right? It's that bedtime stories are the same. Bedtime stories and religion are not really the provision of information as much as you say, like comfort or soothing or whatever sort of need is being met in that moment. But they're not really about educating, are they? And then the other thing that they have in common is they tend to end exactly the way the listener needs them to. You know, the great hero survives and the monster is defeated, and dying isn't really dying. Death isn't really death. And if you think about it, like the gospel is like the genre's like masterpiece, right? The central protagonist literally doesn't stay dead. So there's another sort of thing in common there. And I guess the tell is really, as I said before, it's like the function, right? We don't tell children about plate tectonics as bedtime stories. It's a different purpose, right? We tell them stories that comfort them, soothe them, regulate their emotion. And I guess it could be said that religion is what happens when bedtime stories acquire a clergy and maybe a tax exemption. It's just
There's a moral to them too.
And there's a moral to them too. They moralize too. Exactly. There's another parallel. Hadn't thought of that one. So, you know, I thought it might be fun to run this as the topic tonight, and see what happens. Essentially, this is just another way of saying that all of these God claims that we hear all the time, they are basically just stories. And so, if any believers are listening and think that they are more than that they're not just stories, they're more than that, well, then that's the time for them to provide the evidence and for us to look at it together as a family, and we'll take a look and see what kind of evidence they have that these are anything more than just a bedtime story. So that's my thoughts on it. I need to say thank you to everyone who was in on the Tuesday stream. That was a really, really epic stream. I loved it. I thought it was really focused and excellent. So thank you to everyone who was here. Yeah, that's how we're going to run things now. A bit more focused. I think in my head, any conversation we get into, once it gets to about 30 minutes, I'm looking at it and possibly putting a vote out to the room, right? And that way we keep things moving. We don't let things get stale. And if you're a friendly wanting to come up, I want to hear from you. That's absolutely fine. But we're not going to get into long discussions, because that's not really what people are here for. People are really here to I guess, validate their own non-belief by having these ideas put to the test in a most rigorous way we possibly can. And so that's what we're all going to do together. So we'll kick things off. We do have Rimas coming in. We have spoken to Rimas before. Rimas is a friendly, so we'll bring Rimas in now, and we'll be concise. Bringing Rimas up on the TikTok.
Hello again.
Hi,
John.
Rimas. Welcome back.
John is my friend. Is down. Hello.
Hello.
How you
you
doing,
guys.
Remus? Good to see you again.
Okay. So I'll make it in short to let more space for believers to talk. But I see that we cannot say that it's just a story. It is more dangerous than that. By the way, maybe some people will find it radical, but I am not with teaching religion to children. No.
Oh,
Good.
he didn't say it's just a story, by the way. He just said it's a bedtime story. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So no, I'm not with that. Why? Because, for example, there is some believers will come and say, "Oh, we'll all say stories about Cinderella, about Blanche-Neige, White Snow, about this, about Harry Potter," and they enjoy it before sleeping. Yes, but guys, they know that it's story.
Yeah.
But when you tell him this is the reality, and this is the reality that you will grow up with, and this is real, you will make him troubles. You know, I will give you some example about my childhood in short in 1 minute. When I was young, I start asking. In my country, they were teaching us science in the morning, okay?
Yeah.
Physics, math, and biology, and this. In middle school especially. Science in morning. And human science, which is geography, history, religion, afternoon. Okay?
Yep.
The issue where it was, when we study science, John, like math, physics, and this will be similar with all the world. We don't have our own math. Math is math. Physics is physics. So what I learn as a physics in Islamic country is the same what British learn, what Canadian learn.
They're universal.
In the morning, we are same.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the morning, we are okay. With Newton, with Al-Khamis, we are okay. In morning, we are one. Suddenly, when afternoon come, Islamic teacher come and say to me, there is a donkey float. And take it as reality. So what you teach me in physics in the morning, what you teach me in the morning,
and it can even be the same teacher, because if sometimes the teacher will cover for another teacher if they're away, so the same teacher will teach you science in the morning and nonsense in the afternoon. It's wild. We have it the same thing. The same thing happens in schools here.
Horrible.
It's pretty nuts. Yeah,
and especially when the system, John, is, for example, subjective, not objective, which is in many countries. Do you know we have people who have PhD in physics and this, and university, when he finish explaining theory of evolution, when he finish, last sentence he say bye, but in the end we are Muslim. Hey, students, we need to come back to Adam and Eva.
Yeah. I know.
How we say it in Islam. What?
It's bonkers. It's time to take religion out of schools completely. You can teach religion in schools in terms of like teaching kids about what people in the world believe. So you can say, you know, Sikhs believe this and Hindus believe this, and that's a part of becoming educated about the world. But to indoctrinate children with religion in schools is abuse. It cannot be allowed.
And by the way, I faced to that. I was a victim of that. Teacher in the high school, she made me outside the class. She told me, you are making jokes about Muhammad. I told her, no, but explain to us how donkey fly.
Yeah.
It's not coming to my mind. No. In the morning, we are studying physics and math. Yeah. And by the way, also when one time I give an example, I say there is a mathematic mistake in the text. How you tell me this text is real? And in the morning, you teach me that in math, We cannot make the half and the 2 from 3 in the one complete. We call it واحد صحيح. I mean, you cannot make half and 2 from 3 in the same number. You cannot. You teach me that in the morning. Okay? And in the afternoon, you told me we can divide half and 2 from 3 in same one.
Yeah, it can't be allowed. It can't be allowed.
Yeah, we agree. We agree with you, Remus, and we appreciate you bringing an important topic. We don't discuss enough about religion being integrated into like public education, and I think that should be brought up more often. But we have another one in the queue. We appreciate you coming in and like bringing this to light.
Thank you, guys. I support you always. Keep going, please.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Remus. Take care.
Remus.
Thank you. Big shout out to Godless Granny on the YouTube side. Great to see you, Godless Granny. I've been enjoying your content. Babs recommended you, and I duly had a look, and your stuff is awesome. So great to have you here. Everyone, please give Godless Granny a sub on YouTube. Her stuff is awesome. Okay, we're going to get in. We're going to try, if video behaves itself, to get in Jack on the YouTube side. Hey, Jack, are you there? Predictably enough, video starts off not forwarding the audio. Okay, so Jack, we can't hear you at the moment. There we go.
Can you hear me
there
now?
we can hear you now. Yeah. Hi, Jack.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, John. How are you doing?
Good. We're good. Thanks. Welcome in.
First of all, I want to say that I am not a theist. I am an atheist. But
Okay.
I would like to.
Oh, we've lost you again, Jack, I'm afraid.
I still hear him. Or I thought I heard it. Well, I hear crackling now.
No.
Ooh, that's bad.
Sadly, cannot hear you, Jack. I think it's an issue your end, friend.
I'm able to hear him, John.
Okay. I can't hear him, and I suspect that the rest of the audience.
I don't know if the audience can hear him, but
No,
we have this weird thing where I can hear him, but
yeah,
you can't.
they won't be able to if I can't.
Okay.
I don't think so. Yeah, Jack, that's pretty strange, friend. If you want to just either refresh your browser or go out and come back in, then hopefully we might be able to hear you, because we've just lost you now. So if you do that, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, he heard you, John. He's going to leave and come back.
Okay. Crazy work, this system. It's like rolling a die or tossing a coin. Every time you make a connection on
who's not going to hear who?
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
It's just Anyway, let's try again. Jack, are you back?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we all hear each other, right? You hear both of us, right, Jack?
Yes.
Woohoo! We're in business.
Okay. Good. Go for it again, Jack. Sorry about
that. Okay. So I don't know how much of what I said you managed to catch. So
almost none.
Almost no. Okay. Fair enough. I am an atheist. I would like to talk to you about divine command theory, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. I mean, let's get into it a little bit, and we'll see, because people generally prefer to hear people talking about the views they really hold rather than, devil's advocating other people's positions, unless you genuinely hold to divine command theory, which would be odd for an atheist.
I do not. I do not. I do not.
Or you have an argument against it or something.
Yeah.
What do you got? What do you got, Jack?
I mean, I do have some arguments against it, but how do I put this? I would simply like to run a few variations of the theory by you, and you can tell me if you think there are relevant differences, and then we can talk about it between the variations of the theory that I'm going to run by you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, so the way that I understand this is divine command theory would be something along the lines of for any proposition P, a proposition P is true, just in case it's a moral proposition, just in case God commands it.
So that's basically claiming. So propositions are about facts. So that's claiming that morals are moral facts if God proclaims it or if God is involved in somehow, and we don't hold to that. Something doesn't.
You don't hold
No,
to that.
because something is subjective if it's dependent on the stance of a mind, and God is a mind. So if God has a stance on behaviors that's by definition subjective to him, and it's further subjective for me to personally value what that God has to say. So they're actually having two layers of subjectivity instead of just one. Because their subjective preference is to defer to God's subjective preference. Like if God declared liver tastes delicious, it doesn't make somebody's taste buds wrong if they have a visceral reaction to the taste of liver, right? Like it's nonsensical to like just by decree God, so therefore something that is otherwise subjective magically becomes objective.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you right, you're saying something like divine command theory really is just a form of moral subjectivism, and it is not the case that anywhere in the theory do you see any normative force, so to speak, for anyone to care, because it is not in fact a stance-independent theory.
Someone can value, like many Christians do. They literally value blind obedience to God. I don't, and it doesn't matter who that God is, whether it's Yahweh, Shiva, or Thor. Like it doesn't matter to me. I don't value obedience. I value how actions affect the well-being of others. So that's a value judgment. But this might get a little in the weeds for the audience, like in the philosophical weeds with somebody we actually agree with. So I'm not sure where you want to go with this.
Yeah, Jack, I'm not completely sure if this is the place for this really, because overly technical philosophical discussions with people we already agree with is not massively what people tuned in for.
Okay, that's fair. I shall take my leave then. Thank you for listening.
All right, thanks for coming up, Jack. Appreciate it. Thanks, man. Cheers. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I mean, to me, the whole divine command theory thing is just really, really, really simple. Without kind of, as Sean said, getting into the weeds. It's just the idea that whatever God says is right because He says it, and I think we can dismiss that without needing to have any technical expertise in philosophy. We can dismiss it without worrying about whether whether it's subjectivism or whether we're making normative statements or any of that kind of stuff, purely because of the implications of that. Because if anything is right purely because God says it, as we've said so many times before, you could take the most horrendous action you can possibly think of, an action designed, for example, to just cause the maximum amount of pain and suffering for God's amusement, and then it would be right. And that cannot be what right and wrong means. Like even if it's, there's a whole branch of philosophy dedicated towards trying to understand what we mean by right and wrong and ethics and meta ethics and all of that. But you know what? Even if we can't pin it down exactly, we can say it ain't that. Right is not that anything God says must be now morally correct just because He says it, and that then incorporates in that set of things actions that if anyone else did them, we would all know are atrocious and unacceptable. It can't be that. So that's how we can know that divine command theory is BS. Without any technical ability at all, we can just go, no, it's BS because of where it leads you. Done. We're just done. So that would be my response to any discussion about that stuff. But anyway, I do appreciate Jack taking the time to give us a shout. We have Leaf on the TikTok side. We'll bring in Leaf right now. Hey Leaf, how are you?
I'm fine. I just want to show you God. I'm God, so maybe, I'll just put the camera on. Yeah, sorry, my friend. Sorry, my apologies. Oh, come on. What's going on?
That's right, it. We got you. We got you. Okay.
There is God. There is God. Right in the sky is pointing down. Yeah, I disagree with what you're saying. God is a bedtime story. To be honest, I'm real. I'm real about this. I think God is a horror story. It's not a bedtime story. Absolutely, because I mean, what do you tell the kid? What do you? Because kids are not stupid, and I mean, kids are things that they have more logic than grown-ups. Some grown-ups, I'm saying, yeah, they do. And if you say to a child something, and they'll say, "Oh, hang on a minute, this doesn't make sense." It's like when I talk to my children, my daughters, and I'm surprised they come up with something like, there you go. I think it's a horror story.
Leaf, I'm going to respectfully disagree with you on that. When children, now you take on average, right? Some children certainly are more logical than some adults, but children are largely susceptible to believing in things like the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Kids are not... They need to be taught critical thinking, which is why I'm not a fan of all of these Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, and such stories. Anyway, that's a separate topic, but they are susceptible to receiving and believing whatever their caretakers tell them.
Yes.
And these are told, these biblical stories, or Quranic stories, or what have you, are taught to children when they're still young enough to be susceptible to literally believe in things like the Tooth Fairy. And so I do think that is a parallel to being a bedtime story.
Well, children do have very wild imaginations, and they are quite smart when it comes to the real stuff. Trust me. They can sit in there and listen to your stories and whatever. But when it comes to the real stuff, they will sit there and think, oh my God, yeah, it could be, and not could be. But you do sense they do know in a way that something isn't right there. But they have wild imaginations.
Some do, Lee.
Yeah.
But it's an unfair thing because children's brains haven't finished developing properly. Our brains don't finish developing until the kind of early to mid-20s. Certain regions in the brain. And so, I mean, when I say bedtime story, it could be a terrifying bedtime story. I'm just saying that it's a story. Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want to stay too long because I think you got to get the right people up. I come and say hello to Sean and say to yourself hello, and maybe say, "I'm God." There you go. You say, "Don't believe that guy. It's me."
Fair enough. Thanks, Lee. Take it easy. Thanks. Cheers. Bye-bye. Okay. Yep. I do feel really. I mean, Sean nailed it. I do feel really, really strongly about childhood indoctrination. Still planning a prompt and a show specifically about that because I think there is enough. There's enough to talk about there. It's just trying to figure out how to frame it, and what the framing is. Once I've worked that out, we will do a show about that.
Imagine if all religions were not taught until the person who is being taught to reached adulthood.
Yeah,
really, it would be the death of religion. It would not survive. Now that doesn't mean some adults don't become converted to religions, right? There's exceptions or what have you, but it so largely depends on indoctrination from childhood. I really do believe that if there was like a hands-off, you can't teach it. I'm not suggesting we should make laws on that. That's a separate matter. But theoretically, if nobody taught it to children until somebody reaches like 18 or even 18, but definitely 21 or older or what have you, and then try to convince them of these things after they've reached adulthood, I don't think religion would survive. I don't think any religion would survive that.
It would certainly take a hell of a beating, wouldn't it? Because it relies on this mechanism of, as you say, primary caregivers telling things to children whilst their minds are still primed to just accept as true whatever their primary caregivers say. And that's the mechanism by which the thing is passed downwards rather than across populations. It's passed downwards vertically from generation to generation, and it relies on that kind of built-in credulity of the host in their young years to take it on board. Not good at all. We do have one call on the bingo. I'm just going to show you this. So Kif has called Phil Bro Babble with Jack, but I'm not going to allow this because the Philbro babble really is when someone's intention is to bamboozle and obfuscate and distract and be hard to. It's a move. The idea is that it's a move. It's not any philosophical discussion. So we're going to keep this one for if someone really does do that, and then it can be allocated to someone who properly did it. So I appreciate Kif being the first out of the gate with a call, but that one's not going to pass right now. But thanks, Kif. I appreciate it. Right, if you're wanting to get involved with the bingo on either side, you just need to be a member, and it's like £3 a month or something. It's not very much. So if you're on the YouTube and you just want to become a member on the lowest tier, that gets you the link to the interactive bingo, so you can actually participate. And if you're on the TikTok side and you want to do that, just follow the link on my TikTok account to the Patreon, and that's the lowest tier there. Also gets you in to the bingo if you want to do it. It's just a bit of fun, but it is quite good fun listening out for the arguments and spotting them, and we do like to kind of gamify it. Right, I have a couple of super chats to read, and then I've got some cool stuff to tell you about. Right, so we have Tim has joined us. Hey Tim, good to see you. Says nursery rhymes and religion. So I'm hearing there once was a man from Nantucket who was born of a virgin. Something like that, right, Tim? Something like that. Axehead, good to see you. Jason says, hello, my fellow apostates. Let's have a good stream, and hopefully these believers are not cowardly today and defend their imaginary friend. Rock hard for Doug and hail Puff. Thank you, Axe. Appreciate that. The night is very, very, very young. I'm feeling optimistic, especially after such a great stream on Tuesday. It was absolutely awesome, if anyone missed it. Bethos, good to see you. Even Mehdi Hassan believes in the flying donkey. Oops. Otherwise, horse. Otherwise, I consider him rather intelligent. Yeah, I mean, isn't it interesting how people can be like compartmentalized in that way? So razor sharp when it comes to certain things, and then the same mind being prepared to accept completely implausible nonsense just because the context is slightly different. I'm reminded of Francis Collins, the former head of the Human Genome Project, one of the world's truly great geneticists, an incredible scientist, and also a celebrated evangelical who apparently sank to his knees in the dewy grass after seeing a frozen waterfall that had frozen into 3, and he thought that was God telling him about the Trinity. What are you going to do?
Crazy.
Pretty crazy, right? One of the world's top scientists. Absolutely bonkers. And then Tim said, the professor said, I was failing my ethics class, so I slid in $20 and said, how about now? Tim, love it. Thank you very much indeed for that. Okay, so a little bit of news. I had a really, really lovely day today. I had the pleasure of recording an episode of Promises podcast. You will all know who Promise is. Prominent host on the line. Fantastic voice in this space. She has a book out now, which is absolutely brilliant. Gospel of Lies. You should buy it. It's extremely good. Available everywhere. But she'd asked me to join her on her podcast, and we had a really, really good discussion. I think it's going to be out in the next few days, possibly even tomorrow. She said it might even be tomorrow. But it was a joy to speak to her, and she will be joining us on here sometime in the next 2 or 3 weeks. We're just trying to pin down the exact date, but I want to bring her on to talk about her book and make sure that you guys kind of hear about it from her. And if anyone has been hiding under a rock for the last few years and doesn't know who Promise is, you're going to absolutely love her. I imagine everyone in this audience knows exactly who she is because her audience is significantly larger than mine. But it was wonderful to collaborate with her today, and really looking forward to having her on the show as well. Otherwise known as Eve Was Framed. That's exactly right. Thanks, Super Deluxe, for pointing that out. Upshot, the podcast is not out yet. That's in her court, but I think when we finished recording, I think she said it might even be out tomorrow. So it's certainly it's fairly high up on her on her schedule. I think actually someone had dropped out, and we'd been speaking about doing the collaboration, and she just messaged me yesterday and said, any chance you want to come on today? And I was like, yeah, hell yeah. So we had a really good conversation about fear in religion, and fear as a mechanism for manipulation, and fear of hell, and fear of all the things that religions make people fear. And it was really, really good. So I'll let you know when that's out. I'll put the word out in the various places. But it was great to speak to her, and very, very excited to bring her on here to talk to us about her book and other stuff as well. It's really fascinating watching her when she co-pilots with Matt Dillahunty, because they have very different kind of approaches, and I think they balance out quite well. So yeah, it was good. Excellent stuff. In other news, there is a little bit of an appeal we've got to help a friend at the moment. Let me just get the link up here and just tell you about it. Where's it gone? It is here. So we have a friend in the community called Darby, and Darby has just fallen on super hard times trying to make things work in California, and Darby is deciding to hit the road basically and try and escape California and extreme poverty for a new start and a better life. Darby has a 2001 Ford F50 that will be hauling Darby and their West of England tumbler pigeon, I kid you not, called Paleontology, and says, we are seeking new opportunities as we're unable to keep up with California's cost of living and expenses. So Darby's a member of the community in Discord, and we would do what we can to kind of help out a little bit. Let me see if I can show you this. So this is it's sort of slightly cut off at the top, but this is the GoFundMe page for Darby, and a few of us have donated already. So I'll put a link to this in both chats, and if anyone has a few dollars spare and wants to help Darby, then that would be super appreciated, I'm sure, by Darby and by Darby's pigeon as well. So I'm going to just put the link to the GoFundMe there, and of course TikTok doesn't allow you to post links even if it's in your own live, which is completely mental. But if I can post it without the HTTPS and all of that stuff, no, it won't allow me to do that either. Absolutely bizarre. Okay, well, you'll have to get it from the Discord then, TikTok people. But there you go. If anyone has a couple of dollars spare to help, then I'm sure that would be much appreciated. Right. We're going to bring in David. We have spoken to David before. This is on the TikTok side. Bringing in David right now. If I remember rightly, and I do, last time we spoke to David, David was making the point that some of God's more horrible commandments in the Old Testament weren't actually made by God. They were made by Moses without God's permission, as it were. But welcome back, David. Nice to speak to you.
What's up, guys?
Nice to speak to you again. Thank you for coming back. What would you like to say today?
I don't have too much time, but I saw you guys were live, so I might as I love talking to y'all. I'm not gonna lie.
Sure.
But yeah, your prompt. God is a bedtime story.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's a thing that people have passed on over the generations, in much like bedtime stories are sort of become traditions, right? So the whole idea of God is kind of like a tradition that just gets passed along, but without necessarily having any reason to think it's true.
Well, traditions, as we know, are just ways people uphold society or their people or tribe, and they get passed down for generation to generation, whether it's true or not, whether we believe it's true or not. That's what they uphold, and that's how they, I guess, just keep their tribe society intact.
They can be that. They can be that. I mean, like, you know, some traditions are sort of, you could say like existential in that way, and other traditions are more trivial, aren't they? Like, you know, traditions of like, you know, putting cookies out at certain times of year, or doing, you know, little silly things like that. And I just think,
like the Aztecs, you know, how they lived.
whoever, right? Traditions are just patterns of behavior that get encoded into habit, and they get spread horizontally across cultures and then vertically down through generations. And I just think the whole idea of God is a bit like that. And a bedtime story is a kind of cute way of encapsulating that, in that it's a fable. It's something that people tell kids while they're still credulous and not able to discern what's true from what's not true. So I thought it was quite a good parallel, because they're stories that people believe that probably aren't really true.
But isn't that the case for every culture?
Well, it may be, but you know, there's a difference between there being things in culture which are traditional but are not telling people false things about reality, and things which are traditional and are telling people false things about reality and terrifying them and telling them that they're sinners and telling them who they can love and threatening them with what's going to happen to them if they don't believe the stories, and, you know, causing them to marginalize certain communities and legislate in certain ways. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's bigger, right? It's bigger.
I'm glad you broke it. Yeah, I'm so glad you broke it down that way. And your viewpoint, and a secular atheist, I'm like, just to make sure, what are you, by the way?
What am I in what sense? In terms of,
in the sense of atheist, agnostic, or secular?
All of those. Secular, agnostic, atheist, all the way.
Whoa! There are differences in each one of those brackets.
Secularism just means religion out of something. It doesn't mean like anti-God or anything like that. So, like, for example, brushing your teeth is a secular activity, but of course Christians are going to brush their teeth. So anyone who is unconvinced any gods exist will be, at least in their mindset, secular. It just means without any religious incursion. So John and I are both agnostic atheists, if that just answers your question.
Well, that's a little contradictory, isn't it?
No,
not at all.
No, atheism is just not being convinced any gods exist.
But then what is being an agnostic?
It means agnostic that you're not making a claim to knowledge. It means you're not making a claim to knowledge. So a lot of people think that agnosticism is a halfway stop on the journey between being a theist and not being one. But that doesn't work. You're either a theist because you think a God exists, or you're not a theist. And every single human being who's ever lived is either a theist or they're not. There isn't a middle point. It's like there's no middle point on the light switch between being on and off. The light's either on or the light isn't on. It's exactly the same here.
Let me try to explain it maybe in my words and why I think it's contradictory.
Sure.
Or an atheist, like you just said, either you believe in God or you don't. The rejection of God is what an atheist is.
No. Not believing in God. Do you know the difference between I don't believe X and I believe X is false?
It sounds like you haven't worked that out yet, right? Is that right, David? Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Did we have this conversation last time?
No.
I don't think we had it for David. Yeah, I don't think.
Okay, sorry. My bad, David. Do you understand the difference between, if you don't, just it's easily explainable, but like there's a difference between I don't believe X and I believe X is false. You understand that, right?
In the context of being an atheist, no, I don't.
Well, in any belief, period.
In the context of being an atheist is what I'm speaking about.
The concept applies to everything, including whether a God exists.
But if you want it specifically on this, we can explain it like this. There are two different positions that one can take. And at the moment, it sounds a bit like you can't tell the difference between them, which is okay. I'll try to flesh it out, and then you'll have a deeper understanding of this stuff, right?
Yeah, appreciate it.
So there's a bag of people who are not convinced a God exists, right? People without a belief in a God. And within that bag, there's a smaller bag of people who not only are without a belief in God, but they have a positive belief that there are no gods. And I'll explain why they're different. It's like the difference between a jury saying that somebody on trial is not guilty. When they say not guilty, what they mean is the evidence is not sufficient to convince them that that person is guilty. That's one
That's an
position,
atheist.
right?
That's
but
the atheist.
that's like an atheist, right? Not guilty, you could
Yes.
say, of existing, right? But the
Yes.
person could also say that the defendant is innocent. And innocent is different to not guilty, right? Not guilty just means that the prosecution haven't met their burden of proof to establish guilt. Innocent is a much bigger claim. Innocent is like, not only have they not met their burden of proof, but I actually also think he didn't do it. So this is the situation here. So some people call it strong atheism and weak atheism. So weak atheism is just saying, I lack a belief in a God. That's the position that I'm in, because I don't know. There might be some God somewhere.
Yeah, you're almost there then. You're almost there.
I might be, but I'm still a non-believer because the time to believe it is when there's evidence for it, and I don't see any evidence for it. So that's how I can say I am an atheist, because I'm a non-believer. I'm not a theist. Anyone who isn't a theist is an atheist. And then atheists are broken up into those who are just without a belief and those who actively say there are no gods. The number of gods is 0. That's a much stronger claim.
Yeah, to me that would be the atheist, and what my position I think you guys are in are agnostic in my eyes. You might, I like the what is it? The analogy you made about the bag. I can see your point there.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, you guys, well, at least you are agnostic.
The words we use for it are less important than what the belief position actually is. The important thing, we can argue about labels and how words change over time. And there was a point where agnosticism was taken to mean that. Generally now in philosophical circles, it's not taken to mean that. We can write it down in actual, in sort of formal logic in terms of denoting belief in proposition P, and you can all write it down. But ultimately, you don't need to do that. You just need to accept that someone who is without a belief in a God is not a theist. So if you'd prefer me to call myself a non-theist, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, it's just so we understand each other's sides, or at least we get our definitions correct, so we're not talking past each other.
There's no correct words.
There is a difference between an atheist and agnostic, and also a secularist.
Okay, so words don't have intrinsic meanings, so there's no right or wrong. I'm using the dictionary definition.
Whoa, I gotta stop.
Yeah. Words are phonetic. I know it's funny. Words are phonetic sounds that we use to come agreed upon meanings of words. They don't have intrinsic definitions to them, which is why a pen in different languages means different things. We are using the normative definition as found in Merriam-Webster and also described in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. If you're not okay with that, that's fine. But quibbling over definitions is just sort of navel gazing at this point. So our position is we
don't talk past each other. That's all.
Well, if you understand our definition, then just when we say atheist, you know what we mean. We're not convinced any gods exist, right? So can we carry on forward from now?
Yes, we can carry on. But
okay.
I think we had a good conversation there.
Yeah. So when we say atheist, we mean we're not convinced any gods exist. So go ahead, John.
Yeah, and certainly, I think with respect to particular gods, one can then adopt a slightly more confident position, right? So when I say I'm a weak atheist, or some people say soft atheist, when I say I'm a weak atheist, I mean that if you leave the term God so broad and so open that as to say there may be possibly some kind of creator, some creature or some mind that we might call a God, well, I'm open to that, even though I don't think there's any reason at all to think it's true. I'm extremely skeptical about it, but I remain open-minded about it. But with regard to specific gods, that opening closes significantly, right? So I think the God of the Bible, for example, is almost certainly not true. I would say with respect to that God, I'm more of a strong atheist, because that God cannot exist.
Let me just ask you this one question, then we can move on to the prompt, if that's okay.
Sure.
Do you believe in a creator at all?
No.
For the universe?
No.
And how about you, sir? Mr. Sean?
No, I'm not convinced any gods exist or any creator of the universe. I don't even know if the universe had a beginning. And if it did have a beginning, I have no idea what caused it.
Well, the Big Bang Theory is a very withheld, the most evidence we can say a word it started at.
Yeah, but it doesn't talk about the universe. It doesn't mean that the universe didn't exist before. The Big Bang is just a model of the cosmic expansion.
Yes.
and nobody with a mind disagrees that that's happening. But as to what were the conditions before that started happening, all we can say right now is we don't know. And if you ask any cosmologist, what is the evidence that prior to the Big Bang nothing existed? Very few of them will give you anything there.
Yeah, in the Bible, we have our own, like view of how it began and ended and how it started, but
Yeah,
really
by God magic.
Well, you can say that, but really, there was no ending and there was no beginning. There was just always God.
Right. So you're perfectly happy for something to have always existed. So am I. And the thing you call it your imaginary friend, and I call it the universe.
Yeah, but we're both in the same boat, aren't we?
No, we're in significantly different types of vessels, actually, because mine floats and yours sinks.
Well, no, you just said you didn't know. Your boat doesn't even exist.
We know, we may not know, but I'm not making any claims here. You're the one making claims, right? So I'm happy to just say I'm happy to say
your boat does not exist.
But the thing is, I'm happy to say I don't know, and we don't know, and that's a boundary of our knowledge, and leave it at that, and understand that smarter people than me are trying to figure it out, and they may or they may not. And so what we'll do is, if we're smart, we'll apportion the confidence we have in any answers we give to the quality of the evidence provided. But that isn't what religion does. Religion comes up with the answer first. The chosen answer is derived at the beginning, and then stories and explanations and excuses and theological backflips are done to try and come up with a reason why that story should be believed. And that's a difference.
Our biggest evidence is the laws of nature and how God presents himself in the Bible and how
Which of those do you want to address?
Which what?
Well, you went like two different evidences. We can only talk at one at a time. So do you want to go with the laws of nature? Or like okay.
Yeah, we can.
So there are laws of nature. What is your evidence that those have anything to do with the God?
Because he explains it and tells us in the Bible.
So which laws of nature did we learn from the Bible?
I guess the laws of logic, the main three.
Which chapter of the Bible talks about the laws of logic?
The law of identity, a non-contradiction, excluded middle. What's the chapter and verse for that?
Well, I have to look up the chapter and verse, but about the omega and the beginning and the end, that itself.
Hang on, let's not move on from that point. Let's be in this glorious moment for a moment. So
two things. There's no chapter and verse that discusses the law of identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle. There's none that I'm aware of. But even if there were, men came up with those. It wouldn't be crazy remarkable that a book written by men would also contain what men came up with, even if it were in the Bible. Even if it were in the Bible, which I don't believe they are.
I'll be more prepared next time and show you the sources and all that. But like I said, I don't have too much time right now. But
I can tell you now, you're not going to find a chapter and verse in the Bible that tell us about the laws of logic. I can assure you of that.
I already did. It's in my laptop. It's in my notes. I'll definitely come back to you guys when you guys go live and be more prepared for that.
Love to see it.
Yeah.
But yes, we observed the laws of nature, and we contribute that to what we know as God.
Well, we know that
God is the beginning and the end.
You attribute it to God. I don't.
Well, that's the only thing we can really say is our Creator is a God.
So this is called a circular argument, David. What a circular argument is it's trying to so for anyone in the audience who doesn't, or anyone here who doesn't, a circular argument is trying to reach a conclusion by using premises, some of which include the conclusion you're trying to reach. And that's what you're currently doing. So your evidence that you're giving us for why we should think a God exists and why we should think a God is anything more than a bedtime story is because God made the laws of nature, right?
Yes.
But that is the conclusion you're trying to reach. You don't get to use that as a means by which you can reach it. You are assuming the truth of the thing you're trying to prove in the proof. That is the definition of a circular argument.
Let's get into science, if you will. Let's start with gravity.
Go
about
ahead.
gravity?
Go ahead about gravity.
So, in my opinion, and in a lot of people's opinion, if you slightly take gravity,
Fine-tuning.
fine-tuning argument. I love that you guys know that. So if you guys already know that, how can you argue against that?
Because it's a terrible argument, David. The fine-tuning argument was always a terrible argument. And as time goes on, rather like a bad cheese or a bad bottle of wine that's corked, it just gets worse. It doesn't improve with time. The fine-tuning
I would
argument,
like to hear you guys.
I can destroy it.
that.
I can destroy it for you in a couple of simple
please.
sentences.
There's actually multiple lines where fine tuning is a problem. But go for it.
Yeah, please. I would love to hear a retort on this. I never heard one before.
All right.
Oh,
So
okay.
in its simplest form, the fine-tuning argument is a probability argument. It says that the physical constants and the nature of the universe are such that if you had any small changes in some of these physical constants, like the strong or weak nuclear force or the gravitational constant, that the universe would be very different to how it is.
It wouldn't. Right? Life wouldn't exist,
and possibly life wouldn't exist, and possibly even matter couldn't form. Right?
Exactly.
But it's making a probability argument, and the way that probability arguments work is they say, here's 100 different ways that something could have panned out, and it panned out in way number 3. So it had a 3 in 100. It had a 1 in 100 way. Right? It panned out in way number 1. So the chances are 1 in 100. The problem with this is you don't know, and nobody else knows, how many different ways it is that the universe could have been configured. We don't know what the possibility range for any of these numbers is.
I would say it's infinite.
No, we don't know that. And we don't even know that it could be any different to what it is. It could be a brute fact of reality and nature. In the same way that you think God is just a brute fact of nature, it could be a brute fact of nature that these numbers and constants and physical things are exactly what they are. You cannot demonstrate that they could be different. You can't demonstrate that there's a range of 5 different values they could have, or 1,000,000 different values they could have, or an infinite range of values, or even 2. You can't demonstrate it. And until you can't make a probability argument because you don't know what the possibility space is. It's like if I say, I've got a special die, right? Like a dice, right? A die. But I'm not going to tell you how many sides it has. What are the chances of me rolling a 1 with this die?
Apparently we landed on it because we're here.
Right. And this is why this argument doesn't work, because my die could be a regular 6-sided die, or it could be one of those fancy D&D 12-sided die, or it could be a super fancy die with 1,000,000 sides, right?
Or an infinite amount.
Or an infinite amount. But you don't know that, right? And this is why the fine-tuning arguments don't work, because they all assume a massive possibility space, and we just happened to land on this one. And as Sean said, this is only one of the problems. Then you have the weak anthropic principle, which broadly speaking is just that any life would only arise in a universe capable of allowing it to develop, right? So the fact that we're here is a miracle. It's not a miracle. No. The fact that we're here,
absolutely a miracle.
The fact that we're here means that the universe would have to be the type of universe that allows life to evolve, because otherwise we wouldn't be here. And so there might be an almost infinite number of other universes where there's no one there to contemplate. We just happen to find ourselves in the one where there is. Then of course it's going to look like a miracle to us, in the same way that if you shuffled a pack of cards and looked at the order of the cards, it's kind of a miracle, because the chances of getting exactly that order are astronomically large. Except it's not a miracle. That's just what you got dealt. So I don't think the fine-tuning argument works at all.
I do, I really appreciate the explanation, but I do have to retort myself. You say we can't observe, we can't demonstrate it, and I agree, we can't right now. But as much as we can observe in the universe, we say that it's infinitely large, that there's multi-dimensions, black holes.
There are black holes. It may be infinitely large. I think it probably is, but I don't know that for sure. If it's not,
no one knows. No one knows.
Yeah. So there are aspects of the universe we don't know. But until there is sufficient evidence for an explanation or an answer to one of these questions, but hold on, then you say, I don't know. And if we never get sufficient information for an answer to these questions, then the only rational answer at that point is it's going to remain I don't know.
No, the only rational response to this is to look at all the evidence of the universe and see how everything aligns and how everything is fine-tuned for us to exist here right now.
Hold on. You're
That's another
arguing
circular
that
argument.
you think. Yeah. You're arguing that you think there's sufficient evidence for a thing, but do you agree?
It's like a
Speaking
theory.
general,
It's like a theory.
Hold on. Do you agree that if you have a question and you don't have sufficient evidence for an answer, the only rational answer at that point is I don't know. At that point for that thing.
Wait,
Just
can you
speaking
repeat that,
broadly.
please?
Okay, so would you agree, speaking broadly, if you have a question, an unanswered question, and you don't have sufficient evidence for an answer, then the only rational response is I don't know. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that, but we do have
Okay. Well, that's what we're discussing now. But so far, you've brought like fine tuning, and there's many problems with
fine
that.
tuning
What else do you have?
is evidence.
No, fine tuning isn't evidence in the way that you think, because the way that you're doing the circular argument thing again, you're saying that your evidence for the universe being fine tuned is that it's fine tuned. That's circular again.
No,
right?
The evidence is in gravity. The evidence is in the cosmological expansion. The evidence is in the nuclear force we were talking about.
But then respond to the point I made that you have no evidence that they could have any different values.
Well, the correlation is what you're speaking of, right? To God.
No, respond to the point I made, which is that you cannot demonstrate that these things could have any different values to what they have. So you can't call it a miracle. You can't call it even unlikely.
What do you mean by values?
So something like the gravitational constant, right?
Yes.
Or the constant of the nuclear forces.
Yes.
It might be a brute fact that that's just what reality is. That the only universe that could ever exist is one where those are the values.
Yes.
And the argument you're trying to make is that it's an amazing coincidence that they have those values, and look how different it would be if they didn't. But if my grandmother had a really long neck and was able to eat vegetation from the tops of trees, she'd be a giraffe. But it doesn't matter, because these are the values they have. This is the universe we're in, right? So the if questions are nothing more than mere speculation, and you're trying to build a probability argument without knowing what the probability space is, and that's why it's fallacious.
Well, it's like making a theory, like the Big Bang Theory. We don't have...
It isn't like that.
A theory in science is a well-supported explanation that has an overwhelming body of evidence.
And I'm saying there's a lot of overwhelming evidence for it created.
I know you're saying it, but you're going with like fine-tuning. And John, let me explain John's a little differently so you can understand.
I have 2 minutes, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So basically what the fine-tuning argument says, if the universal constants, which is like the stronger nuclear force, the weight of gravity, et cetera, if they were any different, the universe couldn't exist as it is now, and it couldn't host life. If those could be a million different ways, then there would be a 1 in a million chance that it landed on what it landed on. But what John is saying, it could be the case that this is the only way the universal constants could be, in which case you have P equals 1, and we would be guaranteed a universe that could possibly host life.
Yes.
And that's only one of the problems. I know you have to leave in a couple of minutes and come back, and I'll tell you like a host of other problems with the fine-tuning argument.
Yes. Thank you, guys. I got band rehearsal to go to, but you guys
have a good
awesome.
one. Thanks, David.
You guys are always professional. I love it. Just keep going, man.
Have a good rehearsal. Take care.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Okay. I just noticed that Dr. Dig was in the queue. Sorry for missing you there, Dr. Dig. Sorry about that. Okay, well, he tried, and he will be welcome to come back again and try again. Right,
he was good faith.
He was. No, he was good. He was, because he was a little leery last time, but actually he was much more humble this time, and I thought he was very reasonable. So,
yeah,
arguments poor, good faith good. Well done, David. Okay, we are going to head over to the YouTube side now and get in Gerbir, and then after that we've got 6 Spiritual 6 Scribe 6 on the TikTok side. So hopefully this all works with the video. Gerbir, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. You sound a little far from your mic. If there's any way you can get it any closer, that would be good.
Okay. Well,
And also you'll need to turn the feed off because it's playing in the background.
it's off.
Thanks a lot. Okay, welcome in.
Thank you. I love what you guys do here. I've been, watching you on YouTube for quite some time, and I've had this sort of curiosity about, what you might think about the Satanic Temple, for example. Are you guys aware of that or familiar with it?
Only tangentially, in that it manages to get round all the regulations and protections for religion, and is a sort of non-supernatural response to religious claims, if I understand that correctly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's I kind of I live in the States, and in the last 20 years, 25 years, I've seen a huge increase of religion being used sort of in concert with political power to assert control over public space, etc. And I've seen that the Satanic Temple is kind of this rational, kind of actually really moral counter action to that. And I just was curious if you guys had any thoughts about it, or
anything which trolls religion is pretty good in my view.
Yeah, they've come up. I don't know a lot about them. I've seen some of the things they've done, like in the news, and I've always thought it was very clever. I do think it's clever. If I'm not mistaken, they've managed to get themselves registered as a religious institution, even though they're fighting for secularism, which is great because they have the religious protections that they should have, like from a legal standpoint. But like I'm familiar with, there was something, I wish I could remember more details, but there was like a location where they were putting up the 10 Commandments and putting up religious, symbolism and statues and stuff like that. And they went along and said, oh, okay, if you guys can do that, I can do that too. And they put, is it Banff or what have you? Like the goat head, like they put a very Baphomet, thank you. A very scary looking statue of their own that sort of ruffled the feathers of all the other religious people. And it just went to show that, you're fighting for like religious freedom, but you're really just trying to get religious preference. And when other people that you vehemently disagree with have the same freedom you have, you feel like someone's there's an incursion on you the same way you were encouraged, on others. And so anyway.
Yeah, Adam over in the YouTube chat saying, I'm a member of the Satanic Temple. It's basically just secular humanism, no supernatural beliefs or real doctrine other than promote well-being. I just love that. Get those freedoms in, right? The religious protection things, and then game the system. I'm all for that.
Yeah, I've been a member for a couple of years. I mean, I don't, you don't have to be like part of any of the organizations locally just to be a member, but it is non-theistic. Like you said, it's basically just humanism, and but they do a lot of really good stuff. I think also for students in schools. I know they just won a lawsuit against a public school that was policing the bathroom time of children, and a lot of them weren't actually able to go to the bathroom because of the way that they were controlling, how that passes were handed out and stuff.
Right.
And they took the case, and they won the case. And so now this student actually can use just a regular hall pass and can go to the bathroom when they want. But it also just kind of points out, how if one of your tenets of your religion is one's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone, which is one of the 7 tenets, just that and being able to abide by that in modern society can sometimes be difficult.
Well, appreciate you coming in to tell us about it.
Well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thanks, man. Take care. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Okay, Big up Gerbir and the Satanic Temple. And Adam, you dirty beast. Love that. Brilliant stuff. Excellent stuff. I love that you're a member of that too. Brilliant. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to have protections in place and the churches all avail themselves of the privileges and the tax exemption and all of that stuff, I'm all for people gaming that. So God's favorite on TikTok, request up. We'd like to talk to you about your beliefs. Don't litigate your arguments in the chat. Come and speak to us here. That's what we're here for. God may be very disappointed with you if you don't, and you may not be her favorite for long. Okay, so let's get in 6 spiritual, 6 scribe, 6. That's lots of 6s on the TikTok side. Welcome in.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't know if you remember we spoke. Well, you probably wouldn't remember. I
do.
Remember,
Long time ago, last year.
Yeah, when the channel first started out, I think.
I do remember. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah. It was something that Sean said the other day that kind of triggered me requesting up, because he said that the default position is atheism.
Yes.
That babies are born atheists, but
yeah.
In order to understand that,
it's 100% untrue.
You think all babies are born believing in God?
No. I know.
But then they're atheist.
No, I know. I was.
So you were born.
Before I could speak, I used to gaze up at the sky. Sorry, I'm really nervous if my voice is going funny.
Don't worry.
But I used to gaze up at the sky, knowing that there was something out there connected to me, and I needed to get back there. I couldn't put it into
Is it possible?
words.
Is it possible
I didn't have the language.
Sorry to interrupt you, but is it possible that that's actually a false memory? Because you don't really form long term. You don't really form
the same.
I know,
please
but
don't talk over one at a time here.
You don't really form long-term episodic memories until you're 3 or 4, and your speech probably started before that. So it's very unlikely that you have legitimate, accurate memories of the time in your life before you could speak. Very unlikely that that's the case. It's possible, but it's very unlikely. And the other thing with false memories is that false memories feel exactly the same as real memories. So how could you ever verify that this is true?
I can tell you how I know that it's a definite memory, because one of the things I used to do, and as I got older, my sister and I used to do it and talk about it. I used to look up and long for shapes to form in the clouds. And I used to kind of ask whatever it was that I felt was in control of everything to form shapes in the clouds.
It's unlikely that was happening where you were pre-verbal.
And also, and the other thing that I do remember, and that's why I know I was in a pushchair a lot of the time when I was staring at the sky, because another firm memory I have of that time is seeing a bird dropping.
And this is all before you were able to speak.
Before I was able to speak, when I was in a pushchair, seeing a bird dropping on my mum's friend's kid's pushchair.
Right.
Okay. So how do you know all these?
To tell anyone.
So
how do you know all these memories are real memories? So
you were a bird shit based theist when you were a baby is the argument now. Yeah.
Like I honestly I don't believe anybody can remember since before they were able to speak. Now I can remember the first time that I was verbal then. It was family friends that were on the block that we lived on, Runningwood Circle in Sunnyvale, and they were a Catholic family. They were the first one to introduce me to the concept of gods. I don't remember exactly how old I was. I know I was old enough to speak for sure. I want to say I was like 5, 6 or something like that. That's the first time I had the concept of God, and I remember it being a new concept to me at the time it was brought to me. So before that, I didn't actually believe any gods exist because I didn't even know the concept of a god. So what you're suggesting is some people are born coming out of the womb.
No,
Would
I'm
you
only
still?
saying I'm not suggesting anyone else in the whole world.
Okay, so you're saying
was.
you
I
came.
can
You
only
came.
say that I know that
Okay,
I
so
felt. I
do
used
you
to
remember?
look at the sky
Do you
and
remember coming out of the
know
womb?
that there was something out there somewhere connected to me that I needed to get back to. And when I
Okay.
did verbalize it, when I reached whatever age where I happened to think about it and verbalize it,
Yeah.
I discovered both my parents are atheists, because they said something along the lines of, I think what you're talking about is God, but we don't believe in God.
I'm going to respectfully say to you that I grant that this is how you feel, and that I'm not suggesting for one moment that you're not being honest and that you're being deliberately dishonest. It's quite likely that these are confabulations of your mind and that these things didn't happen. Now, it's possible that they did. It's possible that as a young child, pre-verbal, perhaps you started speaking later than most. I don't know. It's possible that you did have some thoughts like this. But if you did, that wouldn't mean that you weren't born an atheist. Because when Sean says everyone's born an atheist, what he really means is everybody is born without a belief in pretty much all concepts. And then we take those on as we come to understand them. We learn about them and we form relationships with the concepts as we learn about them. So that's just the normal way that children's minds work, and they build schema, which is like frameworks of understanding of concepts in their worlds. It's very, very unlikely that the moment you were born with some sensus divinatis.
I didn't say the moment I was born.
Okay, but Sean's claim was that the default state for all people is atheism. And so if you're not making the claim that when you were born you were without a belief in God, then you would agree with him, right?
I'm saying that I remember having a sense of something out there and being connected to it.
What did John ask you?
Actually concerned,
right,
that there was a need for me to connect with it and get back to it, and not knowing what it was, but having a sense that it could control things.
My guess is that if that memory is real, I would almost put money that was a memory of something that happened to you a little later in life, not as a pre-verbal infant. It's extremely unlikely that you were conceptualizing in that way when you were 2 months old or 5 months old or 8 months old. It's extremely unlikely. And if it even were true, it would still be the case that Sean's claim that atheism is the default state would still be true, because there would have been a point prior to that when you did not have a belief in anything like that, and that belief would have formed later. So whether it would have formed, as you say, before you could even verbalize any words, or, as I'm suggesting, probably a bit later than that, and you're remembering it falsely as being early. By the way, I have come to realize that quite a lot of my very, very strongly held childhood beliefs are false beliefs as well, false memories also. I have a few things that I can absolutely remember clear as day that I subsequently came to understand later on were not actually accurate, and my brain was kind of confabulating them and putting them together. It's a thing that happens. And the thing you have to take on is that the experience of holding a false memory is identical to the experience of holding a true memory. You can't tell it apart. So you can't say...
You've answered the more important question I was going to ask, which was as regards proof of anything at all out there.
That's a different question, isn't it?
If you had a child that verbalized to you that they'd got this feeling of a connection with something out there that was important and that they needed to get back there.
Yeah.
Rather than encourage that child to pursue that belief, you would dismiss them.
I wouldn't necessarily dismiss them, because
probably end up exactly where I ended up, and I feel sorry for any.
So I'm going to respond to what you're saying. So part of being a child is having a very active imagination. When I was a child, I had imaginary friends. I had all sorts of had a very fertile imagination, and I would get into all of these sorts of kind of fantasy ideas about aliens and spirits and with friends and with my brother and all sorts of things. And part of childhood is allowing that to develop. So for me, if I had a child who was saying things like that, I would be curious, and I would foster their curiosity in the world. I wouldn't dismiss them. I would allow them to explore their ideas, but I would gently try to teach them how we test our ideas against reality, because that's the difference between embracing delusion and playful exploration of ideas, right? And there's space for not shutting children down, allowing them to explore, allowing them to get into their imagination, storytelling with them, getting excited about myth making, exploring other people's myths with them, stimulating their imagination. I think that's great. I think that parents should do that. But I also think it's a duty of parents to teach children how to tell the difference between what's real and what isn't real. And part of my real objection to religious indoctrination is that it actively goes against that. It actually cripples.
Oh God, yeah,
it cripples minds.
I'm so with you on the religious thing. In fact,
Right.
one thing I've become so convinced of is that these so-called holy books are actually a test. And if they're
a test,
if there
did you say?
is something out there,
Right.
if there is something out there that people are ever going to meet,
right,
it's going to be asking them why they believe that.
But there's a beautiful irony here, which is that there's a beautiful irony here. No, I appreciate the support there, but the irony here is that your claim that the holy books are a test is as fantastical as the contents of the holy books. Right, so let's just apply some critical thinking here.
They've existed all this time,
yes,
for people to be able to completely see through them as you do because of all the disgusting things in them.
Right,
and that all these people that come on your live and defend all these terrible things and fight. I forget all the special words for how they go about it, but you know what I mean? They actually completely go along with some heinous things, and they think that they're being moral by defending it, and it's a bit tragic. But anyway, thank you. I'm going to toddle off. Thank you so much.
All right, take care. Thanks for coming up. Keep well. Take it easy. It was quite a while since we spoke to her. I mean, I last spoke to Spiritual Scribe something like September last year, something like that. It's been a while, but the thing with false memories is a funny one, because if you're the person having a false memory, it feels absolutely identical to you than to a real memory. So the one thing we know is we cannot discern a false memory from a real one based on how real it feels, because that's to miss the point of it being a false memory. And I suspect that might be a little bit of what's going on there. But even if her memory had been correct, it still didn't disprove the point you made, Sean, which is that the default position with respect to all concepts is that we don't have a belief in them until the point that we do. So there we go. I'm getting a nudge to do a poll on the YouTube side to just get people to give the live a like. So if you could do that, it'd be amazing. And if you're listening and watching on TikTok, the thing that really helps the TikTok algorithm is just activity in the chat. So even if you just post a message of where you're listening from, or something, like what are you planning to do tomorrow or something, it just tells the algorithm that there's action here, that there's something going on, and then it pushes it out to a few more people, which would be fantastic. We do have a reasonable size audience right now, though, so that's not too bad. Okay, I'm going to stick the poll up on the YouTube side to just give us a nudge, or people coming in fresh, to give the stream a little bit of a like. I shall read some super chats while we're waiting for the next guest to come in. Bo Livers asks, "Are you guys determinists?" We're not committed to determinism. No. I have a sneaky suspicion that there may be some truth to determinism, but I'm certainly not. I'm not committed to it, and none of the arguments I make against religion are based on assuming determinism. And when I say belief isn't a choice, that's not assuming determinism either. For clarity there. Sean, what do you say when people ask you if you're a determinist?
I tell them I stole from you the term determinism curious.
Right.
I think it's interesting. For me, there's no way to test it. So my way of testing it would be if we could we have the world as it is now, the universe. If we could rewind time, doesn't matter how long, 10 minutes, 10 years, or what have you. If determinism is true, everything and everybody would play out and do and think and feel, and everything would play out exactly as it did before. Yeah. We don't have a way to test that. Yeah. And as far as I know, I don't know of any other way to actually determine if the universe is deterministic. But I'll say I would not be surprised if it is deterministic, but I just can't say that I know.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I don't think that there's any test that one could ever do, absent a time machine, and even then, we got T on the TikTok side, our very, very good friend. By the way, I just got a fantastic thing on TikTok. Somebody sent a little band of cats playing musical instruments to appear on my head.
I saw that.
That's absolutely amazing.
Cool.
I've not seen it before. I'm not sure who sent that, but thank you so much. I can't see. I think it was Auntie. Thank you very much indeed for that. Let's bring in T, and then we've got Bingo, and then a few super chats, and then I'm sure we'll get another guest up. T, what's happening?
Hello, John. Hello, Sean.
Hey.
I won't be up here very long. I'm very rich and very busy. No, I just wanted to come up and say the thing that you're doing for the pigeon lady, that she said you can call her that.
Oh.
The link for the GoFundMe is also on the Discord. It's in the announcements at the top of the Discord page.
Thank you for that.
That's all I came up here to say.
I appreciate that, T. I tried to post it in the chat, and it went into. I'm going to post it again in the YouTube chat because YouTube is sane. But TikTok, I tried to post it even without all the HTTPS, and it wouldn't let me do it, which is completely crazy.
Sean getting his Wheaties.
Mad. Crazy. No idea. No idea.
Yeah, John can do an 8-hour stream, and we were talking about this the other day on a different live, talking about John, how John, we're suspicious. We think you're a cyborg. Day after day after day, 8-hour streams, never getting up once to use the bathroom, never eating. Like are you an android? Are you like an android from outer space, like sat here?
I'm minded of Paul King on TikTok, who still insists I'm an AI. If
Chris
I am,
said you can use your story for that link.
Use my story. I can use my story on TikTok. Yeah. I just can't post it in the TikTok chat. I'm on the live stream right now. So
okay. Well, I'm going to jump down. I don't want to hold your live
all right,
up.
T. Thanks, buddy. Always good to see you, and thank you for everything you do.
I can't
really
figure out how to
appreciate
get down. Oh, there it is.
I gotcha. Thanks, man. Okay. Yes. I shall check in on the bingo because there have been 5 calls. I think they happened. Let's see. I think they all happened during David's conversation. Let's see what we've got. So Anna Banana called "You Can't Prove God Doesn't Exist." Yep, because that ain't the claim, right? There we go. And Ash Wild called Philbro Babble. I don't know if he did Philbro Babble. I might hold back on that one. I don't think David did Philbro Babble. Philbro Babble is when they come in and they say, Sean, you're so good at doing it. Give us the Philbro Babble, Sean.
What's your modality for that? Go ahead.
Right.
That sort of thing.
That's Philbro Babble, right?
Yeah. When they start to rapid firing jargon at a clearly rehearsed and practiced pace and start throwing in, rhetorical devices like forced chuckles and that's a film, bro.
It's arguing not in good faith, just to try to achieve dominance by being hard to understand, by using lots of technical language, try and make yourself look like you've come out ahead in some kind of competition. That's the Philbro Babble. Eliel's called Fine Tune Universe, 100%, completely had that. We're going to take Austin on the YouTube side in just a moment. Pastor Ferry called Look at the Trees. Absolutely. The trees were well looked at. And Ash Wild called How do you account for logic? Yeah, I guess he did kind of go there too. Fair enough. Lots of design type arguments coming in from David then. Right. Let us, as promised, I was going to do super chats, but right now we've got Austin on the YouTube side. So let's get Austin in right now. Hopefully video behaves. Austin, are you there?
Hey, John.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you. Welcome up.
All right, I'll be quick. I've had some thoughts that I think are just potentially worth sharing.
Sure.
So
I'm just going to turn your echo cancellation off because it's making weird frog noises. Hopefully it'll work okay. Try again now, Austin. Thanks.
All right, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just a couple thoughts I had that I think maybe are useful in certain conversations, and you've had these conversations hundreds and hundreds of times, so you may have framed it in this way already, and I'm unaware. But particularly when people get in this bind of like, well, if morality is not objective, then why don't you just go around killing people and doing whatever? It's all preference, right?
Yeah.
And I think I was thinking, I'm like, it's so frustrating because they always go to that example, like all of a sudden people want to start killing and pillaging and stealing and all that. But, and you often compare it to like taste, like they'll say, oh, it's just like a flavor of ice cream or something. But I think if you take that to the extreme, it makes a lot more sense, where if you imagine there was a book that tried to tell us that taste was objective, right? And there's a bunch of people that believe this book, and they all believe that taste is objective.
Mm-hmm.
And cake tastes good no matter who you are, and dog shit tastes bad no matter who you are, and that's an objective fact. But if someone then came around and said, no, I believe taste is subjective, right? And they said, oh no, that's not possible. If taste was subjective, then why don't you just go and eat a bunch of dog shit? And and everybody, why you hate cake now and cake's not good. It's like, that doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah.
Taste is subjective, and I think morality is a lot like that, almost like a sense, where it's like empathy and intuition, where there could be somebody somewhere in the world that thinks, there's a lot of people that thinks eating dog shit is good. They could feel that way, and if they enjoyed it and that's what they did, you couldn't argue against it. It's just very rare, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a good analogy to push at people. I hadn't heard that before, and there's definitely a lot of truth to that. It's like saying, "Oh, well, you're saying doo-doo doesn't taste bad," because that's what they'll do. If you're saying it's not objectively wrong, they'll say, "Oh, so it's not actually wrong," and try to play that semantic game.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. If you're saying, well, you're saying dog shit doesn't taste, like, that's not what I'm saying. It's just like we all pretty much agree that it does. And there are people that don't like the taste of ice cream, but most people would say ice cream tastes good.
Well, the thing is you start with a value. I value the well-being of others, and then if we start with that shared value, we can objectively evaluate how actions affect the well-being of others and objectively assess our preferred goal. But the thing is what they'll say to that is, well, if someone doesn't care about that, then what? They have the same problem. I genuinely don't give an F what some god has to say about morality. I don't care if it's Thor, Shiva, Yahweh, or frickin' Snuffleupagus.
Yeah,
right. But anyway,
right.
They still have the same problem. So if you have person A who's and it actually manifests in reality. Person A is a Christian. They value being told what to do, blindly following God, no matter what. So they're going to consider homosexuality to be immoral. I'm a humanist, so I consider banning gay relationships and gay marriage and stuff to be immoral. And I don't see gay love as an immoral thing. We have different subjective preferences as a moral compass, and we're not going to agree on that. We're going to talk past each other because I'm going to be talking about the well-being of society and gay people, gay couples being able to adopt and take kids out of the system and being good parents and all that. And they're going to have God says so it's a sin. And so that's what they have. And we're not going to agree, because I don't give an F about God says so. And apparently they don't give an F about the ill effects of what they're doing to gay people. So that's the reality we live in.
Absolutely. Yeah. It drives me up the wall when they try to argue the proof of God is that morality is objective. And then if you try to say it isn't, they immediately go to the absurdity of like, well, why don't you just start doing whatever you want and taking whatever you want and killing people? It's ridiculous. It'd be the same as saying, well,
ask them if they would.
Right.
Ask them if they would. Yeah, no, I do that. Like say, okay, so some of them will say yes, and a lot of them just don't want to really answer because they kind of know. But ask them, if you found out no God exists right now, what harmful things or behaviors would you start engaging in? And then if they start, well, I'll just, anything that benefits me, I'll steal from people, I'll do this and that. And I'm going to be like, what's different about us that you need the carrot of heaven and the stick of hell to not do those things? And I don't. Am I just better than you? Like, what? Really? Are you going to just concede that you need those things in order to not be a dick? And yet atheists everywhere live their lives like normal, decent people, and they don't need God to like not be a dick. That's crazy.
Yeah. What worries me maybe a bit is that there are probably some psychopaths out there that the only thing keeping them from doing things is that
sure,
Dad told me so. Who knows, right?
But there's just as many out there who are committing horrendous acts of violence purely because of what they think God told them. So it probably balances out somewhere along the line.
Right. Very true.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Austin. Did you have another one on this?
Yeah, one additional quick one. And I think it really puts into perspective, if belief is not a choice, is hell. It's an atrocious moral thing, right? Hell is, right? And it never really clicks with a lot of people. It doesn't seem to, like, if they already believe all these things, they don't really find that convincing most of the time. Some do, but I think it's potentially interesting to frame it in a way that like brings it right here and now, because I think a lot of believers kind of distance hell as like, it's almost as if they don't actually believe it. Some people do, but it's almost like they just say they believe it, but they don't really contemplate the true horror of what that would entail sometimes. So I've been thinking about this in conversations I might have with some family members of mine. And one thing I'm playing with is like, if I were to frame it as, okay, I'm not currently convinced that God exists, right? And they'd say, yeah, and you could say, hey, well, does that mean I deserve hell, and that hell is a just punishment? And they would say, well, that's for God to say, and God is just, so like, unfortunately, yes, that type of thing. I might say like, okay, I just told you I'm not convinced. Would it be just if someone came here right now, like maybe we're at a table, and lights me on fire, and keeps me alive? They pump me full of adrenaline, and they keep me alive as long as possible. And it's a bit brutal to think about, but I think it's effective. They pump me full of adrenaline, and they keep me alive for as long as possible. And maybe the fire fades, and I go to the hospital. I'm on life support, and I've got third-degree burns all over my body, and I'll eventually die. But they purposefully keep me alive as long as possible, knowing I'm going to die. Even if that only lasted like a week, right? And I go through the initial experience, that's terrible, being lit on fire, and then the pain and suffering for like a week. And then let's say I die, right? That's not even 0.0000 infinite 0.01% of the torment and the horror that I would experience, in an eternal sense. So if they agree that hell is just, and they should agree that it's actually much, much better for me to just be lit on fire here and kept alive as long as possible with pumped full of adrenaline. And that seems brutal and terrible. So I don't know. I'm kind of toying with this idea and figuring out if there's a device there to try to like help frame it. But I just think it's interesting because most people would see that, and if they imagine it happening right here on Earth, right in front of them, they would feel like, well, that's pretty brutal.
But the pushback you're going to get, as Adam has just correctly pointed out, is they'll say, yeah, well, if a person did that to you, that's not okay. But God has His divine justice, and in their head, remember, they're operating from the assumption that anything God does is good, and that His justice is perfect, and so that whatever punishment you might receive for your lack of belief is going to be judged by the perfect mind to be the right one, right? That's the lens they're looking all of that through. So I'm not sure if that argument will land, but hey, anything that gets people to think about this stuff is a good thing. And I think I applaud your instinct of trying to bring it back to real life stuff, because when these conversations are abstract and philosophical and kind of high level, they don't really connect to human beings. And I think the way that I've been able, I think, to kind of reach some people is by bringing it back down to actual human beings. So, and I applaud the fact that you're kind of inclining in that direction. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys.
Thanks, man,
for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Cheers, Austin.
Bye.
Thanks, buddy. Cheers. Okay. Right. A couple of things. A few super chats to read, and then we will move on. If you want to get involved, if you're listening on TikTok, just hit the request button and that will get you in. The queue is currently empty. It does tend to get busier later. So if you're thinking about coming up, earlier is better because you'll get on. Whereas if you wait till later on, that may not happen. And if you're watching on YouTube and you want to get involved, similar kind of thing, there's a link. I'm just going to put it in right now in the chat. There it is. tinyurl.com/JCGuest brings you straight in to speak to us. Big shout out to Mezzo on the TikTok side. Good to see you, Mezzo. Love your work. What can I say? Mezzo is awesome. Right, let's have a few super chats. And while we're waiting for next people to come in, Axehead said, is it just me or do believers think the word context is a magic word? I cast context. Yes, context is one of the magic words, one of the most powerful magic words in all of theology, along with free will.
Free will.
Yeah. Free will and context are the abra and the cadabra of theology. Just literally just say free will and context and all your theological problems just evaporate, which was why I was moved to make those silly videos on TikTok, framing them as kind of cleaning products.
In a game of spades, it's like big joker, little joker. Free will and context, it's like, it defeats everything. Oh, shit, I'm stuck. But, well, you got to understand, it's free will, man. Like, it just magically solves everything,
But I love how you framed it. I loved how you framed it. Like, cast context. It's like a spell, and it just makes the problems just evaporate and go away. Brilliant. Buzz says, Tuesday was fantastic. I hope tonight is the same. Glad to see you all. Thanks, Buzz. Appreciate that. Tuesday was rocking. Bethos said, God made laws of nature, explains nothing until one explains how God made the laws of nature. Or how God made. How? Exactly. I mean, it is a completely non-explanation. All of these God things are a non-explanation. It's identifying a gap in our understanding, putting the word God in there, and pretending you've explained something. You haven't. You've just moved the problem out the way, stuck your God in there, and you're pretending that you provided an explanation. No mechanisms for how it worked, no explanation of the framework, no deeper understanding of anything than you had before, other than going, it was magic, and then pretending you've actually explained it. It's wild to me that people think that that's doing any work at all. It really isn't.
No, really. Especially when you have a God that can do literally anything. It could be an explanation for literally anything. I got a flat tire, God did it. The window broke, God did it. It's plausible if there's an all-powerful God that exists, it could be responsible for those things. It's basically just a filler. Like, it can be used to explain literally anything. So therefore it explains nothing.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. And if something's completely unfalsifiable, then it's also worthless. So, these are the signs of poor arguing and poor reasoning. I love this from Buzz. Since I won't be losing my mind $2 at a time throughout the chat, I'll just go ahead and prepare some responses to arguments here, all at once. Oh, wow. How dumb. Jesus, that's disgusting. Ooh. I love that. We'll keep those in abeyance, Buzz, and we'll deploy them as we need to as the evening unfolds. I'm sure that there'll be a rich seam of opportunities to refer back to this message as things go on. I'm sure our guests will not disappoint. And Bethos, thank you, Bethos, says, the universe is not fine-tuned for life. Earth's diameter is 0.04 light seconds in diameter. Observable universe is some 90 billion light years. Now cube that for volume, coarse tuning at best. I love this. I hadn't heard it framed in that way before. But yeah, I mean, most of the universe is absolutely lethal to life, which is why it appears to be largely unoccupied. There's too much radiation, or it's too hot, or it's too cold, or all of that stuff. And even most of Earth. I mean, it's quite amazing to me that life has just managed to become abundant on Earth by evolving to the conditions we have. But so much of Earth is lethal. You know, Earth is constantly trying to kill us with all sorts of problems, right? Water that we can't drink, and the radiation from the sun arrives here in a way that's lethal to us, and predators and things that are dangerous to us. And yeah, I don't think it's
and it's very often succeeding too.
Right, which is why 99% of the life that's ever lived here doesn't exist anymore. Bethos says, saying I know is not an argument. Yeah, I know. And then finally, Bethos says, when I was a child, I perceived black and white TV images as colourful. Imagination indeed. Just later found out the puppet I perceived as blue was more like pink. Oops. Right, I love that. So your mind was filling in the gaps there, and you were probably convinced that it was true, and then you found out that it wasn't. And we're going to get Matthew in a moment, just from the YouTube side. But the last message is from Babs, and Babs says, "I have nothing to say. Take my money." Oh, that's really kind, Babs. Thank you very much. I appreciate the donation very much, and we love having you around. So big up, Babs. Right, let's get Matthew in. We did have a Matthew on this side before. I wonder if it's the same one again. Matthew, hello.
Hi, John. Hi, Sean. How are you?
We are very well indeed. Welcome up. I take it that you are the same Matthew we spoke to on the 2nd of June.
Yeah, I think so. I asked you about what did I ask you about? About objective morality, I guess. You know, how theists try and justify God being the source of objective morality, and nothing else can satisfy that. So whatever. I was listening in. It's unrelated to that. You were just mentioning sort of free will being the answer to a lot of problems, sort of a magic response. I guess I just wanted to ask what you think sort of the best response to that is.
It's just to point out.
I can think of a lot.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things that you could say in response to that. One is to point out that so much of the time it's just completely irrelevant. So, for instance, I might say, like, God could give us all evidence that He's here that would be convincing to all of us, and someone would say, but He doesn't want to mess with your free will. Well, that's got absolutely nothing to do with free will. You're just saying it because it sounds nice. Providing evidence to someone doesn't rob them of their free will. If the evidence is really compelling, such that they are convinced of it, you haven't deprived them of their free will. You've just taught them something. And if it was the case that the provision of information was the same thing as taking free will away from people, then it would be morally wrong to educate anyone, because we would be destroying their free will by providing them with information. It's just nonsense. It's just obvious nonsense. So the first thing, when you hear free will coming up in theological discussions, the first thing to do is to think to yourself, is this actually anything to do with free will? And my guess is half the time it isn't. Most of the time it's nothing to do with free will. It's just an instinct. Talk about free will because that's nice. And then where it is something to do with free will, let's say you're talking about the argument from evil, right? The argument of evil, and you're saying the problem of evil. Sorry, and so you're saying, people do nasty things to each other, and why does God let this happen? Well, somebody might say God doesn't want to deprive people of their free will, and so allowing them to hurt others is choosing the lesser evil, if you'll forgive the turn of phrase there, right? Mm-hmm. That God is more concerned with protecting people's free will than he is protecting people from other people's free will. So the young child who's about to be abused by an adult, God seems to be more concerned about the free will of the adult than the free will of the child not to be abused. And then the other ridiculous thing is that if God is all powerful, he could save the child without even messing with the free will of the adult. You know, you can just use your imagination. He could give the adult a flat tire that morning. He could just arrange the traffic so that that day it was a little bit worse and the adult didn't get to the point where the child was in order to be able to cross paths and abuse and whatever, right? You can come up with any way that God could intervene in a situation to make it better, and free will's unharmed. Mm-hmm. And so you're either going to find that free will has got nothing to do with the argument, or it's being deployed as a get out of jail free card, basically, for God or for their beliefs, and there's always a way around it. I think there are very few arguments I can think of where free will is a convincing point on their side. Sean, can you think of any? Am I missing one?
I thought you covered everything brilliantly. I don't see any holes in what because you covered. I do think it is really important to ascertain, first of all, if we're even discussing something that involves free will. Sometimes they'll just kind of throw that free will magic card down for like tsunamis. Like he doesn't want to violate do tsunamis have free will? And and then that'll lead to another discussion. But yeah, I think you covered it. Figure out if it even has anything to do with free will, and point out when it doesn't.
And then you can also point out, by the way, the Bible verses where God does mess with people's free will. So this whole idea that God never touches that, it's like a sacred rule for God of not interfering with anyone's free will, is absolutely not true. He messes with people's free will all the time. He hardens hearts, and he causes people to think things and do things. And it's not true that he's laissez-faire and hands off all the time. It's just not true.
Yeah, that's true too. And then also something that's seldom discussed is God. If God is all powerful, he could have made a world where people have free will and will not choose to use that free will to do harm. If he can't do that, he's not all powerful. It's not a contradiction. Otherwise, heaven would heaven would be just a place with a bunch of evil. Or it's heaven's just a place with a bunch of robots. So either you can have a heaven where everyone's there and it's all peace and love and everyone has free will and it's a sin-free in this holy place or whatever. Either that exists. If that exists, there's no contradiction there, and God not being able to instantiate that here on earth. He could have made a version of Adam and Eve who had free will and will never have eaten from the fruit. But not only did God not choose to make that world where you have a bunch of free-willed beings who don't choose to sin, according to Christian doctrine, he did the opposite. Because he was really mad at Adam and Eve for eating the fruit, now as a result of that, everyone's going to have this inherited sin, quote unquote, where everybody's a sinner, everybody's born fallen, and every single human being cannot not sin. If God can make it, decide to make the universe in that way, he could go the other way and just make earth like heaven, where it's like, hey, you got all these free-willed beings and nobody sins and all is happy.
Yeah, exactly. So is that helpful, Matthew?
Yeah, no, very helpful. I was thinking in my head as you were going through it, did I have anything else to add? Because I think the way I think about it is sort of what Sean just said about the contradiction between what goes on, on earth in the life we observe versus what goes on in supposedly heaven, where as soon as we die, well, on the Christian worldview, as soon as people die, they go to heaven, and suddenly all all the bad things that humans might do,
they stop doing
their
them.
free will kind of are no longer possible.
Yeah.
Or at the very best, you might say they're possible, but the chances are greatly reduced, or the actual, things that might happen in heaven won't happen. That's sort of why I was asking, because I'm always tempted to think about sort of contradictions in people's worldview. On the one hand, God can, as soon as we die, maintain our free will and stop us from doing bad things as long as we're in heaven.
Yep.
Or there's no free will in heaven, but the fact that it's heaven makes it
exactly
perfect.
a really fun way to.
important.
There's a fun way to frame that if you want to. If you're getting into these discussions, so you open it by saying, "What happens to people who lie, steal, cheat, and murder in heaven?" They'll generally say that doesn't happen there. It's like, oh well, do people in heaven have free will? And they're not going to say no. They'll say yes. So, okay, so God can create a situation where people are not inclined to lie, steal, cheat, murder, but they still have free will. He's capable of creating an environment like that. The answer must be yes. To which the response is, well, why not just do that from the start here then? Everyone could have he could have just made those conditions be the conditions of his creation, rather than make a creation where people did lie and hurt each other and all of that stuff, and then he had to get all twisted up about it, and all the silly Jesus stuff had to happen. So the whole thing is completely pointless, and heaven is a really good way of illustrating it by showing a discrepancy in the worldview, which is that God can create a condition where everybody has their free will and it's not a problem.
That's good, John. I like that. Those two questions. Perfect. I'm going to start using that.
You could say the same thing about God. Well, again, taking the Christian worldview not just Christian, but any religious worldview, I guess, where they maintain that God is perfect. Like, why couldn't God just make any conscious being like himself incapable of doing anything immoral, if you accept that?
Or just capable but unwilling to do anything immoral, because that's what God's supposed to be. There's no contradiction there. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And
anyway,
the other thing is sort of, this idea that God allows people to sort of do abusive things, immoral things to each other, because free will is so valuable, and yet whenever a human being is confronted with the same thing, the instinct is to stop it before it happens.
And if we can easily stop it and we don't, we're looked at as
immoral. Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you met someone on the street and said, I saw someone doing something abusive, but I had to just allow them to do it because of their free will. I valued their free will to do that. You would think that person's crazy.
Madness.
And yet when God does it, it's sort of it's
right.
viewed as
it's right because he's right. Yeah.
All right. Good discussion. We really appreciate it.
Cheers, Matthew.
Right. Thanks very much, guys.
Thanks, man.
Enjoy the rest of the uni.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to stay on the YouTube side and bring in Nicholas next, who is waiting on the YouTube queue. Nicholas, are you there? Hello, Nicholas.
Nicholas, if you can hear us, we cannot hear you.
Same thing as normal. You might need to refresh or go out and come back in, and it will work the second time, because that's how ridiculous it is. We have, I think, spoken to Nicholas before, if it's the same one. We spoke just a few days ago, in fact, if it's the same person. But yeah, Nicholas, this is sadly we can't hear you. It says your microphone's not selected. I see that you're calling from an iPhone. Not sure if you're trying to use your AirPods. I'll try and request those. But how's that? Any better? Probably not. Okay. Well, I think you might need to drop down and come back in, and hopefully it will work second time. Well, there we go. Do we see you? No.
Hey, can you hear us? I hear you.
No.
You got him, John?
No, it's not coming through. It's what it sometimes does, Sean, is it will only get to you because you're on video too, but it doesn't get to me and it doesn't get to the stream. Hopefully he'll come back. It's wild that this thing, it's like tossing a coin.
John could not hear you.
Yeah. Okay, so he's back again now. Let's try second time lucky. How's that?
Nicholas? I don't hear anything.
No, it's so annoying. Complete waste of time, this thing. And there isn't a better way. I have looked into it. This is still the best thing to use, but I don't know why about half the time.
And you talk to Justin and the other guys who do both streams.
I will need to speak to him. I'll speak to him again and ask him about it. But
he's a smart dude. I bet he has some tips and tricks that'll help you.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, Nicholas, this is just not working. We cannot hear you, so we will move on from that. It might be an issue your end, but it may not be as well. Weird. Okay, well, while we're figuring that out, so as you know, I always go hunting in the comments under the videos, and there was one that I wanted to share with you. Nicholas is back again. I'll just share this comment, and then we'll try Nicholas again. So this one came up in response to the conversation we had about Buzz's daughter, right? So Buzz, we were having a conversation about God letting terrible things to happen, and Buzz sent a super chat saying, please use the example of his daughter who he lost a few years ago, about God letting these terrible things happen. And so I clipped the conversation about this, put it on YouTube, and James Murray responded to say, hi John, your emotional arguments aren't grounded in anything except your opinions. And I just replied back saying, I just think that's a shocking lack of empathy in a discussion about someone having had such a tragedy. And so his response to this was, there's no lack of empathy whatsoever. You have no idea of my feelings about this poor man suffering. I'm pointing out that your response isn't grounded in anything, and you're letting your emotions dictate your response to your friend's suffering. If, as you believe, there is no God, you can't say definitely what's good or bad. You may say you've heard that thousands of times, but it doesn't mean it's any less true. Without God, suffering is meaningless. With God, it has meaning. Just because we don't ultimately know why, it doesn't mean there isn't one. But in your worldview, the universe is just blind, pitiless indifference. In my worldview, there's a God who promises to one day do away with death and suffering. Just not today, obviously. How can you say your worldview is superior to mine? And my point was not to belittle your friend's suffering. It was to show you, to show how you let the mask slip by implicitly blaming God. Well, I find this quite a curious response, James, because you seem to have sort of abandoned the empathy point and immediately switched to, without God, you can't say anything is wrong. And I just don't understand why anyone would make that argument seriously. Like, I don't need suffering to be cosmically meaningful to know it's bad. If I hurt you, if I do something to, if I slam your hand in a car door, you don't need God to tell you that's bad. You know it's bad because you're suffering. Pain and grief and loss and suffering matter because they affect conscious beings. And you're the one saying suffering is meaningless without God. I say that it matters because it matters to people. It matters to Buzz. It matters to his daughter. It matters to the people who are hurt by this happening. It matters to the people who are hurt even thinking about it and feeling empathy and pain, even trying to identify with that kind of suffering. And I don't understand how you can so casually say that without your magical friend, none of these things are bad. None of these things are undesirable. None of these things are worth worrying about. A bereaved father's pain doesn't need divine endorsement to be real. So your answer of one day he's going to make it all better, your answer isn't an explanation. Saying there must be a reason isn't a reason. It's basically an admission that you don't have a reason. And the question wasn't, will God fix suffering later? The question was, why did he do it now? Why did he allow this suffering to happen? So, yes, you've written a nice long comment here, James, but I don't think your comment actually connects and hits. I think it's it's pretty poor, but I appreciated the comment anyway. And many thanks again to Buzz for allowing us to continue to use his tragedy to try to reach people with common sense about this stuff. There is nothing exploitative about this. I've been doing this because I know that it's meaningful to Buzz, and I feel, I said this in a comment to him, that we can honor his daughter's memory by trying to make something of this tragedy and trying to help people to see sense about this stuff. Okay, we're going to try Nicholas again for a third time and hope that maybe the audio works. Nicholas, are you there?
Hello. Okay, to begin, I have figured out what is going on, and I was about to send it in the chat. The reason why there is this difficulty with people connecting to the call is because you end up. So most people are watching the stream on their phone, not their computer, and as a result, the microphone channel is connected to, or connected to watching the stream. So then when you switch to your like getting a call from you, the audio channel switches, but the microphone connection does not. So you end up having to disconnect your audio device and then reconnect it to this, which creates this game of telephone tag, because by the time you respond to that by saying, oh, well, we're going to have to like disconnect you and put you back on and that sort of thing, which isn't a criticism of you, but what it causes is then they go back to listening to the stream to see when their name might be called again. So then they go back and forth trying to bounce around.
Okay,
so
that makes some kind of sense. I'm not sure what the solution is, but I appreciate the clarity anyway, and I'm glad we got you in. So, what would you like to say?
Well, I've been thinking about this since the last time that we've spoken, because I think that the title of God is a fairy tale is actually a severe misnomer, because it's definitely not a fairy tale, because the ends of many fairy tales in like modern conceptions tend to be a little bit uplifting, even if there's sort of evil in there. But when it comes to many accounts in the Bible, it's just grimdark, more like 40K, where just you get the banhammer thrown on you.
But in their story, it's going to have a triumphant, fantastic ending, isn't it? Because Jesus is going to come out of the clouds like a superhero, and all the bad people are going to be, sent away somewhere to some sort of furnace, and all the good people are going to get mansions in the sky. So, in the context of the story itself, it is a bit like a bedtime story because it has a happy ending that everyone loves, even though we think it's nonsense and horrific.
Well, I mean, if you remember our last discussion about sort of existentialism, the whole end game of being sort of in a polarized position between heaven and hell seems sort of a terrifying extreme in itself, because the descriptions of heaven as sort of depicted in the Bible about what actually happens in heaven seems to just be like constantly glorifying God, which to me doesn't necessarily seem like a fantastic ending to the story. It sort of pigeonholes you into glorifying God forever, or dying and suffering in hell forever. So it's sort of hell either way. But that wasn't the main discussion that I was thinking about, because I had this thesis that basically we just, in many conceptions of God in Christianity, through since the Council of Nicaea, there has been some agreement between tri-omni God conceptions. But as you know, that just doesn't seem to be the case in the text. God is fallible. God can be wrong. There are things that God might not be able to do, but chooses not to do. And obviously God doesn't always take the benevolent route to success. So my question is, can you build a more accurate version of God and then try to and I want to see what you kind of think about that. So what I was thinking of was a God that let's remove some characteristics from God. So, first of all, I'm not going to grant God omniscience, but I do want to grant God significant sentience. So, God knows about all that happens in his creation from the beginning. So, God could know exactly how the human digestive tract works, know about how the water cycle works. Just all of that is intrinsic to God's knowledge. Even if he didn't
So he
write it
knows a
down in his
lot, but not
book.
everything.
Yes, he knows a lot, but he can be deceived. Another thing is, God is not quite omnipotent, but he is very, very, very powerful. He is the most powerful being in the universe, sort of like the Aladdin genie, can do anything,
But Nicholas,
can
let
do
me
anything.
head you off at the pass a little bit, just to try and let's land this plane a bit quicker. If you're proposing a God which doesn't have all the omni properties, it's got, let's call them, a lot of properties. It's got like a lot of cleverness, a lot of power, not the maximal amount, but just some, generously endowed with knowledge and power and goodness. That's a harder target to hit philosophically, but it also makes you sort of, it just kind of suggests the question, why bother at all? Like, what's the point? We're trying to come up with a concept of God which is not quite as ridiculous as another concept of God. Why don't we just throw the whole lot out and not bother at all?
Well, because that was going to lead me into the sort of moralistic position when it comes to this kind of God. So, we're sort of dancing around all of the contradictions because now not being tri-omni. Oh, and another thing that I just needed to land was that I am definitely not granting this God omnibenevolence. In fact, I don't even think that the God is benevolent. So the God sort of has its own code of ethics, but it's more like Donald Trump ethics. Just basically whatever I like is good for me. Sucks to be you if you don't like it. Which isn't. I'm not using this to say that this is objective morality. This is God's subjective morality. But God's subjective morality is rather powerful. Because while this does not give objective grounds for anything good, what he can do is sort of cause you to be in extreme moral dilemmas. Let's say God shows up to you today and says, there's a group of people I don't like, and I want you to get rid of all of them. But if if you get rid of all of them now, in heaven they will be rewarded infinitely, as well as you for following my command. But if you don't, I will send you to an infinite hell, and I will also send all of those people to an infinite hell. You for disobeying me, and them for whatever
Sure.
justification that he comes up with. So, in that moral position, what do you do? Because you know that the God absolutely has the power to send you to hell. You also know that he knows how to do that. But you know that he is not omnibenevolent. So technically he could be tricking you here. So what do you do in a position like this?
Honest answer, I don't know. This is something like it's a kind of celestial trolley problem in a way, isn't it? Because mixed in with a bit of game theory. Who knows, right? I think what you're describing is a moral and strategic fuzzy case where it's not completely clear what the strategically smart thing to do is, and it's not completely clear what the ethical thing to do is, because you could devise a thought experiment like this without a God. You could just say, if some psychopath turned up at your house and said, unless you go next door right now and end the lives of your neighbors, I'm going to go next door and end the lives of your neighbors, and I'm going to go to the house after that and end them too, right? What's the right thing to do? I don't know. You're just describing a situation where it's not completely clear what the right thing to do is in the face of power, which, even if it isn't infinite, is still strong enough that you're being controlled. Essentially, you're being coerced into stuff under threats. And I don't know. I'm not sure if there's a value in these kind of thought experiments, because they're all based on, well, what if an almost all powerful being did this and demanded that. I don't know. I don't really know. I'm not sure how it necessarily enriches our understanding here to even contemplate it.
Well, I do think that in contemplating it a little bit, there does come with it some like interesting insights that you can get into what the evangelical or non-denominational, the God of the Bible is, because since we've described a more likely God than the God that somebody might propose comes from the Bible, which it seems not to, you can then come up with some more like you just said, that in this case it would be like a coercive settlement. Like you're not being led by some perfect being that is trying to do what's best for everybody. Because in many of the argument, like the debates that I've seen with you, the most common argument that I see is, well, we just have to make the assumption that whatever God wants is good, and you disobeying God is bad, no matter what the outcome of those that whatever God is asking you to do, whatever the outcomes of those actions are, it's good because God said it would be good for it to be done that way. So in constructing a God like this, it allows, I think it would be a better debate strategy for going up against somebody who believes a triomni God, because by taking away some of these omni properties, it really does deconstruct what the God is asking them to do. Because I mean, if I remember a previous debate where somebody said they were basically cornered into saying that rape is good as long as God commands it to be good. But in this
Happens
case,
every
I would
week.
say,
Yeah.
in this case, I would be able to say, well, because we're not assuming that God is like a perfect God anymore, or we've limited some of their properties to something that's more likely to be true, now you're just in a coercive position. So the morality becomes fuzzy, but taking that ethical gamble is something that you really have to consider, rather than just jumping on the boat and saying, you know what, I'm going to do it because I'm a Christian. It's my good golly my duty to do it. I've got to do the deontological thing and to do my duty for God. But instead, it's not that. It's, well, you're making this moral judgment based upon what you think this potentially triomni God, but likely not triomni God is going to do. And so whether you obey or disobey God comes down to the fact, well, you're making a really brave assumption by granting them infinite qualities instead of limited qualifiers, but still grand qualifiers. And I don't know. I think that maybe if I approach somebody with a debate tactic like that, maybe it would be a little bit successful. I'm not sure. Maybe they would just move the goalposts and just go to a completely different argument, which I've seen before, of course.
Yeah.
But
I'm not convinced, but I just think, I'm not completely convinced by this, because they'll just say, well, you're talking about a God which is not the one I believe in, and then they'll switch it back to the triomni one, lean into the divine command theory, and we won't have achieved anything. But hey, look, I'm all for innovating new ways to deal with these things. Maybe there's a subtlety in this approach that I'm missing. So thanks for calling in, Nicholas. Appreciate it.
Anytime. It was just fun to finally get this off my chest.
Good
Have
stuff.
a good day.
Thanks, man. Cheers. Okay, we are going to get in the next guest, which is going to be, it looks like, Too Skinny to Be Fat on the YouTube side. Sean, you can hear okay, right?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay. Too Skinny to Be Fat. Are you there? Same normal nonsense, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't know if it was just me that time or both of us.
No, that's fine. Well, we can't hear you, friend. So,
can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. The headset sucks. I'm sorry. I got a piece of crap.
That's okay. So too skinny to be fat. Just getting your name up on the thing. Too skinny to be fat. Welcome in.
Thank you.
Floor is yours. What would you like to say?
I'm actually an atheist. I've gave up the whole bull crap like 15 years ago. 10 years ago, I transitioned. 5 years ago, my mom started to be a little more accepting of me. She started to like go up and say she's like, all right, I don't believe in the Old Testament anymore. I think the gay stuff is bullshit. I think it's all bullshit. But the problem is, I still believe in Jesus and the prophecies, and because of that, I can't let go of the religion. And until you can somehow prove those wrong, I can't let it go. And therefore, I still think when you die, you're going to go to hell, and that scares me. And I'm like, just let it go. And she won't.
Wow.
So I don't know what to do.
Look, if she won't, she won't. You just might have to. It's a her problem. So essentially, if she's worrying about you going to hell, and she's going to worry about that, there's nothing you can do about it. You don't have to worry about it, and you can still have a good relationship with her, even while she's worried about your eternal soul. There are lots of people who manage to find that accommodation, and when you feel that you've tried to make common ground on the religion stuff, and you've tried to get her to see things the way you see them, and she's not capable of doing that, and you're not going to see things the way she sees them, because you can't ever go back once you realized it's all BS. You can't unbreak that. Yeah. Then you have to make an accommodation. If you still have aside from that disagreement, if you still have a relationship, and there's some value in the relationship, and sometimes there isn't. But it sounds to me like the fact that you're concerned about how to manage the relationship tells me you're not like, okay, I'm cutting this person out of my life. It's not that. That's not what I'm hearing.
No, because even when I used to, when I was Joshua back in the day, I used to date other girls. My mom was all used to that. But when I transitioned and I became Rachel, I started dating guys. So my mom had to deal with that, but she met my boyfriend at the time. She loved him. She's like, he's so lovely. I'm so sorry I judged. And she's like, I want to learn more. And then she started learning more. And then I told her, like, the Old Testament, God is evil. He kills children. He doesn't give a shit. He just wipes out lands, wipes out people, just does whatever he wants. So why do you believe in that? That's so evil. Yeah. How could you be so good and believe in such evil? And she says, I don't know. I'm scared. I don't know what to do. I'm 67 years old, and I grew up with God everywhere. Yeah. And I love her, and I want her to be better, because she's always angry and sad all the time.
I think you need to understand that there's a limit to how much you can control what somebody else thinks and believes. And you can have a relationship where you love her and you have a wonderful relationship. It's just understood that there are some no-go areas because they're awkward and difficult and tricky. It's not like she's saying, I won't have you under my roof, or you can focus on the common ground you have, on the shared history, on the love you have for each other, and just understand that on some level there's a fundamental difference in how you look at reality, because it doesn't sound to me like you're going to be able to change that.
No, the prophecies, she just so believes in them that I only know a little bit about some of the bullshit ones. I know, like, the temple will be built, and then after then I'll come, but the temple was destroyed or whatever, and he never came, or whatever the bullshit story is. And
they're all bullshit ones.
Yeah, I know. I don't listen. Once the Old Testament I didn't believe in, the whole thing I didn't believe in, because if the Old Testament doesn't exist, then the New Testament doesn't fucking matter.
Right.
So
exactly.
And I've been so much happier since I gave it up. I transitioned.
Good for
happy. And I got wedding cake vape. I know I shouldn't be talking about bud, but sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Happy Pride Month. So look, I just think know the limits of what you can do for another person. And it doesn't sound to, I'm not hearing here this relationship is a write-off. So just agree that there's some no-go areas. Let's not talk about that stuff. And then you can get on with your life together, and you can still have a functional relationship. There are lots of people who come to that exact accommodation where they just have a difference of opinion that can't be resolved. So you just don't try. Don't feel like you have to change her. She's not going to. She's old enough that she's going to live the rest of her years with whatever beliefs she has, by the sounds of it. And don't let it be your problem. You can love her and care about her, and just accept that her religious beliefs are her problem.
Yeah, and luckily she's the type of Christian that like actually donates to charity. She donates her times. She believes her belief, but she just stays out of her way. And I love her. You know, she was there for me when my dad passed away. So
yeah, you can have a lovely relationship with her and just accommodate this difference of opinion you have about stuff. And if it causes her to be later up at night, late up at night worrying, that's respectfully, that's her problem. You can't do anything about that. You can't save her from that.
I did tell her, I said, Mom, I love you. You should go see therapy. You're angry all the time, and that's scary to see you upset. I said, I know you have past traumas, and I love you, but you got to work through those. And I think once you do, you won't need the artificial love. You'll get the real love from your family.
Well,
and she says, I'll look into that.
Those are wise words, and she'll either take them or she won't. And eventually you reach a point where you got to just do you. But we're going to move it along. Thanks for coming in to talk to us. And thank
you so much for answering my questions.
Congrats on all your stuff. Take it easy.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank
Thanks. Bye.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Couple of super chats. So Buzz responded to James's rather pathetic input, and Buzz said, James is just wild. He tried to take it back in a way afterward, but his lack of intelligence and dedication to the fairy tale got in the way of it. Yeah, it was just a crappy comment. Just crappy. I've not heard a single response to this, problem of God allowing this kind of suffering that comes anywhere near being sufficient. And I'm pretty confident that for the rest of my years, I never will. It's insurmountable. Doesn't mean God doesn't exist, by the way. It just means that if he does, he's not good. And Hotep says, who needs angels when you have Sean and John? Oh, thank you. That's really sweet. Thank you so much.
I wish that were the...
I'm sure. Yeah. You don't have your devil horns on. You don't have your devil horns on today, Sean.
That's true.
And Bethos says, with respect to the last call, even Matt Dillahunty couldn't debate his parents out of it. And actually, I was thinking about Matt when I was talking there, because I remember hearing him say a few times that he wasn't able to make his parents see sense, but he still has a good relationship with his parents and with his family. They just understand that's not a place that the conversation goes. And I think that's really sensible. That's how you have to do it. So yeah. Okay, we have on the YouTube side, Pigeon Fluff. A great name. We will bring Pigeon Fluff in. Pigeon Fluff, are you there?
I think that's how you have to do it.
Listening to the stream, but you're going to have to switch that off and put your headphones on.
Oh, do I have to do it with headphones?
You don't have to. No, that's okay. As long as the stream's not on, that's all good. Great name.
Yeah, sorry. I was listening to you to make sure I could hear.
Sure. No, all good. All good. We have you and we can hear you. So welcome in, Pigeon Fluff. You get name of the evening so far. What would you like to say?
Awesome. Well, thank you for having me. Pleasure to meet both of you gentlemen. And I am the Pigeon Lady. I'm Darby, so I wanted to call in and officially meet everybody.
Okay, there we go. Well, lovely to talk to you. I don't know if this is going to help you. I made a donation myself earlier on to the cause, and I'm hoping that some other people will. I'm going to put the link to the GoFundMe again in the YouTube chat. And as I said, it won't allow me to post it in the TikTok chat because it's rubbish, but it's on the Discord, as T said. So,
yes, and thank you so much for your donation, John. I messaged you on Discord to thank you from the bottom of my pigeon heart. Thank you so much to everyone who's donated. I'm super thankful for all of the help so far. Thank you, everyone.
We really hope that you do okay and that it's helpful for you. And we love that you have a pigeon. That's absolutely amazing.
You know, I wanted to actually call in and get both John and Sean's professional opinions on pigeons. What do you fellas think?
I don't have a professional opinion on pigeons. I think birds are really interesting, but I'm fantastically ill-informed about this area.
I am not a pigeon professional. I have no expertise in the pigeon arena.
No, that's fair. But I promise you, pigeons are better than people tell you they are, and they deserve way more credit. The hate is unwarranted. I promise pigeons are awesome.
I don't doubt you for a moment. But thanks
and
for
I
that.
also wanted... Sorry, go ahead, John.
No, you go ahead. It's all right.
I also wanted to call in to and do my part for the show as well. I'm an atheist. Like Sean, I was raised in a very, very Christian home. And when I was around 7 or 8 years old, I started reading way more heavily. And I realized this is a load of bullocks. And I've been an atheist ever since. And I'm 37 now. So that's what, 3 decades?
Yeah.
Kudos to you for being able to figure that out at 7 years old. Because
thank you.
Yeah, 7 and 8 year olds are still believing in Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. So for you to, with all that pressure and being raised in that culture, to be able to kind of work that out at such a young age is actually pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Agreed.
You know, what set it off was actually a response that I got from my grandmother at the time. I asked her, I swear, this is true. I asked her, why do ladybugs have spots? Why do they have the black dots? And she told me to look in the Bible, and that's where the answer will be. So that was the first time I read the Bible, was 7, 8 years old, and kept reading it as I got older. I've read it front to back a few times, and it's bullocks every time.
It is complete gibberish. Well, thank you so much for calling in. I'm glad we got to speak to you, and I really hope that we're able to cobble together some bits to help you on your way, and that things go okay, and let us know how you're getting on.
Yeah, thank you very much. And once again, it's a pleasure to meet you, gentlemen. And paleontology, my pigeon sends you both pigeon kisses. I send hugs.
All right. Thanks a lot. Keep well.
Take care,
care.
gents.
Bye
Cheers.
bye. How silly of me not to have put that together and realised that's who that would be. Okay, we did have another caller. There we go. It's appeared back again. It looks like Mikhail. Let's try Mikhail. Mikhail, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Give me 1 second. Can you hear me, Mr. Cohen?
We can. We can hear you very well indeed.
Is the live paused?
No, the live is not paused. The live is live. And you are on it right now.
Sorry about that. Is my microphone working properly?
Yeah, we've got you.
Are you hearing us speak?
Yeah, I'm hearing you guys speak.
Okay.
Just because the live was playing and my audio seemed very muffled.
Okay, well, we've got you.
Yeah.
You're up.
All right. How are you? How's everything going?
Yeah, we're great. Thank you very much indeed. Would you like to comment on the prompt or on something else related?
Yeah. So I've been watching your content for a while. I first heard of you from Deconstruction Zone when I saw you collaborate with him. And I've noticed that there's a surgence of, let's say, atheists and / secular creators, which I'm loving to see, because the more and more I deconstruct from my own faith, my own belief system, the more I feel more inclined to actually discuss with people about my journey, I'd say. Like, I'm not really here to, I'm not really here to, like, go on an aggressive back and forth like you usually do. I'm here to, like, I'd say, grab some advice, maybe learn a thing or two, help me through my journey of deconstruction. I wanted to ask you, like, you seem very passionate on the idea that people cannot necessarily choose what they believe. It seems like that's your focal point, since you're literally called Unconvinced.
Yeah.
Why did you choose that as your specific point of contention when dealing with theists?
Because it's a line of argument which is not made enough. Because it's absolutely devastating to the entire moral logic of any belief-based salvation doctrines. So Christianity and Islam are both predicated on the idea that if you don't believe the right things, you've got it coming to you, and that's a good thing. And I think that once we understand the nature of belief in a little more nuance, with a little more, let's say, precision than the way those ideas are thrown around traditionally, that kind of shines a light on the moral logic of these doctrines. And so that's why I was moved to write about it, write a book about it, and basically organize everything we do here around that. So we're only ever really one move away from that as a central, you're right to identify that. So whatever, we're only ever one move away from that as the kind of central thesis in everything. And I want more people to be making this argument, because it's a devastating argument, and because it's one that, if I may make so bold, the other side have not really got anything like a sufficient response to.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I think the one contention that atheists and theists have is that they can't bridge the gap between what they've all been told is willful denial and genuine disbelief, right? I think that's something I'm slowly accustomed to, because all my life growing up, I was raised a Muslim, just to let you guys know, give you a bit of context. And I was always told from when I was a child that people who deny the faith are those who are intentionally misguiding themselves away because they do not want to practice Islam. They don't want to practice the laws and the ideologies and whatnot. But the more I actually talk to people who actually disagree with the people who carry the belief system I was, I'd say, introduced to as a child over time, you could say indoctrinated, whatnot. It doesn't seem to me that they're willfully ignoring or trying to move themselves away from Islam. Rather, what it seems like they're doing is that they're actualizing the genuine fact that they cannot believe in this faith because there's no evidence sufficient for it. And what I seem to struggle with is that I always seem to deal with like this small tinge of, I'd say, religious guilt or discomfort at the idea that, like, I don't know, maybe I'm also struggling to bridge the gap between willful denial and genuine disbelief. But I think...
So willful denial, in the sense that I know this is true and I'm just going to will myself not to believe that it's true, is an actual impossibility. There's zero, that would apply to zero people. If what they mean by willful denial is, I believe this is true, I'm convinced this is true, but I'm just going to act and say and pretend that I don't believe it, I'm lying about my own belief state. And someone can do that. But the notion of, and Christians do it, throw that accusation all the time, that suppressing the truth and unrighteousness is a biblical verse, for example. That's just not how the mind works. If I'm convinced something is true, that a God exists, for example, I cannot just decide, well, I'm going to trick my brain into, like, I believe it, but I'm just I'm suppressing the truth. And so now I think I don't believe it, because belief is a state of mind. If you are convinced you don't believe it, then you actually don't believe it. So there's two ways to look at that. You cannot just choose to be unconvinced of something you're convinced of, but you can choose to lie about it. And if they mean these people really believe, they're pretending not to, that's at least plausible. I don't know how they would know what's in other people's mind, but that's what that part's actually possible.
Do you mind if I ask the both of you gentlemen, were you raised religious or were you always raised atheist?
I was. John was not.
Oh, okay. So John, I want to ask, what first inspired you to start this YouTube channel? Were you always interested in learning and discussing religion and theology, or like was this something you accustomed to over time?
Yeah, I've always been fascinated by it, absolutely fascinated, and I used to spend many hours debating on social media, on Twitter when it was Twitter, and I started doing videos because originally I started doing it because I wanted to build a platform for my book, which is coming out this year. And then I realized that I actually care more about what I'm doing here than I do about the book, as much as I would love to see the book do well. These exchanges and the community building and the feeling of just doing something really, really worthwhile became an end in its own right. So I've been doing it for less than a year, not for long. And I love it. It's the best work I've ever done. And this is what I'm now going to do for the rest of my life. So,
but so far, yeah. Like so far you've been, like, I've watched all your content, like I really do enjoy what you put out. Like I really do enjoy the dialectics you engage with, especially when, you know, you expose the harrowing reality of some Christians and what they actually believe. Same with Muslims.
Thank you.
I wanted to say, yes, of course. I wanted to say, so when you're engaging with dialectics, I would, like usually with the other man in the call, what's your name?
With Sean.
The other man.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I'm Sean.
Sean. Okay, yeah. Nice to meet you, Sean. So usually when you debate with Sean and you're like, I notice you guys usually have very saturated conversations around Christians. So what I mean by saturated is that usually you have conversations that roll, like kind of circulate the same topics. Do you think you particularly do that like intentionally? Like, do you particularly confront Christians with these questions, or do you think it's naturally something that comes about as a result of what you actually ask them to debate with?
I think they just, these are the questions that, and the kinds of discussions that I judge to be, and Sean judges to be, useful to drive home the points we want to drive home, which is that there's no ethics to be found in these doctrines that you can't find elsewhere, and there's a lot of evil and horrible stuff to be found in them which is unnecessary, and that there are just no good reasons to believe this stuff and lots of reasons to reject it. And so invariably you are going to end up having the same kind of conversations over and over again. But I like to think that each one is slightly different, and people come in with different takes on things and different perspectives. And sometimes people say, well, you're never going to change the mind of that person. And I'm like, I know that. I realize that. It's almost never happens. It's happened a couple of times, but most of the time you're not gonna change the mind of the person you're speaking to. But I know that 10 or 20 or 50,000 people are going to listen to this conversation over the course of the next few weeks, and it might change some of their minds, and it might equip people with arguments that they can then use in their own lives, or ways of thinking about things. So I'm never just focusing on just the person we're speaking to, and that's why I don't really mind having the same conversations over and over, because you never know who's listening, and you never know who might gain something. And when I watch this stuff, because I'm a consumer of this type of content as well as a creator, I don't mind hearing the same stuff coming over and over, because I find it interesting, and I find it interesting to see how different people engage with it or fail to engage with it. Sometimes it's a bit kind of car wrecky, and it's interesting. I kind of can't look away. There's a satisfaction in watching someone come in confident and leave with their argument in tatters. There's just something amusing about that and interesting. So that's why I watch this kind of stuff, and that's kind of what we try to do here, just in the name of legitimizing honest non-belief.
I agree. I enjoy it as well. Like especially when you have dialectics, right? I think and clearly see that. Well, may not be for the theist who's having their arguments this manner, but you're certainly enjoying yourself whenever it happens, because you're making the point clearer more and more. I want to ask you, like, specifically about some things, because, like, I noticed that this particular like objection is brought up when you, as an atheist, is being confronted by a theist, which is how you ground morals. And I, as someone here who has also asked that question, I got to be honest, I find it a bit confusing why this is even a question, because I don't think I'm foolish to say that morals aren't things that are grounded, but rather just an internal system. Like, I don't think.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, like, I don't think these are things that are grounded inherently. I don't think they're necessarily like. I mean, you can correct me if you think my outlook is inconsistent, but I don't think these are things that are just simply like arbitrary. I think it's an internal system, the same like that develops the same way as our comprehension of actual real life things does. Like, for example, I believe this was first formulated like a similar theory by Alan Gurwith. He was a secular humanist philosopher, I believe. He formulated the principle of generic consistency, which was basically arguing for a sort of like objective moral framework, but didn't need a god to ground it in. But in this case, he kind of stretched out the semantics of objective to not mean mind independent, but to actually refer strictly to something that would be if otherwise would lead to a contradiction. So, like when I was first starting this argument, a common analogy we used to like articulate its content was to say, for example, like the game of chess is not something that exists outside of the human mind. Like the game of chess can only be comprehended by a mind. But once you comprehend the game of chess, there are laws and like rules you follow to grant it a cohesive ideology. So, for example, you can't move a rook diagonally. Otherwise, like you would have committed a fatal mistake. You can't do that. It would be a contradiction. So how he grounded objective morality is that whilst it still depended on a mind to generate that thought, once it did generate that thought, that system, laws and regulations would fall in place. And he actually he did a relation. So he like did a relational field type thing where he actually connected this to like linguistics and language, where language doesn't exist outside the human mind. But once it does, it is generated by the human. There are laws and rules you follow to actually use it cohesively and properly to articulate like actual real life descriptions of things in the most logical way possible. And
I think, sorry, go ahead.
I was saying that I just want to finish off here and I want to see what you gentlemen think. How he managed to formulate this argument was that he would say that it wouldn't be arbitrary because a specific orientation of priorities would be required to actually strengthen to actually optimize these moral structures as best as possible. So like, for example, like he used, I think this was in a debate I had, I used, for example, like weighing up the priorities you have in certain situations to optimize for the best moral outcome. So for example, let's say you're walking to a convenience store to buy milk, and on your way, you see a cat struggling on the floor, clearly injured. You'd weigh up the priority of getting milk, and then you weigh up the priority of helping the cat. And then obviously, because of the urgency of the situation, you'd shift the priority to helping the cat. Thus, the orientation of priorities, depending on the moral structure you actually choose to work with, optimizes it for the best way possible. I think that's the only way an objective moral framework could ever actually be established.
I think you may be right, and Ian might be someone who you would talk to about that because he is one who holds to an objective moral framework for ethics. For me, that's a bit like it's into the kind of philosophical weeds a bit more than I feel like I need to go. Because I'll speak about this philosophy stuff to the extent that it's necessary in order to communicate my distaste for these religious ideas and why they don't work. But I just wonder if this discussion is drifting a little bit outside the range of kind of do you know what I mean? It's kind of not really what people are here for. But I really appreciate you calling in and your kind words, Mikhail, and you definitely win Voice of the Night, no question.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask one more question. Just one
last
more
one,
question.
because we got Ether waiting, and I don't want to keep him waiting too long.
So I just wanted. This was out of pure curiosity. You know Ems, the ex-Muslim doctor. How did you meet him? Just
on here. He just turned up in the live one day, like Batman, and
okay.
Yeah. So that's it.
Just curious because you guys are all interconnected. But thank you for having me up for
sure.
this discussion.
Thanks, man. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate you. Thanks, Mikhail. Okay. There we go. What a voice. Okay, we are going to speak again to Aether, who was in last week. We had a chat with Aether, I think, on Saturday, I think it was. Ether, are you there? Hopefully. So,
Ether.
Are you there, Ether? Usual business. Come on. There we go. I saw you a moment ago. I actually saw you. Your camera was on. Your camera's now off, but trying to get you in, and we cannot. Usual stuff. So irritating. Nope, that's not working. So, Ether, if you just want to either refresh your browser or come out and come back in, then we will be able to hear you. Okay, I'm going to drop that down right now. Hopefully he will be back. We're not going to wait around for that. Read some messages, and I'm sure he'll be back up in a second. Okay, so Dade, where is it? There you go. Dade Murphy said, excuse me, I don't even see the point in arguing what a god could do when we know not what it is. I don't care what it isn't. I want to know what it is. So yeah, that's kind of how I felt about that discussion a little bit too. Hypothesizing about what might be different if God had different properties or stuff like that. I'm just not. I couldn't quite see where the value would be for a theist in that conversation who's got their own ideas of God's properties. Right. So I see Ether back again.
My camera,
there we go.
It says it's working.
Yep, we've got you. We've got you. We can hear you, and we can see you. So welcome back, Ether. Nice to have you back again. What would you like to say today?
Okay, so I think we had a conversation on Saturday.
Yeah.
About I thought first doxastic and voluntarism.
Yep.
And after the problem of suffering.
Yeah.
So I think that we ran out of time. That Saturday it was quite a long conversation.
Yeah.
So I would like to start first with the problem of hell, and then see if we can go back to the nature of suffering. I think that the two are related, in fact.
Sure.
Like hell is
one
ramification.
So the issue of hell really is as presented in Christian theology is that it's a consequence of not believing or not having a relationship with God and Jesus. Is that if you don't have that relationship, then you're deemed to have rejected him, and the consequence of that rejection is hell. And then there's obviously a spectrum of ideas in terms of what that actually entails, right? Some people think that it is literally torture. Some people think that it's not literally torture. It's just some sort of separation from God. I don't think that the separation idea holds up when you actually look at the Bible. You actually look at Jesus's own words about hell. He certainly was not describing something which is mere separation from God, because separation from God is something that arguably a bunch of us have now and are completely fine with. I'm separated from God. I don't have a relationship with God, and I'm pretty content.
John, every time I quiz, when somebody says separate, and I'm not going to speak for everyone, but every time I've had the conversation with a Christian, it's separation from God.
Yeah.
I'll ask them. I will ask them to, describe that to me. Is it just me and John having a beer at the pub and God's not hanging around us? And it is inevitably, it's just the same old torture. It's just a euphemism. You're separated from God. Yeah, you're screaming in agony and you're on fire, but it's just separation from God. It's a euphemism. It's dishonest.
What do you think it is, Ether? What's your idea of hell, and who deserves it?
Well, since I quite agree with several points of doxastic involuntarism, I do not think that everyone that is exactly not Christian deserves hell. I think that people that are resistant believers deserve hell, not non-resistant non-believers. So I think that it's much more fair than saying everyone that is not thinking like me is automatically damned. I really don't think so, and I cannot think so. For me, it's horrible to think in that way.
Is hell eternal torture in your mind, as far as what you believe?
No, I am an annihilationist.
Okay, so unalivement, capital punishment, basically, is what hell is. Is there temporary torture, like somebody's burnt to a crisp and then they're no longer with us?
Well, I am not a dogmatic person on the nature of suffering, but I see, for example, there are some verses talking about fire, and there are some other verses.
Yeah, your connection is not great. Great for some reason. I wonder if you've got Ether. Ether, sorry, we're having some problems with your signal, and I wonder if it might be because of your video feed might be eating up your bandwidth. Shall we turn your camera off and see if that improves the audio, because we're losing you a little bit there. Just for a minute, let's turn your camera off and see if that improves the.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. I can hear you. So I'm not going to overly critique like whether your belief is justified biblically or dig into all that. I just want to sort of address what your position is. So non-resistant non-believers will not go to Helltown. Resistant believers will. Hell is annihilation. And my question to you was, does that just mean everyone who goes to hell, really they just stay deceased, or is there some suffering that takes place before the unalivement or annihilation, as you put it?
I think that it depends. It is not the same suffering for every person, because you know that verse that says that person that does a lot of evil is going to be punished a lot, and who does little evil is going to suffer little. And I think that this verse is a great problem with the idea of eternal conscious torment, because if you make one evil mistake or 1,000, it's basically the same outcome. Mm-hmm. And I think that is not biblically compatible. Also, I know that many people say that like everyone has the position of eternal conscious torment, but I think that if you look at the early church, there were like 6 different schools of interpretation, and only one of that schools was eternal conscious torment. There were other ideas like universalism, annihilationism, and only after Augustine of Hipona, the idea of eternal torment became widespread.
I'll let you guys argue amongst yourselves about what hell is, because I mean that can go on a while. But basically, from your standpoint, there's going to be certain levels of suffering, certain amount of suffering depending on the person. So hell is proportional, but it ultimately for everyone ends up being capital punishment to where they cease to exist. They are unalived, and their eternal soul is like no more. And so you said you think resistant non-believers deserve that. So if I'm Bob and I don't like religion, I don't want anything to do with any gods, but I'm living my life and I'm not a terrible person. You know, everyone has normal life transgressions. Bob is no different. And someone tries to proselytize to Bob, and Bob's like, hey, you know what? Keep that Jesus stuff to yourself. I don't want to hear that. Bob deserves to be tortured for some finite time and unalived for that?
Well, I think that we as humans are mortal. We are in 1 Timothy 6:17. It says that immortality is something that only God has. In Romans 6.
Respectfully, is that a yes or no? Because I don't feel like it's going to get to yes or no.
Well, my point is that I don't see it like capital punishment, but a conscious decision to die. Because if we do not go to God to get eternal life, we get the natural result that is death.
So somebody who doesn't know that eternal life is even a thing, has decided not to have a thing that they don't even know exists? Because you're basically saying Bob is deciding to be unalived. Well, Bob doesn't even know that whole realm even exists, right? So he's not deciding that, is he?
Well, I think I would reframe the position. I would say that if Bob, I think I am quite sure that Bob, in that case, is indifferent to the idea of dying. He says, "I don't want any church, any God. And if I die, it's okay."
No, to me, that's lunacy to be able to ascertain Bob's his position or his preference when it comes to death, when it comes to like, he doesn't believe in any religious crap. He doesn't want to hear it. He's resistant to hearing anything about Jesus or any religion. Yeah. He's resistant. And my question to you was, does Bob deserve to be unalived and tortured for some amount of time, even if it's a fraction of a second, or even just unalived period? Does he actually deserve that just because he doesn't want no religious nonsense being preached to him?
I think that in that scenario, Bob has voluntarily renounced to the possibility of eternal life.
Voluntarily renounced?
But he hasn't done that explicitly, has he? This is where the bait and switch happens. Because Bob, in your example, doesn't know what he's rejecting. What you're suggesting is that when you call someone a resistant non-believer, you're implying that they understand what it is that's at stake there, right? That they're deliberately choosing to annihilate themselves, which is not really what's going on here. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's a justified claim that you can make. Because if someone really, really understands this stuff, if somebody really knows that their eternal existence depends on this relationship, very few people are going to go, "It's all right, count me out. I'm gonna vote for the being extinguished and not existing anymore." That's not going to happen, is it?
Well, I wouldn't agree with you, because I know people that they say, "I want to cease to exist in some point." There are people that I know that are afraid of immortality. They are afraid of the idea of heaven, and they voluntarily choose death, and they are okay with that.
What percentage of these resistant non-believers that you mentioned who deserve hell are people who essentially are signing up for celestial euthanasia, is what you're describing now, to say, "I don't want to continue to exist. I want to be snuffed out." Is it 10%, 100%, 90%?
I cannot read the human mind, but I think that it's a significant percentage. But anyways, the thing is that any person that you are describing as Bob, I think that really doesn't care a lot about spirituality, eternal life, anything.
No.
He's just trying to live his life.
You're making a huge assumption there. So if somebody actually, now I could see somebody saying, "Live for eternity," no one would choose eternal flame. But let's just take the torture out of it and just say annihilation or eternal life. Some people may make an informed decision to have I just like my life ended and I'm an autonomous being, and okay, fine. That's an informed decision. Somebody who doesn't believe any of that and gets annoyed by people preaching at them, they're resistant to like new information because they just don't believe it. They're not making an informed decision to not have an afterlife. They just don't believe an afterlife exists. Now, they're resistant to being preached at or what have you, but they're not like deciding. They're not deciding to be unalived in the afterlife. They just don't believe the afterlife exists, and they're resistant to information that may or may not end up convincing them.
I understand. So I I think that perhaps we do not have the exact same definition of non-resistant, non-believer, but I would introduce. For me, it's someone that is starting to feeling to in his mind that the idea of God, Christianity, everything that this is real, that has a real chance of being true. That he says, "Screw it all. I know it's probably real, but I don't want it."
Then that's actually a believer. That's a believer who's going through the motions of like pretending not to believe. Once they know in their mind that it's likely true, that is by definition a believer.
And your position isn't biblical. More importantly, even.
Why?
Because the Bible says very clearly in various places that a requirement for being condemned is just non-belief. It doesn't say that the requirement is that you do kind of believe, but you've decided you don't like it. That's a very personal interpretation that I think you're bringing, but it's not supported by the relevant text in the Bible. It's not, if you read 2 Thessalonians, it doesn't talk about somebody knowing it's true but not wanting to go by it. It talks about people who don't obey the gospel, or rather, Mark 16:16, people who don't believe. One who does not believe will be condemned. John 3:18, similar kind of language. Those who do not believe are condemned already. Revelation 21:8. The apistos, right? The people who are non-believers.
Yes, apistos.
Right, apistos, right? Apistos doesn't mean that you think it's true, really, but you just don't want to go along with it. It means you don't believe. It's the faithless, the non-believers. They are the people who are going to be thrown in the burning lake of sulfur. So the position you're describing is not biblical.
Well, I would say that this is not my idea. I often like to see the position of the main religions. And for example, I have studied here in the university the 3 conditions for a sin to be mortal sin. That is a sin that casts you out of the possibility of eternal happiness. And a mortal sin has to be with a complete consciousness and complete awareness of the consequences of what you're doing, also with freedom of action without external pressure, and also with free will. That 3 conditions. So if you're saying, what if Bob is not completely aware of the consequences of his decision? Well, we are not fulfilling the 3 steps to be a mortal sin.
Yeah, but that's not what the text supports. That might be your interpretation, and it may be the interpretation of someone else too that you've sort of taken.
It's not someone else. It's practically the whole Christendom.
Well, it's not, because we speak to people here all the time who have a different view on that, and there are tens of millions of people in the US alone who hold a very different view. I mean, you can't say it's the whole of Christendom. It's just not true.
Fundamentalist evangelicals. No, fundamentalist evangelicals. I say that because here I think that I know the official positions of many denominations, because I have studied them, and I know that there are many people out there that do not hold to the official teachings of their church. I know that I have seen firsthand with a lot of people that I personally know. I have seen people going, for example, to a Catholic school and thinking that the Trinity is one person. That is not the Trinity. They just don't know. I think that perhaps 80% of Christians don't completely know the official theology.
But this is the funny thing about religion, right? And this is sort of why Sean said earlier, like, get back to us when you guys have figured out what you believe. Everyone within every religion thinks that they have the right religion and everyone else has got it wrong. Then everyone within that specific religion thinks that they have the correct interpretation of that religion, and everyone else within that religion who has a different interpretation has got it wrong. And this is part of why religion is silly, because It's people making completely unfalsifiable claims about magical creatures and entities and rules for which there's absolutely no evidence. And this is why I say it's basically a bedtime story. The whole thing is just a load of nonsense. And we were talking last time after you came in. We were talking about how obviously intelligent you were, and how what a complete waste of your brain power it is that you spend so much time thinking about this obvious bullshit, where you could be using that smart brain of yours to do something more worthwhile, with the cycles of your mind.
I am in medical school.
You're at medical school.
yeah.
Okay, well, good. That's
Yeah.
fantastic. I'm
Yeah.
glad that you are. Focus on that and stop worrying about, magical beings and people being sent to hell and wizard stuff. Stop worrying about wizard stuff.
I am 1 year from graduating, and my grades are quite good. So it is for me. It's not that I suffer thinking about these, let's say, theological questions.
Fair enough.
It's like more a relief of mine. I studied, and when I am tired of studying, I just go to another things like theology or philosophy or archaeology. I love archaeology, for example. And for me, it's funny. Really, it's funny.
Well, we're glad that your mind isn't being wasted. I'm genuinely pleased about that, and I'm sure you'll be a wonderful doctor because you're obviously a smart guy. We're gonna move it on because we have another in the queue. I don't want to leave them waiting too long. So come back again another time, and we'll talk about the other thing that you wanted to talk about. Then is that fair?
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Ether.
Problem of evil.
Problem of evil.
Okay.
One of our favorites. Speak about it. Speak about it then. Thanks, Ether. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. We will get in now, Greg, on the YouTube side. Greg, are you there? I don't see the audio connection yet again. Same issue.
Greg.
We may have to go around the block. Greg may have to go out and back in, unless he's watching the stream, in which case this will arrive in his mind in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, wait, I heard him.
Yeah, there we go. All right. Hey, Greg, how you doing?
Oh, good. How's it going?
Yeah, good indeed.
So,
can you get your name up on the board?
yeah, I'm not here to debate atheism. I am thinking a whole different point here that I just wanted to discuss with you. So it seems to me that evolution selects for religion because evolution doesn't care about being right. It cares about how many babies you can throw in the system.
Yeah.
And
what you're talking about.
Yep. And so, like, you see the Muslims, they're having tons of babies. Lots of Christians have lots of babies. But you see, but then what seems to be surprising, what I think keeps so many Christians and Muslims from becoming atheists is because they look towards what a lot of atheists seem to be doing, what seems like anyway, or at least seems to be a majority, that they turn on the naturalism that they espouse to believe by saying, okay, let's let the men kiss the men. Well, that doesn't put more babies into the system. Well, let's kill our babies. Well, that doesn't put more babies in the system. So the logic is kind of missing between what they practice and what they say they believe. And I don't think that...
I think you're missing the point here. I think you're missing the point here.
Okay.
That evolution doesn't care about what people's beliefs are. Evolution is just a biological principle whereby those that are genetically most suited to the environment reproductively have differential, have success, right? Differential success reproductively. So I don't see the connection. Like, I'm not going to say I need to have more babies because of evolution, or I don't quite see where your argument's going there.
Yeah, evolution is just a phenomenon. It's something that happens with existing life. It's not a deity that we worship. It doesn't have a goal. It's just a fact of biology. Like, I don't know. You're speaking about it as if it's like from your own framework. You're used to having a religion with goals and like meaning derived from evolution. Is just a fact of biology, much like heliocentric theory, which is the theory that all the planets revolve around the sun. is a fact of cosmology. It's not, you're tying way more to it than is there.
And if I understood you correctly, Greg, you said that somebody who accepts evolution should be disinclined to have a relationship with another person of the same sex because they won't be able to have a child. If that really is your argument, that's a tragic misunderstanding of so many different aspects. Because first of all, it presumes that all people want to have children and some people don't want to have children. Secondly, it presumes that that would be their aim. I mean, somebody who is attracted to a person of the same sex is just attracted to a person of the same sex. That's just how it is. Yeah. You wouldn't say, I don't want to do that because evolution wants me to do something different. That's not how it works. It's not a political agenda. Is that really your position?
Well, it wouldn't prosper the species. I mean, that's not what you see in nature. You don't see two men raising.
But that's not what evolution is. Evolution doesn't mean if you're a person who is scientifically educated and literate and you understand how evolution works and what it is, you don't say, I must now do things to propagate to further my species consciously. That's not what it means. That's to misunderstand both human nature and evolution all in one argument. Surely you're not serious.
Well, I tend to agree, but as far as you'll become a part of the tribe, if you defend that tribe and you promulgate that tribe, and then evolution will happen because your tribe's going to be the victor. I think the honest future is, rather than seeing a future where we're going to have Star Trek: The Next Generation, just to be real honest, the way evolution tends to work, the dominant tribe is going to win. I honestly think the world's far more likely to become Muslim.
That's not how
evolution has got nothing to do with this. You're very confused, friend. Evolution has got nothing to do with like dominant tribes winning. That's not how it works. Evolution is a biological principle, and same-sex attraction is a thing in nature. It's part of nature. So, and it wouldn't be a part of nature if evolution hadn't selected for it in some way, right? Because if there'd been enough evolutionary pressure against it, it would have been selected out and it wouldn't be a feature of nature. And yet we find it across the animal kingdom in lots of different species. So I think you're managing at once to both misunderstand what evolution actually is and assume that it operates on things like the level of which tribes are going to be stronger. That's not how evolution works. And you're also managing to misunderstand the human motivation that people might have, that if they don't subscribe to a religious view, that they are all going to be oriented towards trying to make the rules of evolution happen. That's just not how human beings work. Your position is very naive.
I don't think they're doing it for the purpose of promoting evolution. They'll have their own beliefs and viewpoints, but running in the background will be the process of evolution, and that is what will ultimately decide what will happen. And they will inadvertently, through their actions, through their dominance, through their procreation, through their worldviews, through their various religions, are going to allow that process to happen to them, because that's where the babies come from. They're not coming from the
Do you actually believe in evolution, biological evolution, as an explanation for the diversity of life?
For most of my life, I didn't. And now I'm probably leaning towards it, probably 75%.
Okay, so you think it's likely true, but you're not you don't feel strongly certain. Okay,
I feel more strongly than less strongly.
Because you keep talking about like this species here asserting dominance over this. Are you referring to survival of the fittest?
Right. Okay, because if
all right, you have a misunderstanding of what that means. Survival of the fittest isn't like I'm gonna dominate you because I'm more physically fit or what have you. It's basically the species that are fit for the environment will survive. So like none of us here, in fact, on the surface of the earth, would survive at the bottom of the Mariana Trench because we are not fit for that environment. We would get absolutely crushed, right? But there are species of life who exists like deep in, I'm pretty sure at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but there's other animals that survive. If you put us naked in the snow in Antarctica, we're not going to survive very few minutes, right? We're going to freeze to death. but other species of life are fit for that environment. So it's survival of the fittest for that respective environment. That's all that means. It's not like dominance over each other per se. That is, and it just for biological evolution to work, the only thing that needs to happen is for us to live long enough to go far enough into sexual maturity to where we are likely to have kids. The rest is just a bonus. Once we have offspring, natural selection has taken its course at that point. And if you live a little longer, you might have more kids, but that's basically it. And if like 3% of the population aren't same-sex attracted, that doesn't do anything against evolution. It doesn't really affect the overall population anyway. It is a fact of biology that some gay people exist, and being gay isn't just something you just choose, it's just something you are. So
being fit for one little aspect of your environment, being allowed to reproduce, is one aspect of evolution, but it also sometimes is when a more dominant, more aggressive species dominates the rest of the species, and it wins out and its genes are passed on. So there's that aspect too. And when we as humans do that through our intellect and we go out and we dominate other parts of nature, then we pass on our genes. And that's what the Muslims and Christians are doing. And I don't think we can deny that that's also a part of evolution as well. That's happening.
It's not evolution. It's not evolution because there's genetically there are more differences between people within one of those groups than between you and that group. So evolution is not operating on the basis of groups of people who affiliate with particular religious traditions.
Right.
That's just not how it works.
In fact, the way evolution works is through allele frequencies of your genetics, right? That's how it works. Human beings, we share 99.9% of the same DNA as each other. So in theory, your hypothesis would be worth even looking at if there was like a genetic difference between Muslims and Christians, for example, but there isn't. So there's nothing being selected for in that case.
There's nothing for evolution to work with. This is nothing to do with evolution. Now, if you're talking about cultural trends, if you're talking about differential birth rates having effects on demographics, then that's a different subject. But that's nothing to do with evolution. That's to do with population studies and, as I said, demography and sociology. That's a completely different thing. I would grant that people in certain cultures are having more kids. Yeah, sure. That's a thing. And that
so would that not represent some of, if the Muslims are having the more kids, would that not represent that there's a likelihood of them having a dominant trait or probably somewhere in the genes?
Nothing to do with genes. No, it's got nothing to do with dominant traits or genes.
That's the point.
It's just to do with cultural norms. So if there's a particular group of people, for example, Catholics who don't practice birth control, they're going to have within a population, they're going to have more children than another group of people who do practice birth control for obvious reasons. But there's no dominant genes. There's no nothing
Catholic gene. There's no Muslim gene.
I would strongly urge you to stop using the word evolution in any discussions about this because it's literally zero to do with evolution.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I find it confusing because if there's no aggression gene, how is there a gay gene?
I didn't say there's no aggression gene. Certainly, aggressiveness can have genetic components to it, but there's no Catholic gene. There's no Muslim gene.
Right.
If it doesn't involve genetics, and I'm not even saying all things that involve genetics involve evolution, but if it doesn't involve genetics, it has all to do with evolution.
Evolution is a principle.
Sure I fully understood that.
Well, evolution is a principle in biology, and I think, respectfully to you, I think you're struggling to understand this because it sounds to me like you don't really understand what evolution is. Because if you're saying you're 75% convinced that it's true, that is suggestive of a, again, I don't mean this with any disrespect, it's suggestive of a not very high level of scientific literacy on your part with respect to this topic. And I would strongly suggest that you read some basic books on how evolution works, what it is. You need to understand what an allele means, for example. You need to understand the idea of genetic space and the idea of how genes propagate through populations, and how evolution actually operates at the level of the gene, not at the level of groups of people, or even particularly at the level of individual people. Evolution actually works at the level of individual genes which exist in an environment competing with other genes within organisms. It sounds to me like you don't have a very sophisticated understanding of this, and that's why you're, again, respectfully, making such a terrible argument, which is to tie evolution into religion. It doesn't work. Just doesn't work.
Well, it's an honest discussion. I'm not claiming to be fully knowledgeable and to know everything, or to claim absolute authority or anything here.
I'm not impugning your honesty. I'm just saying that
no, I know you're not.
It's an area where if you want to talk about this stuff, you could probably, it would be good for you to just become a bit better acquainted with the science behind it, and then you yourself will realize why this is a non-argument, and you won't need other people to tell you.
In my mind, it feels like, it sounds like you're, it feels like you're saying it's not the genes, but it is the genes, and kind of vice versa. I don't know. It's very confusing on how these things don't apply to.
I've been fairly clear. It's nothing to do with genes.
The bigger picture that I get.
Yeah, your claim about differential birth rates in particular groups of people like Muslims is nothing to do with genes. Genetics has literally zero to do with it. I've already explained. It's to do with cultural differences, differential birth rates, traditions wherein people have larger families. People in certain areas and in certain cultures are less likely to have larger families. So that means that you just get shifting demographics. But that's nothing to do with genes. It's nothing to do with evolution. It's a mistake to.
But it would still be running in the background. So, like, take a hypothetical example. This isn't true, so it'll just be silly. Let's say all Muslims have blue hair, and so if they're dominant and they kill everybody else and have more babies, then there's going to be more people with blue hair.
Yes. So
you know what I'm saying?
Yes, so but the reason why your argument fails is that hypothetical never comes to fruition, because there are no genetic differences. There are no genetic traits that are common only to Muslims. This is why it's a stupid argument. In the same way, there are no genetic differences. There's no way you can look at somebody's genome and identify that they're a capitalist. There's no way that you can look at somebody's genome and infer what type of music they like, or infer whether they are a moral relativist or a moral objectivist. You can't do it. There's nothing. It's got nothing to do with genetics, and all the stuff you're talking about is. It just sounds to me like you're a bit freaked out about changes in world population, and the fact that in certain parts of the world, in fact, globally, certain cultures are encouraging people to have more kids than others. And so, yes, it's likely that at some point in the next few decades, I think it might be around 2050, but don't quote me on that, that Islam may become the majority religion in the world, because people in Islamic majority countries are having more kids and having larger families, and so the population is shifting. But that's nothing to do with evolution, and there are no specific genetic traits that you can identify as being Muslim traits that are then going to predominate the world, which is why I say if you want to have a discussion about sociology and demographics, then that's the domain for that, but it's not evolution.
Well, I mean, that makes a little more sense than what you were saying before. So, I mean, I get that a little bit more now from that. Yeah. So, because you said there's no such thing as a Muslim gene or something like that, because Muslims can be across the entire spectrum. So that, I mean, there's some logic there. I get that. That makes more sense than what you were saying previously.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I
now
hope
it does concern me though, as far as the future. So you're not wrong. Like, okay, so the changing demographics do concern me because I mean, in the future, I would love to see, a Star Trek: The Next Generation sort of lifestyle more than going back to the 6th century barbarism. And I think I don't know what it is about atheists, but they tend to just take that liberal view. And I tend to think if more atheists took a more conservative view, that a whole lot more people would be more apt to want to look into it, because they look at it and they go, man, there's something crazy about that. How come they want to kill their babies? That's not putting more babies in the system,
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who wants to kill their babies. I have absolutely
no, I'm talking
no
about
clue.
like abortion. I'm using
abortion isn't people. Abortion isn't
people.
people killing their babies. Abortion is healthcare for pregnant women. So we're not going to get into that discussion now. That's a horrific way to.
I won't delve into that because that was just such a like seemingly intentionally dishonest framing.
Yeah, nobody is deciding to kill their babies. That's a horrific thing to say. And I wouldn't be too quick also to overgeneralize about what atheists think and want. And you will find that, atheism is just not being convinced a God exists. Within the community of people who are atheists, you're going to find people completely across the political spectrum. You're going to find people who are politically left-leaning, people who are politically right-leaning, whatever these terms even mean anymore. You're going to find people who are socially left-leaning but fiscally right-leaning, and vice versa. Mm-hmm. You're going to find people who are very, very hard right, and people who are very, very hard left. You're going to find communists. You're going to find free market libertarians. You're going to find everything. Mm-hmm. Atheism just means not believing in a God. That's it. That's all you can infer about someone.
That's true, but it seems
not technically. In the real world, that's what it means.
It feels like the proportions are more skewered toward the left.
In which country?
At least Western countries. That seems to have the predominance.
In which Western country?
In the U.S., the right is religious dominance over the country, and so you're going to have if I don't believe in any religion or any God, and I have a bunch of God believers over here trying to assert religious dominance over me, of course I'm going to oppose them.
Yeah. I mean, there's a rise of Christian nationalism in the United States at the moment, and a lot of the pushback to that is coming from the other side of the political divide, where people are sickened by that, and you're going to find a lot of non-religious people and a lot of non-believers are activated against that. But it's certainly the case that in other places in the world, not having a religious belief doesn't commit you to any particular political affiliation at all. I think your view is quite US-centric. And I think
it doesn't have to, but it does. Especially, that seems to be it seems to be like that's why England, for example, is being taken over by Muslims.
England is. Hang on a second. England is not being taken over by Muslims. You've been watching Fox News and OAN too much, my friend. Honestly, I live here. I walk the streets of London. I've been here all my life. I can assure you, England is not being taken over by anyone. This is tinfoil hat, crackpot conspiracy theory bullshit. Don't be so gullible. It looks like your understanding of geopolitics is on the same level as your understanding of biological evolution. Learn something. Stop being silly.
Okay, well, is it... Now, you're there. I'm not there. So is it true that London used to be, 100% white? Now it's about 20% white?
No, and I don't know why you're jumping from Muslim to white. So you're now jumping from religious affiliation to skin color. I'm all sorts of red flags flying around here right now. So there might have been a time when the population of London was very, very Caucasian, but there was a mass migration of people into the United Kingdom from all over the world over the last few hundred years, and we have a very diverse population here now. And it might be the case that the percentage of people with white skin in London is significantly lower than it used to be. But normal people don't care about that.
Yeah, so that's crazy that was just on your mind so much that you jumped right from religion, which is color neutral, to it used to be all white and now it's 20% white. And just a quick Google search from the UK census from 2021, 53.8% white. By the way, I don't know why any particular mix would be favored or preferable or what have you. Color is freaking arbitrary, you know.
And quite a lot of Muslims are white, by the way.
Yeah, 53%, 53.8% white, Asian or Asian British, 20.8%, and on. There's a mix there. But why does that matter?
I think you've got a little bit of a racist thing going on, if I'm honest. That's what I'm sensing. I just don't think you like people with dark skin. Is that what this is about, Greg?
Well, like you said, Islam is not a race. I'm more concerned about Islam itself than a color.
Why'd you bring up white people?
Well, my understanding is that most of the people that are taking over London is
nobody's
Muslims.
taking over London.
Well, that is replacing the white population.
Nobody's replacing the white population in London. Honestly,
Yeah.
you are just sounding like the people who march through streets with tiki torches right now. This is just silly. Greg, I think you need to retool, my friend. I think we might leave this here because we're not talking about religion now. We're just talking about, you trying not to appear as racist as you obviously are. And I think it's a little bit not great. So go and have a think about that. Broaden your news intake. Stop spending so much time on right-wing conspiracy FM or us because it's frying your mind and making you sound a bit silly. So we'll see you again. Take it easy. Okay, that was it. Enough casual racism for the evening.
That just took
we'll move
a
on.
turn.
But I had a feeling it might kind of go that way.
Just straight to, but Muslims, blah blah blah, and then all of a sudden, it used to be all white. Now it's 20% white. Like, where did this come from?
Yeah, it's
in his mind. So that's what was happening. Was in his mind, you had Muslims like these brown people and scary, and
Yeah. The savages at the door or some crazy shit like that. Okay, let's move it along. We've got a few in the queue, so we're going to get it moving. We're going to bring in looks like Muller or Mullers on the TikTok side, and when the TikTok machine works, trying to bring Muller in right now. Not sure if that's going to work. May not work. So we may.
He looks into me.
May have to drop Muller down possibly because that's not working. Not resolving. So Muller, if you want to come back in, just request up again. And we'll get you in. And while we wait for that, because that was not seeming like it's going to happen, we will bring in Kelly Weber. Hopefully that will work a little bit better. Hey, Kelly.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We are very well indeed. How are you?
Good. I called a little while back. I'm an atheist, and I just had a couple points. That previous caller angered me, so I kept requesting up and back down, but anyways, he's gone. What I wanted to talk about and what I thought about when he was talking is the movie Idiocracy. And I think that might have been what he might have been referring to, where the less bright people are having lots and lots of babies and the intelligent people never end up having babies.
Yeah, it is a funny movie. It is a funny movie.
It's hilarious. Mike Judge is amazing, so I love him. But
and worryingly prescient as well.
Well, exactly. And that's kind of where I was coming from. So I'm not a bigot like that caller, obviously, but the more from the religious side, a lot of religious people are having a lot of religious kids, and those religious kids are going to have more religious kids and so on and so forth. So not really like an evolution thing, but a societal thing where they're getting those kids young, they're indoctrinating, making it harder to escape. So that was kind of a fear that I could contend with that he was having, but not like the racist terrible side. So I wonder what your thoughts are on that, because I was cutting in and out. Do you have thoughts on how many religious people are being born and bred from the culture that is enshrined in these religions? It is a concern if there's a particular religion which promotes values that are antithetical to human flourishing and well-being, and I do think that there are problems in Islam in terms of the treatment of women,
and gay people and stuff like that. I worry about that. And if part of that is that they're having lots and lots of babies who are then being indoctrinated into those values, that is a cause for concern, and it's something to discuss and something to be aware of. But it's those kind of conversations have to be had very carefully so that you don't sound like you're discriminating against people rather than ideas, and that you're not tying it into race, and that like you can end up adjacent to some pretty nasty people. You know, you can end up sort of realizing that you're worrying about some of the same things that the people you really hate are worrying about too, and you just need to make sure you don't ever become like them. So I think it's okay to have calm conversations about saying, well, if there are, you know, if there's a rise globally in people who buy into damaging, dangerous ideas, that is something we should be able to have honest conversations about. But we always need to just make sure that we are doing it through a lens of, we must never forget what our values are, and the values are fairness and equality, and, you know, being kind and compassionate, and expecting the best of ourselves and others wherever possible, and being led by those values rather than what we just had demonstrated there, which was just classic in-group, out-group, I don't like the brown-skinned people. That's what we just heard from the other.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I, my dad is like not white, I'll just say. So I definitely understand. He, you know, imparted a lot of experiences that he had, you know, based on that. So that's definitely not where I'm coming from. And I'm very much hate the belief, not the believer type of person. So, you know, why are you believing these things, and how do we move forward in as a community? Like you said, like all together, when, you know, you have your beliefs and that's fine. I don't agree with them. I find some of them horrific. But, you know, let's just maybe not talk about it and move forward as a community. So, while I think it's super important to have these conversations, like let's find the common ground, which hopefully is, you know, human flourishing on this planet that we live on.
We hope so.
So yeah, anyways, I just want to talk about that a bit. And then the fear that I have in terms of religious people who may find their time on earth to be transitory, one may say. So just a temporary 100 years, let's say, in the grand scheme of eternity. So that also terrifies me in a way that I don't really know how to express very well. Maybe that's something you've come across, you know, in your time on this show from an atheist point of view, a lifelong atheist point of view. So I've never truly understood religious belief in a meaningful way. So yeah, that's a fear I have as well that I'd like to work through, I guess. So that's also why I'm here. So
yeah, I mean, you don't want to be sharing your world with people who are in too much of a hurry to get off it and possibly take you with them, right? It's a bit worrying. And yeah, I think there's a lot to be concerned about here, and we just need to tread carefully when the waters get a bit murky and it gets a little ugly. We just need to make sure we don't get ugly ourselves.
Absolutely. I fully agree. Well, thank you so much, guys. I'll leave it there.
All right. Thank you so much, Kelly.
Take care, you guys. Bye.
Thanks. You too. Bye-bye. Okay. We will try to now get in Muller again. It looks like Muller or Mullers. Let's try. Second time lucky. Will it work? Or is it a problem? There we go. So is it Muller or Mullers? Because you've got kind of a Muller and then a dollar sign. How do you say your name?
Muller.
Muller. Okay. Well, there we go. Muller. You're in. And you're up. Thank you for coming back. What would you like to say?
Well, I just want to get a clear understanding of what you mean by God is a bedtime story.
Yeah, like it's not true. It's a fanciful tale in the same way that we tell bedtime stories to kids to kind of not to give them information, but just to sort of soothe them. That's what religion does too. It's something that people say, not to provide information, but just to make people feel better about stuff and try to frame things in a way which is psychologically pleasing, even if there isn't any reason to believe them. And that's why I say it's like a bedtime story. And when I say is a bedtime story, I don't mean it literally is one, because obviously it isn't. But I think it functions a bit like one. That's the purpose here. It's like it's something which is not true and is being told to people and being presented as if it is true. And so I'm reminding everyone, hey guys, this is not actually true. This is more like a bedtime story. It's just cute stories about talking animals and magic boats and all sorts of things like that. Just not true.
Okay. Would you agree with me that it's symbolic?
Yeah, I think some of it is symbolic, and obviously people are going to have disagreements about how much is symbolic, right? I think it's all symbolic, because I don't think that anything in the Bible or the Quran, beyond sort of the most mundane references to places that exist or things events that like censuses and stuff that might have happened, I think it's all basically symbolic. But that's kind of the point, really, because it's not presented as symbolic, right? I wouldn't mind if this stuff was all presented as symbolic. If the priests and pastors and mullahs stood up in their places of worship and said to their congregations, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm about to tell you is just symbolic, and then embarked on reading the passages, it would bother me a lot less. But there's a bait and switch, right? It's presented as being true.
Okay. Do you agree with me that Jesus, according to history, exists one time in history, or do you think it's a fallacy?
I don't think we know. I think there's a consensus amongst experts in this area that there probably was someone on whom these stories are based. So I'm prepared to say for the argument, yes, let's say he probably did.
Okay. So would you agree with me that his message was connecting us to God the Father in us, not a temple, but inside of us?
I don't believe there is a God inside of me, or you, or anybody.
When you keep quiet, what speaks to you when you're not talking? Just keep your mouth shut. Tell me what's talking.
My own mind.
No, are you telling me to keep my mouth shut?
No, I don't think he was. I think he was saying when you're quiet, when we're quiet, what speaks to us. We speak to ourselves. It's normal for human beings to have an inner dialogue. That's quite normal. But when you get to be an adult and not a child, you realize that inner dialogue is just you speaking. It's different aspects of your own mind and of your own awareness. And I often have kind of conversations with myself, if that sounds not too odd.
Yeah.
I'm sort of like negotiate with myself.
Where did I put my where did I put my car keys?
Where did I put my keys? Or
I'll say that out loud even.
Or I know I ought not to eat carbs today, but like I really fancy that whatever, right? That's I don't start to believe that I'm actually speaking to someone else, because I'm not a child.
Okay. So what is the consciousness that helps you differentiate between what is right and what is wrong to you?
I have moral intuitions, which are based on empathy and compassion, and largely are partly instinctive and are partly socialized into me by the environment I grew up in. These are interesting questions to an extent, but they're also fairly mundane. Like, kids are socialized into their values by their families, by their parents, by their primary caregivers, by their environment. No gods are needed for any of this stuff.
So where did the parents get the intuition or the teachings or whatever they pass on to the kids from?
From their parents.
Their life experience. And then they got that from their life experience to include their interaction with their parents and so on.
Is this like the first time you're figuring out that wisdom is passed down and understanding and sort of social values are passed down from generation to generation?
Worth noting also, I think there's a strong biological aspect to it too. We have mirror neurons in our brains that give us the capacity to feel empathy for others, and that plays into it. There's the practical aspect that we're a social species and we have to live in shared societies where the actions of everybody affects all of us. So we want people to behave in a manner that is conducive to our well-being, and therefore we're going to extend that courtesy to them, etc.
So what was the teachings of Jesus? Because I think he's like the avatar. Do you understand? If you've watched
the Avatar
is a representation of Jesus. Do you
Wait.
understand?
Which Avatar?
You know,
the movie.
They play these movies. They are symbolic as well, right?
Look, you can read symbolism into anything, right? We're just interested in what's true. We're just interested in what's true, and the fact that these things, these ideas, are presented to people by the hundreds of millions as being true, and they are almost certainly not true, and they are ridiculous, and in many cases, really, really, really harmful, right? Hundreds of millions of people, billions of people, in fact, told that they have a sinful nature. Now, you might have your own personal interpretation of that and say, the sinful nature is just a metaphor, it's symbolic, whatever. Okay, but the millions of people who are being traumatized with this nonsense aren't told that it's a metaphor or it's symbolic. They're being told that they have a sinful nature and that if they don't do the right things, they're going to be punished forever. And if they love the wrong people, they deserve to be punished for. No, it's beyond dispute that there are people in large numbers being told this stuff.
Life is about balance, you know.
Life may be about balance, but it's still beyond dispute that there are billions of people being told this stuff because we have the demographic data on how many people participate in these religions. And the people participating in these religions, a significant number of them, say these things. So this is beyond dispute.
So what is the guarantee that you are? Why do you think you are right? Why do you think your atheist or being an atheist is better than being moral? I'm not saying religion is correct. Don't get me wrong.
Did you say better than being moral?
Yeah.
You asked why is atheism better than being moral? Those two things are not mutually exclusive. So my moral, I believe atheists can be and many are moral. Yes. If someone tells me their theological position, they've told me nothing about their morality.
True. We human beings, we can be anything we want to be, you know. No judgment.
I mean, just don't, as Sean said, don't draw a line and say that if you don't have a religious belief, that stops you being moral. That's silly, because there are people who are devoutly religious and they put children's heads on stakes, and there are other people who have no religious inclinations at all and they spend their entire lives in the service of others. So I definitely don't go there. That's not a winning avenue of argument for you, my friend.
No, what I'm trying to say is, if you strip people off religion, what do you give them? What do you want them to practice? Like, what would be the moral standard for humanity if
something like humanism, which is just based on which is based on understanding the primacy of compassion and reason. If your driving force in life is to maximize compassion and reason, you're going to live a good life.
Okay. Are you done? Are you done?
Yeah. We're just waiting for you to respond. Do you agree with that?
Okay.
With what John said,
we are having a dialogue here. You know, nobody's right or wrong. We're just having a discussion.
Yeah, that's why I just asked you if you agree with what John said.
So what I want you to differentiate from me is, can you differentiate the truth from facts? What is the difference between truth and facts?
We're jumping subjects here.
I don't think that the distinction between truth and facts is particularly relevant or useful to this discussion. I don't think it is. I'm not sure where you're going with that. But let's just say we're interested in things being true. Let's grant that we can't always know what's true, but we can be more discerning about accepting what's likely true, even if we never know for sure. And I just think that here we are in the 21st century on the cusp of all sorts of incredible new scientific developments and progress in all sorts of areas, from information science to genetics to space exploration to quantum computing to all of this stuff. We really are in an amazing time in human history where we're able to solve many of the great problems, all sorts of stuff going on. And you still have a sizable contingent of people in the world who want to talk about burning bushes and talking donkeys. And it's enough. Time to stop this. Time to stop infecting children's minds with nonsense. Time to stop advocating that it be taught in schools. Time to stop legislating on the basis of wizard stuff. Just enough. It's time to move on. And that's why I say it's a bedtime story, because a bedtime story is also to imply that something is for children. It's not serious. It's playful. It's not about the stuff of really getting on with life and getting it right. And this is what I think God and religion stops us doing. Too many people are spending too much time worrying about too much bullshit, and it's time to stop.
Okay, you're making sense, but I want to ask you if you agree Jesus existed sometime in his human history. You said you believe he existed, right?
Yeah.
What do you think was his message?
First of all, we don't know what his message was, because I think that any of the accounts about anything he said need to be taken very cautiously. So it could be the case that this person actually existed, but we have absolutely no idea what he said, and any of the accounts about anything he said are completely made up. That could be the case. But let's, for a moment, take it at face value and say that he actually did say some of the things he said. Well, I think some of the things he expressed in the Beatitudes, for example, and the Sermon on the Mount were probably interesting lessons, right? We can understand that we should take care of the meek, and we should value the charity, and we should value helping people, and forgiveness is a good value. He said some sensible things, but lumped in with that was a whole load of horrible nonsense that we would never accept from anyone saying those things today. Lumped in with that was, from Jesus himself, was threats about what's going to happen to you if you don't follow him, and what ought to happen to you, and nonsense about hating your family, putting him first beyond even your own family. Why should anybody?
That is wrong. That is the wrong interpretation of the message. You're getting it wrong.
It's not the wrong interpretation of the message. It's exactly what is the words that are attributed to him is what he said.
Is the kingdom of God is inside of you.
Yeah,
he directed us inside of you, not hating your family, is inside of you.
Well, he did actually specifically say, whoever comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, and even life itself cannot be my disciple. So he did specifically.
It is not symbolic. It is symbolic. It doesn't mean you should hate your people. It means you should offload yourself from anything, greed, anger, any negative emotion, right?
So when he said you should hate your family, he didn't actually mean you should hate your family. And when he said I've come to bring division, not peace, he didn't actually mean I've come to bring division, not peace. And this is what I'm saying. People can now spend lots and lots of time that they could be spending on more productive things, arguing about what this mythical figure or this semi-pseudo-historical figure who may or may not have existed in first century Palestine, what his words meant, or what they didn't mean, or how we should interpret them, or to what extent we should take them at face value. Why should we give a shit what he said?
You accepted the morals. Why are you not allowed? Why don't you want me to break it down for you? You told me you believe he existed, he taught morals and all that. But why don't you want me to break it down?
Because why should we care what he said?
Because I feel like you're picking and choosing, No,
I've asked you a question. Why should we care what a man in the Middle East 2,000 years ago had to say? I don't care what he had to say, especially when there's so much disagreement about how to interpret what he said and about what he actually said at all. I mean, there are more important and more useful people in history to pay attention to.
People like
have you spent much time studying the words of the Dalai Lama, for example?
I would love to dive into that.
Right. So you should do that because he actually exists and you can verify what he said. And there are people who have asked him to clarify what he said, and you can read and listen to the interviews, right? So when you start having doubt about did he actually mean what he said, you can listen to the interviews where he was asked for clarification and he provided it. That would be someone who you could listen to. If you're of a mind to start listening to, gurus and people like that to inform you about how to live your life, or you do what I do, which is I just live my life according to the basic principles of compassion and reason, and that gets me through life pretty well. And then I might be interested in what other people say, but it's not that important.
Okay. So you're trying to say basically that we have a choice to live our life the way we want to, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to convince anybody to live the life you're living. We have choice, right?
You have a choice on how to live your life how you want. That's correct.
You can choose to believe there's God. You can choose not to. Right?
You can't choose to believe or not to. No, that's one thing you can't choose. You can only believe something. You can only believe something if you're persuaded it's true. If you're not persuaded it's true, you cannot choose to believe it. No.
That is what I'm saying. If I have seek Him and I find my own truth, right? I can hold on to it, right?
Carry on.
You mean?
What do I mean?
If you seek Him, what do you mean by find your own truth? You mean you become convinced?
Because Jesus said, "Seek me, and you will find me." Because everything you know today, you sought for the knowledge, right?
Is that true in every case?
Yeah.
Do people ever seek Jesus and not find Him?
What?
Do people ever seek Jesus and not find Him?
You will always find Him if you seek Him.
Oh, be careful.
That's factually not true.
Hold on, let me break it down for you. If you seek Jesus, you will see Him. But if you go looking for Him from someone to take you to Him, that might be difficult.
Okay, but if I pray internally to Jesus, if you're there, I want to know you're there. Please show yourself to me. He will 100.
Yes.
He will definitely. Okay, so that didn't work for me or scores of people who are listening to us right now that have gone through similar things. Christians who deconstructed from their religion, wanted to continue believing, prayed on it, prayed to Jesus, got crickets in return. So you're factually not correct on that.
So how do you explain some occurrences that we call miracle, for example, faith, belief?
That's a wild pivot. Like, do you acknowledge that there are people who were Christians, began having doubts, prayed to Jesus to show Himself, and got crickets? Do you deny that that's the case?
But there are some who actually saw Him. Let's not just talk about people that didn't see Him. Maybe they
No. Hang on a minute.
I didn't say.
You made a claim that if you seek Jesus, you will find Him.
If you seek Him properly.
If you seek Him properly.
Properly.
Well, who gets to decide? Who gets to decide whether it's properly or not?
Because if you want to go on a journey, you prepare for it, right?
What if you try to seek Him properly? Like basically, when you say if you seek Jesus, you will find Him, does that really translate into if you seek Jesus in exactly the correct way and you don't know whether it's the correct way or not, you will find Him?
He will manifest Himself to you. You don't have to go look.
Yeah, but there are people, as Sean said, who have spent years trying to do this and have not found Jesus, despite being on their knees, despite praying every day, despite all the best intentions, despite an open heart, despite waiting to open the door and find Jesus there knocking. They open the door and find no one there doing nothing. And your explanation for this is they just weren't looking hard enough. They just weren't seeking enough. All the people who found Him were doing it right, but all the people who didn't find Him, it's all their fault. If you think that there's a God who wants to be found, and I don't know if you do, I'm assuming this based on what you're saying.
He is inside of you. I can tell right now.
Inside of you.
Based on your idea of living compassion and what do you say? Compassion and what?
Reason. Part of living compassionately, part of embracing compassion and reason is not being open to silly ideas like there's a God living inside me right now. And I'm assured by you that I'm going to find him if I look for him hard enough in just the right way. That's not the application of reason. The application of reason demands that I'm extremely skeptical about that claim.
Okay. So why do you want to do good things to people?
Another pivot.
Why do you want to love to your neighbor?
Yeah, because I care about people.
Why do you care? Why?
Because
you have to.
Because I want to live in a world where people look out for each other, because it's going to be good for me, it's going to be good for the people I care about, it's going to be good for everyone, and it makes me feel physically and personally and emotionally good to see people helping other people. And so the way that I help to make that happen is to be one of those people, like be the thing that you want to see around you, right? So that's what I do. And that also human beings, like other hominids, have an instinct for cooperation, because it aids our survival. If we cooperate effectively with each other, it increases our survival chances. So we actually have instincts for cooperation. It's not just an aesthetic preference on my part. It's not just a whim. It's not like an idea that occurred to me one day and I thought, let me try this. It's hardwired into us to cooperate. And that's why I have a strong instinct towards altruism and compassion, because my brain is built that way.
So who built your brain?
Evolution shaped human brains over many, many hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, and in fact, billions of years if you want to look at the whole picture.
13 billion or so, 13 or 14 billion thereabout.
Yeah, not quite on planet Earth. It's more like, I think, 4 or 5. But yeah, that's a different thing, right? So evolution has shaped human minds towards cooperation and empathy. But I feel like we're a little bit all over the map here. So as we pull this to a close, Muller, your claim is that you don't think that there's a God that exists externally, but you think that Jesus exists inside me somewhere, despite me not having given any consent for such a violation.
Jesus is inside you, John.
Yeah,
that's what nudged you to do good, to want to be compassionate.
It's Jesus. Jesus inside me is what makes me want to help people, because Jesus is inside me.
That is the Spirit of God in you.
The Spirit of God in me. Okay, well, yes. I haven't given permission for God to put His Spirit in me, so I would consider that a violation.
That is why. Listen, God is in you. Jesus came to direct us to the Father, right? That's why I said I was talking about the avatar. It came to show us how to connect.
Yeah. Well, come back when you've got some evidence for that, because until then, this is just a bedtime story, my friend. Jesus came as an avatar to direct us to the Father is as completely nonsensical as anything else.
Symbolic.
It's symbolic, yeah.
It's balance, just like the avatar is balance.
Symbolism.
Water, earth, fire, and air.
There you go. It's all balance and symbolism. Well, I appreciate that your call, Muller. Thank you for ringing in.
Appreciate it.
All right, take it easy. Thanks. All right. Okay, there we go. None of it's real, but it's all symbolic. I mean, halfway there, right? Halfway there. Okay, I've got to read some messages and then we'll get our next guest in. We've got Steph waiting, we've got Scientific Snitch, and we've got some friends on the YouTube queue as well. So I will get to you all, but I've been very remiss with not reading Super Chats. So I've got to catch up on some of those now. And we have some calls on the bingo. So we're going to get the house in order, and then we'll bring our next guest in after that. So with that said, Hotep said, Allah and Yahweh are scapegoats for ignorance of nature. I completely agree with that. Well said. And Buzz said, Mikhail should put some serious consideration into singing jazz or Barry White covers. I'd listen. Or perhaps audiobooks. Nice voice, fella. Yeah, Mikhail's voice was amazing, wasn't it? Amazing. There was speculation in the chat about whether a voice changer was being used. I'm not sure. I don't know if I can reliably tell these things anymore, but that was a hell of a voice, wasn't it? Appreciated that. Ken said, Baba Booey, just kidding. Okay. I'm sure that was probably relevant at the moment that it came out, and I missed it, of course. And then Hotep says, it's metaphorical, then the text is unreliable, dangerous, and ethically toxic. For 2,500 years, people read it literally and unalive people in its name. Exactly. This is why I don't have much time for this sort of, it's symbolic, it's metaphorical. As I said before, if that's what was being told to people, and it was being presented as such, then I probably wouldn't be doing this. I'd be like, yeah, okay, it's essentially a book of poetry or something. I don't really mind. But people are being told that stuff is real, and it's not okay. No One Left Behind, thank you for the super chat, said, religion to me is the same as a sci-fi book. I'm not resisting believing in religion because it's simply fiction to me. If I were given proper proof, I would believe in your God. Worship is another matter. We say exactly this so many times. The difference between just accepting something and believing it to be true and being devoted to it and worshipping it is it's an ocean. It's a massive difference. And apparently, if there is a God, God is disinterested in providing either evidence of his existence at all, or any reason why he should be worshipped. I think the whole concept of worship is a bit weird and creepy and odd. And Hotep said 45,007 denominations after the last caller. Fable's fun. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Again, everyone within every religion thinks they have it right. Everyone within every denomination within that religion thinks that they have it right. Everyone within the specific interpretive tradition within that denomination, within that religion, thinks that they have it right, and everyone else has it wrong. Only they have it right. It's the height of hubris. I would be embarrassed to ever make an argument like that, because I would instantly be aware of how ridiculous my position is, to be condemning everyone else who has a different view to me into being incorrect, and only I have it right. I think that's so weird. And No One Left Behind said, this caller is already crazy. I think this might have been Greg. I think it might have been Greg. He was pretty nuts. And Tim said, if you have just one baby and it's the perfect fit for your environment, it's evolution, baby. You can rely on Tim to keep it moving all the time. Thanks, Tim. And Buzz said, caller has conflated evolution with societal survival of the fittest. Yeah, exactly. That was a really, really unpleasant call in some ways, wasn't it? I think it dawned on us all sort of gradually, for some quicker than others, what was really going on there. Perhaps I should have called it earlier, but I kind of wanted to see where he was going to go with it. But yeah, there we go. Drew, great to see you, said, gay uncles and lesbian aunts assist with raising their nieces and nephews, and those nieces and nephews have many of the same genes as their aunts and uncles, so there is an evolutionary benefit to have additional caregivers. I love that. I will accept that, of course. And these people always try to make the argument that if evolution selects for something, then we should want it. It's just an inversion on their part of how evolution works. They just don't understand it. They sort of think that you atheist types who like evolution ought to be enabling lots of evolution or something. It's very, very silly.
Yeah. Right? I mean, he really was painting biological evolution as sort of a religion. Like, if you accept the science, then you should necessarily have to follow entailments with the science. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you believe in evolution, then you should think this way in order to help support evolution. No, we're just living our lives. It's just a fact of biology. It's something that happens.
Right. Yeah. And you can believe in evolution and be horrified by some of the ramifications of it, right? Like, you don't have to enthusiastically support it. The driving force of evolution is like differential death. It's that within certain populations, right? You've got differential survival means also differential non-survival. You don't have to feel happy about it, but reality doesn't owe us being delighted about it. It just is what it is. And if we want to be in the real world, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like that evolution has evolved carnivores to have to prey on, other living, thinking, feeling creatures. I think that that's awful and it's horrid. It's a part of evolution. It's just a fact of life. I'm not worshiping evolution. I wish evolution made it so you have plants with no feelings whatsoever, and then you have animals with feelings that eat the plants, but no one suffers because they're just, plants don't have consciousness. At least to my knowledge, they don't.
Yeah, that would be much nicer. Unlike our caller a couple of weeks ago who was insisting that they do. That was quite amusing. But thanks, Drew. Appreciate that. And Sin There Done That, good name. It's Survival of the Good Enough.
That's true.
Survival of the Good Enough, exactly. And Buzz said, every sperm is sacred. I love that. Do you remember that, the Monty Python? It's at the beginning of the meaning of life. I think it's in the meaning of life, and it just shows this Catholic family with about 30 kids. It's very, very funny. Monty Python always nailed it. They always nailed it. Bethos said, what is Greg about? Evolution believers and folks want to have
gay folks.
And gay folks want to have sex. Some gay couples want to have and can get kids. Also, there are gay giraffes. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I was a bit slow on the uptake there. Yes, exactly that. I did try to make the point that same-sex attraction is ubiquitous throughout the animal kingdom. It's as natural as anything else, and we won't hear another word on it. And Bab said, same-sex attraction exists in 160 species. Exactly this, but homophobia is found in only one. Babs always nails it. Always nails it. Thank you, Babs. Absolutely right. Well said. And Tim said, there is no religious gene and religions don't evolve. That's part of the problem. Nailed it, Tim. Nailed it. I wish I'd had the presence of mind to say that to Greg. That's awesome. And last one for now, Tim also said, stop mentioning Star Trek. You obviously don't know. Star Trek was Mad Max before it became Star Trek. Star Trek was Mad Max? Not sure I'm with you there. I'm probably missing some Trekkie in-joke that I should know about, but I don't know what that means. I might need some clarification there. Do not know. Okay, so quickly checking in on the bingo. Let's see where we are with that. We have had a few calls, so let's get up to date. Kif called No Morality Without God with Austin. Kif also called Free Will with Matthew, albeit in the context of a conversation about it rather than advocating for it. Ashwild called You Send Yourself to Hell with Ether. I guess he did say that. Yeah, the resistant non-believer arguing I want to go. Absolutely right. Well spotted. Bethos called Philbro Babble with Ether. No, I don't think I can allow that one, Bethos, because I don't think that Ether was a Philbro. Didn't have the intent. I think Philbro Babble, as we said earlier, has to have that bad intent. It has to have that, like, trying deliberately to make things complicated to try and dominate. Maybe we need to change the name of that to something that more clearly identifies what that thing is. Ashwild called Crash Out for Greg. I don't think he crashed out. I basically just ended the conversation and dumped him. So I don't think he crashed out. So we'll hold that back in case we do get a real proper crash out. I
agree.
We'll hold that one back. And finally, Ashwild called Personal Experience of God with Muller. I would definitely agree with that. Good call, Ash. Perfect call on that. All right. Doing all right. Okay, moving things on. We're going to get Steph in because Steph has been waiting. And then we've got Axehead and Espresso Jack and PBG on the YouTube side. All friendlies, which is fine. But let's see if we can get a mix as well. Bringing in Steph for now. Hey, Steph.
Hey, Don. Thanks for having me up. And
Sure.
again, just really so thankful for you and Sean. I really appreciate Sean's insights in this live and others. Yeah, I just I wanted to chime in on the discussion about the escalating bigotry of previous callers. Yeah, you called it out ultimately. And yeah, with a little bit of regret, I just have to point out that there was an unfortunate pushback to people who were calling it out in the comments from, I believe, one of the mods, unless I've got it wrong. I thought that was unfortunate. I would challenge that mod that they overstepped. But so what happened was that somebody just basically called out that the caller was bigoted or was a bigot, and the mod chided that the person saying that was name calling, and I think. I get it. Look, I understand it. It's a challenge. I think being a mod, you're tasked with invigilating the conversation, and yeah, we feel that pressure.
Steph, can we like commentary or what have you, critiques of the mods are welcome, but like during a live show, it's like the audience doesn't like if send a DM to me and or John. I'm not the boss of anyone, but like I'll talk to John about it or forward it to John, and then we'll talk about those things. But we don't want to get into like mod critiques like live on the air.
Yeah, no one's really.
Yeah, no. Look, I didn't want to name or shame. I absolutely no hate towards the mod. I just wanted to raise the issue, and sure. Why I did it in the show was because the comments happened in. Anyway, but sure. Look, I take your point, and I will send a DM and
send a DM about that stuff, and like no big deal, and like nobody's perfect. We can look it over and discuss it, and
it's super hard being a mod. It's super hard being a mod and getting it right all the time.
Granted.
If you think about the number of judgment calls that any one mod has to take in one live stream, it's moving super quick. It's happening all the time. They're trying to do the best they can. It's going to happen sometimes that maybe somebody makes a wrong call one way or the other, either too sensitive or not sensitive enough and letting something carry on that shouldn't. And, I'm just amazingly grateful to all the mods for turning up and
appreciate doing and I support that absolutely. And I just want to reiterate, look, I really don't have any ill will towards that mod. It's just, I will send it. I will send it.
All right, Steph. Thanks for coming up.
I appreciate that mod along with the rest of your mods. I agree. It is a tough.
Good stuff. Thanks, Steph. Take it easy. We'll speak soon. Okay. Moving on. We will get in DMC, who we have spoken to before, and then we'll head over to the YouTube side and get in Gohan after that. So, bring in DMC. Hi, DMC.
Shalom. How are you?
Good. Welcome back. What do you got?
I kind of want to get. Are you like a materialist, you guys, or like idealists? Where do you stand on all that?
I'm a methodological naturalist. Basically, the natural. I don't claim nothing else exists, but the natural world is all that I know exists, and so I just have to. If we're studying the natural world, we can't assume something that we don't know is actually there. But I don't like make hard claims about ultimates of reality that I can't demonstrate.
Do you think that the world as we know it exists, irrelevant if we're here or not?
The world exists what now?
Whether you're here or not, whether I guess humans are here.
Yeah. I think there's an objective reality. Like the moon would exist independent of whether any of us know about it.
And by the way, we have very strong evidence. We have very strong evidence for this because when you look into the night sky with the telescope and you see light arriving that reflects a reality from billions of years ago, because it's taken that long to get here, right? So it's made that journey and it departed before any of us were here. So that's powerful evidence of the fact that the universe and reality does not require our presence because we're literally witnessing it now.
I don't know if I agree with that, because ultimately it's still our judgment that decides that, It could very well be that that's not actually happening. It's just when we make
could
certain
be a brain in the vat.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
That's solipsism, but the time to believe we're a brain in the vat is when there's actual evidence to support it. So we can't know for the only thing we can know for certain is that we exist. Everything else we believe with a very, very high degree of certainty, or we have reasonable certainty based on evidence. But what's the ultimate point you're trying to drive at here?
Okay. What's your guys' take on consciousness?
It's created by brains.
Okay, so you guys are pretty materialist here, based on my understanding. Like, you're giving materialist arguments.
You can label, you can label how you want, but
I'm saying you ultimately believe that everything's made up of material things, right?
I don't make hard claims. I don't make hard claims about it, but now I'm open to the idea that consciousness comes from a soul, or some people describe it as a radio receiver receiving consciousness from the vast universal consciousness of the universe. For all of those, I say, cool story. What's your evidence for that?
Okay, and do you believe in free will?
Well, what is your evidence for that? I don't know if free will is actually a thing or not. I'm determinist agnostic.
Okay, fair. I like that. Okay.
Yeah. Hold on.
So do you believe in objective morality?
We're not going to get away from it. Do you believe in dualism? And if so, what is the other thing besides the brain that's creating consciousness, and what's your evidence for it?
What is the other thing that's creating consciousness?
Yeah. Are you a dualist?
Yeah, I would say probably.
Okay. All right. So you believe the brain is at least involved with consciousness, processing it or something, but you believe it's created by something else. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What is the something else?
A God.
Okay. What is your evidence that God is creating consciousness in real time for us right now?
Okay, like I wasn't gonna go there so fast. Do you guys believe in free will?
I don't know.
You said no. You said no. Right.
Nope.
Do you believe in objective morality?
I'm sorry. You don't get to straw man my position and just move on. I said I'm free will agnostic. I don't know if we have free will or not.
Okay, fair enough. I'm trying to have a general conversation to see where you guys stand with things.
Yeah, it's just like you were steamrolling ahead. Go ahead.
Do you guys believe in objective morality?
No. And even if a God exists, I still wouldn't believe in objective morality.
Why not?
Because something is subjective if it's the stance of a mind. So if your stance is to defer your morality to the stance of God's mind, you have two layers of subjectivity instead of one, but either way, it's still subjective.
Yeah, but you are subject to an objective morality. Why doesn't that make sense?
You're claiming that. That's like me saying if God has a preference when it comes to like beauty standards, me saying you're subject to God's objective beauty standard. You're just saying things, but it doesn't make it actually so. By definition, if something is the stance of a mind, it's subjective. If it's like the moon exists independent of a mind. That's objective. So if God has a stance, it's a stance of God's mind. It's subjective to him. And then your personal preference is just to blindly obey God. So two layers instead of one.
Yeah, but what if my purpose was to obey God? Objectively.
What do you mean your purpose?
That means my point in being here is to be subject to
who gave
God's
you that
morality.
Purpose? So if God, it would still be, it's still a subjective. It's still your stance. So my stance is that being born with an imposed purpose has never been good. The only time we've seen that is in something like slaves. You know, they were bred with a particular purpose, or a regime like the Kim Jong-un regime, where people are born into caste families with like a predetermined purpose by the state. You will work the fields, you will be an engineer, etc. An externally imposed purpose, I'm against that in principle. But that's my subjective.
I mean, yeah, but it's not the same, because there is immense benefit. I mean, according to my ideology, there's immense benefit for me personally to be subject to God's morality.
But that's subjective.
It benefits me personally.
That's when you say a benefit, you're just saying you're inclining towards it because of some perceived value, which is subjectively valuable to you, right? You might be saying, I want to do this because the outcome of me doing this is subjectively, personally valuable and desirable to me. That's completely subjective.
I mean, not really. To me, like
really
the function that something has, right? The function that the sun has, the function that gravitational pull has, right? The function of many things within nature is kind of a better way of looking at it. That my function is ultimately to serve my creator. And it will inevitably benefit me by doing that personally, and that's why God kind of set it up. But it's like saying that. How do I put
You're just
this?
calling your preference a function.
Yeah, that's all that's going on here. And I mean, from our point of view, you can make those claims, right? But when you say my function is to serve my creator, that's not demonstrating why that's a moral good. It's just saying that you believe that things are going to pan out nicely for you if you do that.
No, not only. There's two elements to it. I'm saying that ultimately I was created to have a certain function. The reason why that is in a general sense is because it benefits me. That's why I was created that way. But my function within the objective sets, I have a function, and that function is to serve my creator. The same way that the sun has a function to, give us light or give
the sun doesn't have a function to give us light. The sun giving us light
is a function of the sun.
No, the sun giving us light is a consequence of the physical characteristics of the sun. It just so happens that it gets hot and it gets bright. It's not a function, because a function implies a purpose. It implies intentionality. And you don't get to smuggle that in. You don't get to assume that. You would have to demonstrate it. You would have to demonstrate that it's a function.
Is it a function of, is it the sun's function, its intended function to give us skin cancer?
Well, that's more an inevitability of its function.
Right. Okay, it's inevitable. What's the difference between an inevitability of a function and a function itself?
What it's designed to do, or designed to do.
Okay, so it was designed.
It's like a fan. A fan is designed to cool you down. Does it also blow the paper from your desk? Yes, but it's not its function.
So was God powerful enough to create a sun that would provide us light and heat, but not skin cancer?
Yes.
Okay, so God decided for the sun to give us skin cancer. So
yes.
that is a function of the sun.
Yeah, He's granted
it is the sun.
Yeah. In that way, yes. In that way, yeah. I agree with that.
So God wants us to get. God wants us to get.
How you're defining the function.
Yeah. So God wants us to get skin cancer.
Absolutely.
Okay. And just to remind us, because I'm not sure we've clarified this, because you've asked a lot of questions, but tell us where you're coming from on this. What God is it that you believe in?
All merciful, all powerful, all good.
Yeah, those are just properties. But is it a God that anyone would identify? Are you
a Christian?
I believe in the God of Israel. I'm Jewish.
Oh, that one. Okay, yeah, I remember now. Okay, so I remember now. Sorry, forgive me for forgetting. Okay, I still don't see any reason at all to think that any of this stuff is true. So when you say, you exist to serve your creator, that's just you reading that purpose into your own life, and then using that as a sort of justification for the belief that you used to believe it in the first place. So it's a bit circular. Do you see what I mean? Like, you'd need to first demonstrate that such a God exists. Then you'd need to demonstrate that you have any basis for believing that you could possibly know what that God wants. Then you have to think, well, why does God, this all-powerful being that can do anything and create the universe in any way, require your service? What is it that you have to offer him that he can't get himself? Surely God doesn't need. God doesn't need your service. This is a little bit silly, isn't it? Come on.
I think God does need us.
Really?
For what?
Yeah, because the nature of something that's all giving is that it has to give, and that's why we're here.
But you're talking about serving Him. You're not talking about being served by Him.
The point of me being here personally is to serve Him. Yeah.
So you serve Him by letting Him give you cancer.
Okay, that is. I'm saying you can ask, why does suffering exist? That's basically what you're getting at.
Well, we'll inevitably arrive there at some point soon, won't we? Because this is why this idea of a benevolent God is so ludicrous. Because look at the world we're in. It cannot be one which is invigilated by an all-powerful benevolent
God. But
God.
the only way of choosing good or choosing evil is within the frame of suffering. I think that's pretty obvious.
We're not talking about choosing.
You can't choose good in a perfect world. Everyone would just automatically be good.
No, we're not talking about choosing good. We're talking about, like, if you think that God, that an all-powerful entity is supervising the reality that we all share on a moment-to-moment basis and knows everything that's going on and is equipped with the means to change it any way he wants, but desires that it stays exactly how it is, such that children die of disease and tsunamis destroy communities and earthquakes and floods and hurricanes and nature events that rip babies from their mother's arms and orphan children. And God watches thinking, yeah, this is cool. I like this. Any excuse, any reason you could possibly come up with is going to fall foul of the seesaw of shit, wherein every reason and justification you give to rehabilitate God's goodness comes at the expense of his power, because it's always going to take the form, God did this thing or allowed this thing because there's some benefit to it later that we may not understand right now, which is to mean that God couldn't achieve that benefit without the bad thing happening. And this is the seesaw of shit. So the more you rehabilitate his reputation, because the weaker he gets.
It's a necessary element of being all giving, which means there's a couple of things you're saying over here. Like you have to understand is that if you're looking at us as things that are relevant for all eternity, 100 years of a test for us to choose good and therefore emulate him, and therefore be within his good graces and presence and appreciate that, is a very small amount of time in terms of like infinity, right?
I'm watching the seesaw go like this right now. Seesaw's going like this right now. These are the excuses. Time is different. A short period of time now for the suffering now, for the good stuff later. This is the seesaw moving. Maybe it's not moving that quickly, but it's moving. Every one of these excuses makes God smaller and less powerful, less competent, and frankly, less worthy of any kind of worship. Every baby with cancer, every storm event, every child who dies prematurely, every parent who dies leaving a child parentless. My friend Buzz, who's in here right now, who lost his daughter. And you're telling us that God looks on to all of this, nodding sagely as it all unwinds. Every child who's raped, God looks on, nodding sagely. Every animal torn to shreds by another animal in agony, God looks on, nodding sagely. Every baby that drowns in a flood, God looks on, nodding sagely, because later on he's going to somehow make it better. This is not acceptable.
I mean, listen, I definitely appreciate what you're saying. I think the nature of suffering it's something that's not fully understandable. But ultimately speaking,
would you agree that unnecessary suffering is always bad?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Is there any greater good that God is not powerful enough to achieve without instantiating some level of suffering?
Can you repeat that? Sorry, I didn't quite get that.
Okay. So the whole premise here is that all this suffering is to achieve a purpose, a greater good. Otherwise, it would be bad. because unnecessary suffering is bad. So if God is all powerful, wouldn't that mean that any greater good he would be able to achieve without requiring the suffering?
I guess not. I guess there is a certain greater good that necessitates it.
Then the seesaw is going down and his power is going down because he's not powerful enough to achieve the greater good without the suffering.
I mean, to me, the question you're asking, actually, there's a better version of it. You know, I think the nature of materialism and humans in itself is more of a question as how can there be something physical and how can humans exist if we're not God, which I don't think any religious theist believes that we are. How is it possible that we exist if God is all infinite?
That's a wild pivot, but because we were discussing suffering.
Yeah, but I'm asking a better question. I'm on your side here in this argument. I'm playing devil's advocate.
But this has nothing to do with God's suffering. Like I'm very comfortable addressing like questions like how did life begin and blah blah blah.
No. The point I'm saying is that there are certain questions.
We're gonna circle back. I promise.
I can't answer. There are certain questions that I can't answer.
No, I got you.
There's better questions than suffering that I can't answer. Is my point.
Okay. So are you acknowledging you don't have a good answer to that? I'll move on.
I don't have an answer. I have a general. Okay, how do I put
because this is where we left off. I brought up the fact that God is supposed to be all powerful, which means if he's all powerful, under the subset of all, is achieving any of the greater goods without any of the suffering. If he can't do that, he's not all powerful. And then you went to how did life begin?
I didn't really go to how life begins. I wasn't saying that. I was trying to bring out I was using kind of your seesaw to ask a better question against me. But okay, to me, the nature of suffering itself it's complex. There is ultimately benefit for me within the whole thing, which is nothing to do with the fact that I still have to do what I have to do. But
you're not all powerful.
I guess the question, yeah, but like, is it not? Are we not getting into like the realm? Can God create a rock that he can't lift?
No.
We're getting.
No, because
not in the slightest.
Those are logical contradictions. If you're positing here that something we're saying here implies a logical contradiction, wherein one thing is then described as being the same thing but with different properties. That's why a square circle can't work, because square and circle mean different things. Or that's you would have to point out what we're saying here is a logical problem, and I've been doing this a long time. You won't be able to. And here's where this stuff is really, really hard, right? Is even if we grant you the mystery card, because you're playing the mystery card now, right? I don't understand suffering. Is like, can I get out of here now? I'm playing the mystery card. The problem is the mystery card doesn't make the problem go away, because it is still the case, inescapably, that either, these are the only two options, either God is happy with the state of things as they are right now, or he would like them to be different, but can't make them different. Those are the only two options. So even if you have a limited understanding, you can understand enough to realize that those two things are a perfect dichotomy. They're a perfect set, right? There's nothing else. The only third option, by the way, is there is no God. But right now we're just assuming, for the sake of the discussion, that a God does exist. And we would say that if such a being does exist, we can infer certain things. The only possibility is that he's happy with the world how it is, or he's not happy with the world how it is, but can't change it. Because if he could change it, it wouldn't be how it was. So that's why I say that the mystery card doesn't actually help you here. So I want to know from you whether, and I suspect I know which one you're going to pick. If you had to pick one of those two, would I be right in saying you have to pick the one that says he's happy with it how it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see how much of a problem that is for the morality of your God? A being that could remove suffering, or remove some suffering, or even just reduce it a little bit, and does not, beyond where it is now. It's unacceptable. The level of suffering right now is unacceptable.
But I guess God kind of does live in a realm that we can't fully understand.
This is what I'm saying.
That's kind of where I was going earlier.
But
with where,
our
with
lack
where,
of understanding doesn't help you here, because our lack of understanding doesn't get you away from the fact that an inescapable conclusion, deductively, of the position we've landed in now is God wants suffering, and it wants suffering which isn't necessary.
It is necessary. That's what I will say.
But if it
is necessary, it's just not understandable to us why it is.
Then the seesaw goes down, and we grant that it's necessary. We just don't know why. But if it's necessary, it means that God is not powerful enough to reach whatever end goal he wants without the suffering. So you're limiting his power. This is the devastating power.
We are a function of God. We are kind of a function of God in that way. We
irrelevant.
are part of God in that way.
This is
an element of him.
No, this is the devastating power of the seesaw of shit. You can't escape its conclusion, which is that, as you say, God must have reasons for the suffering that we just can't understand. We can grant that. We can grant that the reasons
I understand
are.
what you're saying. I just think my take on it is that
He's less powerful.
I don't think so though. Like I'm saying, I'm accepting the premise that he's all powerful, right? In my world.
Then
right?
if he's all powerful, then he wants the suffering.
But the only logical conclusion comes about is that I don't understand his nature well enough to know why he needs it. But he ultimately needs it.
You don't have to understand it.
He's not all power. If he needs it, he's not all powerful. You're basically saying there are things he cannot do, and so the word "all" has to go away.
I mean, there are certain things about God. I mean, if God, is the fact that God isn't evil contradictory to him being all powerful? Because if he was all powerful, he'd be evil too. I mean, something that's all powerful and all good and all merciful definitely has things about him that don't exist, right?
Wait, what?
Like he's not evil. I mean, is the fact that God isn't evil in your mind a contradiction to the fact that he's all powerful? Because,
well, first of all, I think if it's the biblical
not
God,
all evil. No, I used the word all evil wrong. I'm saying, is the fact that God isn't evil a contradiction to him being all powerful? I'll frame it like that.
I would say being all good and all powerful contradicts the world that we live in.
Yeah.
But in theory, like a God being all powerful doesn't preclude him from being a dick, which is a subjective value judgment, anyways. But in my view, because I value, and you agreed, avoidance of suffering. You agreed unnecessary suffering is always bad. You said that. If God is all powerful, then suffering is always unnecessary because he can instantiate any greater good without the suffering. If he's all powerful, and it's not a logical contradiction.
You can't have it both ways. You're trying to have your cake and eat it. You can't say he's all powerful and also he has to allow this evil.
You repeated it a lot over here. I understand. I definitely understand you.
My
conclusion with that is that God is all powerful and suffering is necessary, but we are not. We can't understand that fully with our limited minds.
Well, that's like saying my conclusion is that there is a married bachelor who lives in a square circle, but we just can't understand it. That's what you're doing now,
right?
You're literally.
There could be a married bachelor that lives in a
there could not be a married bachelor who lives in a square circle. So you're literally.
I got thrown off.
Yeah.
There, but I get you.
Yeah, you're stipulating conditions that cannot both be true. You're violating the law of non-contradiction in your position because you're saying, and we won't keep on litigating this over and over. We'll draw this to close in a minute. But you're essentially trying to have your cake and eat it by clinging on to God being all powerful. And also saying, although he's all powerful, there's this horrible stuff that he has to do, even though he's all powerful. And you don't get one with the other because one precludes the other. This is a square circle that you're holding to here. So maybe think about that, and then come back and speak to us again, and let us know what you think, because you are trying to have more than you've earned right now.
All right. Thank you for your time, gents. Thanks,
DMC. Thanks for coming up. Cheers. Okay. I noticed that Dr. Truth is in the TikTok chat expressing some views about this. Why don't you come up, Dr. Truth? We'd love to talk to you. I responded to your video, your stitch a few weeks ago about me. I'm not sure if you got a chance to see that, but I tried to address the points you made in a systematic way. But it'd be much more fun to do it in person. So why not just, you're saying there's a straw man going on, or, oh no, that might be something else. We'd be happy to speak to you. You apparently disagree with our position on this. We'd love to. I'd love to say that. I mean, I didn't see that, John. I didn't see that. Yeah, well, that's a shame. Yeah, I took some time to respond to every comment you made. It was the video you made when you were sitting in the car, and I literally went through it point by point, responding to it. But why not request up now, and we can talk about this stuff and flesh out our differences. That's if you want to. Okay, I'll read a few more super chats because we're still a little bit behind on those, and then we will get our next guest in. So we have Tim said, God's like Santa, giving you the good stuff. Satan's like the monster into your bed to be afraid of. It's a bedtime story. Under your bed, right, Tim? Yes, it's a bedtime story. Tim said, I went to Narnia and Aslan said greetings, and I said, Jesus Christ, a talking lion. And he said, correct on both counts. Boom, boom. For anyone who doesn't know, of course, C.S. Lewis, who wrote the Narnia books, also wrote the seminal work of poor apologetics that was Mere Christianity. I remember reading that a few years ago and expecting a lot more than I got. I thought it was fairly poor. Bethos said, I read Bible literature mostly as written symbolically, which later was taken literally by zealots. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. I think that yeah, I'm not sure if it was the intention of the authors, of course there were many, to be symbolic through much of it. Perhaps some of it for sure, I think. Certainly a lot of Revelation is probably symbolic. But yeah, there's enough in there that people definitely meant what they said, I think. Buzz says, lots of us sought too hard to the point of finishing the horrific book and studying apologetics till we were appalled at the thought of seeking. I think that's probably in response to the idea before that you just have to keep on seeking and then you'll find. I've always thought that's a ludicrous idea. And Buzz also said, never going to give you up, never going to let you down. In the words of the classic. I worked with Rick Astley once. Lovely man. Tim Davidson said, the history of Star Trek, things went straight to hell and was very much Mad Max before they got their crap together and formed the Federation. Ah, okay. So this is in the Star Trek lore, the Star Trek world, that things were... I didn't know that. Okay, I'm just ill-informed about Star Trek. What can I say? It's not my thing. And Flanker said, dude really said he wants a Star Trek world, then said the opposite. The Federation was a communistic, equal, diverse, united Earth that valued science and is about as far left as you can get. Again, I'm just ill-informed about the Star Trek world. I just don't know this stuff. I just know that I thought their uniforms were quite cool, with all the colours. And the colours seem to be sort of colour-coded according to their kind of role, right? I think, occasionally?
Yeah, I think it's kind of... I see some inconsistencies there, but they also did away with money. And but nobody's hungry. They came up with a different system that doesn't involve money. It might be socialism, who knows? But yeah, they did create this sort of one world euphoria type of thing. I've actually always wondered if the world, because we are limited to Earth, so we're divided by land and territory or what have you. But if we started space travel and then there were alien species to worry about, Klingons or who are aggressive and things like that, would that unite the planet? I suspect no, but I like the idea.
We'd probably keep on
us being united. Yeah,
we'd keep on fighting, right?
Yeah, keep fighting amongst ourselves, even though we got some external threat.
I'm sure. Bethel said, I called Phil Bro on Ether too early because of this. Well, but right, he was honest after all. Oh, right, yeah. Thought Greg was about to crash. or racist out. Yep. You sometimes you get an instinct about caller quite early on, and I maybe I should learn to trust them more. But sometimes you just kind of want to let someone reveal who they really are and what they're really about, and sometimes you get it wrong as well. So we like to err on the side of assuming good intentions, and quite often we get stung. Ken says, interesting show today. Here's some more petrol for the tank. Thank you, Ken. Much appreciated. And then Tim said, unless he got out of the basement, there is no free will. Okay. And then one more before we move things on is also from Tim. Does Satan have free will? If yes, he knows for a fact God exists and he is not a robot, so he wouldn't be either. If no, he's not responsible for sin. Yeah, this whole Satan thing is ridiculous, because if Satan is operating in the world in a way that God is displeased with, God could stop it. God could even stop it without messing with Satan's free will. We keep on hearing about how much God loves everyone's free will. God could just subvert him. He could just make it not work. He could just cause him logistical problems. He could cause his servers to crash. He could cause his car to not start in the morning. He could cause his, he could cause Satan to just misplace his fork thing that he carries around. What's that fork for? What does he do with that fork? I wonder what he does with that.
Yeah.
Answers on a postcard.
Something that's seldom discussed, too, is that Satan would know God is omnipotent and omniscient. So Satan would know, like, okay, power level infinity, knowledge infinity. You can't even get in the planning phases. Now,
Right.
I get that in some circumstances, smaller forces, they can, steel their resolve against a stronger force and go to guerrilla tactics and this and that. No. You're dealing with infinity. Infinity power can do literally anything and knows literally everything. The minute you get into the planning phase, he knows what your plan is, what you're thinking, and he could do anything he wants about it.
Yeah.
Nobody would rebel against that. Nobody. It wouldn't happen. It's not going to happen. God, I'm going to rebel against an all-powerful, all-knowing deity that it can do literally anything and knows everything. That's just not going to happen. It's like the dumbest story, the dumbest plot in like any freaking movie or book or anything.
It's not strategically smart if you know you're up against an adversary who has an unlimited amount of intel on your operations and an unlimited amount of ammo. You don't make the move, right? I mean, you're a military man, Sean. How would that go down in a planning meeting?
No, it wouldn't. Like smaller forces going against larger forces, like that's a thing. It's insurgency, guerrilla tactics, etc. That's a thing. But like we're talking infinity on both knowledge and power. Like it's just ludicrous.
It's silly, isn't it?
That anybody would be like, yep, I'm going to go up against that. That just makes no sense whatsoever.
Indeed.
And Satan is described as a reasonably intelligent fellow, right? If not evil, at least intelligent.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to get Espresso Jack in, and then we have PBG after that. We hope PBG is doing okay. It's been a tough week for him. Jack, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you. How are you doing?
All right. I'm not doing too bad, but
good.
I just jumped in after I heard Greg. So,
yes.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
So no, it's okay. I clocked it pretty early, about a minute in. I was in the chat. But I some of the things that you probably want to look out for if you're trying to be more aware of those kind of people who espout white supremacist ideals and Christian nationalist ideals. I deal with it almost every day. Almost every day I see a white supremacist or hear of a white supremacist because of my extracurricular activities and sometimes my work activities. But some of the things you might want to look out for are like, you'll notice that a lot of times the Christian nationalists will also be white nationalists. So a lot of times when they say, oh, well, like how Greg did, the Muslims are outbreeding Christians. Sean clocked it immediately as soon as he said that. That's part of Great Replacement theory. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's also like statistics that people use sometimes, like how he said that London was 20% white now, after the Muslims took over. That was just wild. But there's they use an equal one here in the States. It's unfortunately about, Black people, where they're like, was it 13% of the people in the United States
commit 50%
like
of the crime.
Yeah, 50% or 80%. I've heard all kinds of wild percentages. But it's not true. Like it's just objectively not true if you look at the rates. But also, even if it was true, if you think about that as the reason for it being because of their skin color, then you're racist.
Yep.
Like there's just no getting around that. But if you think about it, and it's true, if that was true, sorry, then you look at the societal impact that it's had over the years, how there's been discriminatory lending practices, how, because poverty affects crime rates, how they've been redlined into their own communities. And population density also has something to do with crime rates and statistics. Then you'll see that it's a societal thing and we can actually fix it. But if it's a race thing, there's no like way to fix it except, eugenics. And that's terrible.
I read him pretty early too. I just wanted to grill him on his lack of understanding of evolution for a while and then let him show his true colors, which is exactly what happened.
I think it's important that people show their true colors so that, other people don't just like discredit the people who are actively calling them out, and they're correct to call them out. But I also think that there's a fine line between letting them show themselves for who they are and then platforming. So that's, and you guys did it perfectly. You exposed it immediately as soon as he combined religion and race together. And, I think that's great. And you guys kept way more calm than I would have been.
Oh, well, thank you. It will be clipped. It will be clipped. So everyone in the world will be able to see that he's a racist. So I consider that a public duty.
Yeah. You're a legend and a scholar.
Thanks, Jack. Keep well, friend. Hope you're doing all right. Speak soon.
You too.
Take care. Thanks. Bye. Okay. Moving on, we have we'll take PBG, and then after that we have looks like I can't quite see exactly what this says. It says dang the host does exist.
Does exist, yeah.
Looks like. And then we've got
just
David as well. So we've got a few in the YouTube queue. So we'll keep things moving along. PVG, are you there, friend? Hopefully you are. PVG, can you hear us? Sounds like... Hello. Hey, there we go. Hey, man, how are you doing? I know it's been a tough week for you. Hope you're doing all right.
No, it's all right. Not doing all right, but I just hopped on to say I just heard that Scientific Snitch was in the queue. You said something.
Scientific Snitch was in the queue, but they are no longer.
Okay, so I just want to say, because that was Ella. Ella is a very good. She's an amazing scientist, and I've seen her. She's gone on Justin's live as well, and even she has done a great summary of race and why race is a social construct. Because there is a guy called Mike Israel, and I think there was an audience in your stream before, Mike, who was quoting Mike Israel to justify some thing around masculinity or whatever. And then, she has debunked Mike Israel a lot, and her scope is really wide. She's into exercise science and molecular biology. So I just wanted to quickly hop in and say, she and Dr. Diggs, having them both on your platform will be such a powerhouse, and it's just amazing. So I just heard her name, so I just wanted to come and say that was Ella.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know who Scientific Snitch is. I didn't look at the queue at that particular moment, but of course she's always welcome to come up and share her thoughts.
Sure.
Yeah, just wanted to say that. That's it, guys. I just
all right, buddy.
Sure.
We'll catch up later.
Take it easy, and we'll keep on messaging on Discord, PVG. Take it easy, friend. All right.
Bye, guys.
Speak soon. Okay. We will get in. As I said, it's Dang the Host Does Exist, and then after that we've got David Timpson. After that, hey Dang, are you there? Hello, Dang. That sounds so silly, doesn't it? Dang the Host Does Exist. You're up right now, but obviously cannot hear.
Does the guest exist?
Yeah, Dang the guest appears not to exist. Okay, so we'll drop that down. You might need to come back in again. Come back in again, and we'll try the next one, which is David Timson. Let's try that. David.
Hello.
Hi, David.
Hey.
How you doing?
Words. Are they working? Mic work. Check.
We've got you.
Yep.
Oh, cool. So yeah, this is actually Tim Davidson. The name was kind of trying to give that away.
Ah, well, there you go. The legend. That is Tim. I didn't get that. I should have done, shouldn't I? Well, thank you for everything, Tim. You're an amazing presence in the chat and in the lives. Absolutely awesome.
Thank you. Although if I am the mod in question from the, I can be a little quick on the trigger.
No, it was on the TikTok side. So worry not, friend.
Yeah, I just wanted to call in, get my name and voice out there, and officially say that I love what you guys are doing. You and Sean really do make a difference out there, and just glad to be a part of it.
Oh well, you're a massive part of it. The streams would not be the same without you, and I can't imagine how you keep your constant stream of quips and jokes and comments. I don't understand how you're able to do that, because I've got this weird thing when I learn a joke, it goes in my head and then it falls out the other side and never to be seen again. And I've heard so many good jokes over the years, and I think, I must remember that. I'm gonna remember this one. Gone, just gone. So you seem to have an inexhaustible supply. Are you like running server farms full of jokes or something?
No, I have to say it's genetic. I am merely the prince of bad jokes. If you met my father, you would see that he is in fact the king. No. Although I want to try. This is with all due respect, but I want to try to do Ems's voice, not the accent, but the voice. That would be racist. So my normal talking voice, and this is me going down into an Ems. I'm not doing the accent, just the tone and the cadence.
It's not bad. It's not bad. There is only one Ems. Although I will say that
true.
I will say our caller earlier on, our guest earlier came close. His voice was pretty. Mikhail,
the Malik guy, yeah, he had another
Yeah.
Another excellent voice that it's the resignation. Like for me, it's the fact that I was born in the Midwest, not North, not South, not East, not West. That's why you'll find a lot of newscasters will have the same lack of accent, but that tone, that cadence that M has in the earlier caller, again, it starts with an M, but I'm horrible with names.
There's Mikhail, yeah.
My God, I could just listen to them read the phone book.
Yeah,
we had M's make multiple accounts and try to come in here LARPing as different people, including a flat earther, arguing with himself. And I'm like, M's, why are you trying to pretend that you don't have the most recognizable, distinguishable voice on all of TikTok?
Yeah.
But the guy is actually funny. I had heard him before, you know, being very scholarly, you know, because he's, you know, of course, a medical doctor. And, you know, he's, I don't know if he's officially like credentialed in scholarship on the Quran, but he's very, very knowledgeable. But I had no idea how funny that guy actually is. He's genuinely a funny dude.
Yeah. And all delivered 100 so dry. He's just like, he's lethal. He's lethal. He's an absolute legend. Ems is a legend. Absolute legend.
Oh yes, surgical precision. Kitty. But I've seen him on Justin and here, and he always comes in with just surgical strikes.
Yeah.
And it's just awesome to listen to him. It's awesome to watch him at work because he plays with his food.
He really does.
Oh, yeah.
He really does. Well, Tim, it's amazing to get to hear your voice after all this time. Thank you so much for all your support, and keep the jokes coming.
My pleasure.
We love them. So yeah, thank you, buddy. It wouldn't be the same without you.
Take the next caller.
Thanks, pal. Keep well, man. Okay, so we will try again for Dang. The host does exist. Let's see. Second time lucky. Are you there? Seems like maybe not. What a shame. I'm looking at your microphone. Yep.
Dang the host. Try again.
It's something to do with your, I think, with your microphone. I think. Let's see. Nah. I think you're calling from a computer. I can change it to your AMD audio device microphone and see if that works, but I don't be messing with your audio too much. Your mic is routing through something weird at the moment. How about that? Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yep. There you go.
Hey, there we go.
There we go. Right. Well, Dang, you're up. How you doing?
Hey.
Speak, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Got you.
Yeah, you're up. We're all waiting.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
Yo, shout out Liquid, shout out Pax, you know what I'm saying? Shout out Ken, and you know what I'm saying, that chat, y'all going crazy, you know what I'm saying? Thanks, Larry, for pushing me to come up here. Yeah.
Okay, let's have it.
Okay, so where do you want to start? Because you know what I'm saying, they called me up, they said, hey man, you got all this dang logic going on, too Zenny, you know what I'm saying? That's my name that's on here. So I was like, you know what? Let's go.
Well, what do you have to say?
You know what? Hold on, let me turn your volume down a little bit because I'm hearing the YouTube. Okay, there we go. So where do we want to start? I remember when I was saying on there was that God must be good in order to be God. That's what I was saying on the comment, but they were saying, hey, we're having a hard time keeping up with you.
You were saying that God must be good in order to be God, did you say?
That's right.
Why couldn't he just be an evil God?
Right. And now why I say why he must be good is because because he must be eternal in order to be God, right?
Why? He could be a temporary God. He could be an evil temporary God.
Yeah, he could be evil and temporary. He could be evil and eternal. He could be good and temporary, or good and eternal. Like I don't see one. Those are independent character traits.
So, but now temporal is within time, right?
What does this have to do with good and evil?
Well, because he would have to be eternal in order to be God. He had asked me, well, he could be a temporal God, where I was like, well, temporal would have to be within time, and he would have to be God of time, so he'd have to create time. So he can't be really temporal because temporal is within our concept of time.
No. So look, everyone's got their own definition of what properties they think their favorite God has. Now, some people think that God has to be a creator of everything, but other people have a concept of God like Thor, where there's a God who is a God, but he's not a creator of everything. There's no rules that say that God has to have all the qualities ascribed to every God ever devised by anyone. You have to come up with your own definition of whatever deity it is you're talking about, and then you have to provide a justification for why anyone should think such a thing exists.
That's
also, there's no contradiction if he is the creator of everything that he's also a dick.
That he's also what now?
A dick.
Yeah, he could be. He could be a meanie,
a bad person. Yeah,
he could be a meanie. So
you're okay. Yeah, so a bad person. Yeah, yeah. Now that's what I'm saying. So that's what I was going to get to is that so that's why he couldn't be a bad person, because he would have to be eternal, right?
No, we're very confused. Let's start at the beginning. Which God do you believe in, if you believe in one?
Oh yeah, that's what we were getting at for a second. My bad, I got cut. My bad. So with God now, you said prove to me that God is real. Now your concept of God is what people are trying to tell you who God is, right? We're trying to convince you. Because you may not have come up with the knowledge in your head like, hey, there's God that exists. So somebody came to you and said, hey, there's God. And you're like, God, who's God? I never believed in God. So it's all like, so you're saying, prove to me that God exists. So this God
before the proof, I'm just asking you a simple question. Which God do you believe in?
That's what I was just about to say. So the God that I believe in is the God of the Bible, right?
Right. Is that are you Christian?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So Jesus, right? God, Jesus, Yahweh, Christian, Yahweh, Jesus package.
They would all be God. Yep, exactly.
Okay, and do you subscribe to the idea that God is all-knowing and all-powerful and all-good?
Yes.
Okay, so on Monday, does that God know what he's going to do on Friday?
Oh yeah, he knew. Yeah.
So when Friday, so when Friday comes, is he free to change his mind and do something else?
Yes, but did he create Monday and Friday? But yes, the answer is yes. But did he?
Yeah. So hang on a second. Follow me on this. So if he gets to Friday and changes his mind and does something else, that would have meant he was wrong on Monday, wouldn't it?
Changing your mind doesn't that it depends on motive to come to a conclusion to be like, oh, he changed his mind because. No,
respectfully, the motive is entirely outside of the scope of this conversation. I'm literally just trying to establish that you're currently talking about a God that has properties that are incoherent. So the God that you believe in on Monday knows what his actions are going to be on Friday because he's all knowing, right? So when Friday comes, is he powerful enough to do something different to what he thought he was going to do on Monday?
Yeah. Well, so you're saying, is he powerful enough to change what he was going to do on Monday if he's the God of Friday and Monday?
Not the God of Friday and Monday. This is really, you're making this more complicated than it needs to be. I'll repeat it.
I'm just trying to understand the question.
Okay. So on Monday, he writes his diary and he knows what he's planning to do on Friday, right? He's got, being infinitely knowledgeable would include a knowledge of future events as well. So on Monday, he knows what he's going to do on Friday, correct?
Right.
Because he's all-knowing, right? When Friday comes along, is he free to change his mind and actually do something else?
Oh, is he able to change Monday and Friday?
When Friday comes along, is he free to change his mind and decide to do something different to what he thought he was going to do?
Right. Okay. Yeah. So he's free to do that. But it would come down to if he wanted to do that or not.
Right.
But yeah,
if he wanted to do it, then would he have? Would it turn out then that he was? If let's say on Monday he thinks he's going to have chocolate on Friday, and when Friday comes around, he decides he actually wants vanilla.
Right.
And so he has vanilla. What would that say? What would that say about his belief on Monday that he was going to be having chocolate on Friday? Would that belief turn out to have been correct or not correct?
Okay, so I'm gonna say I believe I want, but it not saying I will have chocolate. But I'm gonna think of it as if he were to say I will have chocolate, but yet he's saying, but yet what he actually does is have vanilla. Is that what you're trying to say, right?
Yeah, he changes his mind on Friday. The question is, the reason I'm asking all of this is to show you that the properties that you're ascribing to the God you believe in cannot both exist in one agent. They can't both be present in one being. They cancel each other out.
So what are those two qualities that can't be? What are those two qualities that can't exist together?
All knowing and all powerful. He can't have free will.
All knowing and all powerful. You can't. Yeah. Okay, so because you don't want to do something, that means you can't do it.
It's not because you don't want to do it. It's because if he had the ability on Friday to change his mind, it would make him wrong on Monday. Therefore, not all knowing.
That would if that is what he did. But if he doesn't do it, that means he still withholds the ability to do it, but yet he doesn't.
I asked you the question: is he capable of doing it? Is he free?
I said, yeah. So he still holds. He still holds the capability, but he decides not to do it.
Right,
but he still holds the capability.
But if he's free to do it, if he's capable of doing it, then it would have made him. He's not really free to do it, because if he did do it,
why not?
Because if he did do it, it would turn out that he was wrong on Monday.
Yeah, if he did it, sure. I mean, I guess so. If he did it, but if he doesn't, then everything's cool. Which he doesn't change his mind, so then everything's cool.
But then he's constrained in his ability. He's constrained in the actions he can take on Friday, and he's limited to only those actions which would keep him being correct on Monday.
What is constraining him? Is it something else or himself? Because remember, he's saying, I'm not going to do it. Even though I can, I'm not going to. Yeah, so he has the ability to do it, but yet he constrains himself. So now he withholds his own power to constrain himself.
He still can't do it. He still can't do it without making himself wrong. He's not all powerful, but if he's all powerful,
he stopped God from making a decision. That's pretty hard to do. I can't do it.
Then it means that he could act freely in such a way as to make himself wrong 5 days earlier. Therefore, not all knowing. But anyway, more to the point. More to the point here. Why do you think that such a being even exists? I mean, what reason do we have to think that such a being exists? Because to me, it's just a story.
So he would have, right? So it, and because I was saying if God does, I was starting with why is God good, but now you're saying why does the being even have to exist? So you mean like why can't we have been created without there have been a God first?
Saying, what's the reason for thinking that this story is even remotely true?
Okay. Okay, that's actually a really good question. Now, I know when I first read the Bible, I grew up in church, all that good stuff. Didn't understand it too much, but I still believed it, But now when I got older, I read through the Bible a few times, and I'm like, why do I believe this? And I went down that same rabbit hole of, reading different books, going down different history, and being like, hey, okay, why do I even believe the Old Testament? And then so it turns out, I started looking up different historians, like the leading historians on the Old Testament, leading historians on the New Testament. And so why the whole New Testament is why I accept that is because all the churches since the first church, we known that they had each letter. We may not have known who wrote like Hebrews or something, but all the letters, that's what they were going over as the first church. And then the Old Testament was because they had already had that established. And throughout all of world history, they said, yes, this is the Old Testament of the Jews, until modern day when they start saying, oh, but we don't know if you really can believe that. But back then it was always established. It's been established since the early ADs that the Old Testament is the Old Testament. It was passed down by the Jews. I'm saying oral tradition until Moses, and then Moses wrote it down.
The question is, how do you know that any of it's true?
Right. So that's what I'm saying is because so these so it's all throughout history for the past thousands of years until modern day, it's been accepted as actual history, like we used to teach it in
people
America.
Believe it, therefore it's true.
Well, not only people, but all of the scholars, like all of the scientists and scholars in the whole world. Just like I believe, believe that a flower has a cell in it, even though I never seen a cell or you know what I'm saying? Like, you know,
like all of the scientists and historians, do the scientists hold that, for example, as is said in Genesis 1, that the sun existed before the plants?
I love that question.
I'm sorry, that plants existed before the sun.
For the earth.
Yeah.
The sun, right. The earth existed before the sun. Right.
Well, no. Plants on earth existed before the sun and the rest of the stars, and Genesis didn't seem to know the rest of the stars are suns.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. I do agree with that, and I do believe that that's possible. You know what I'm saying? But we have to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You said the scientists agree. So the Genesis account of creation goes completely against very well-established science.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think you're going off of the distance from the light traveling from the sun to the earth and stuff like that, right?
It's only 8 minutes. No, just the fact.
I mean, I'm sorry, from the sun, from the distant galaxy to the earth. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not just talking about that. I mean, that denotes the age of the Earth, and I don't know if you're a young Earth creationist. That's another.
I would be. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Now you understand. You believe in young Earth creationism.
I do.
Based on the Bible. But the entire scientific...
not just the Bible. I'm going off of science as well.
No, okay, so you think it's established science that the Earth is 6,000 or 10,000 years old? You think that's a consensus among scientists?
Not the consensus among scientists. You know, I wouldn't say that.
So so the consensus of scientists is against that, right? You're appealing to expertise, but the experts are against you. That's the point I'm getting at. You can't appeal. You can't appeal to the experts when the consensus of the experts is against you. So you have to go a different direction.
No. It's the thing is now we're talking about two different subjects. We have one is science and then one is history. Like I said before, I believe because all of history has.
Funnily enough, they're both against you. So history tells us, for example, that the Exodus is just a made-up story. That the Israelites were not enslaved to the Egyptians and then wandering around nomadically in the desert for all of that time. That would have left an archaeological record, and the archaeological evidence completely contradicts that. So much so that when the State of Israel was founded and David Ben-Gurion commissioned the top archaeologists of the day to establish an archaeological basis for that, and they came back a while later and said they had been unable to do so. And this is uncontroversial in archaeological circles. So the history is against you. The history is furthermore against you with ridiculous things like the flood story, where history and science overlap, and both of them are powerfully against your position. Because
can I respond to the Exodus?
Yes, I'm going to just drop the Noah's Ark, and then you can respond to one or both, right? Yeah. So the Noah's Ark story it expects us to believe that all the biological diversity on the Earth all stems from a small group of one family and some animals on a boat about 5,000 years ago, which would require a level of evolution tens of thousands of times faster than anything that can possibly happen in nature, and to be completely preposterous to expect that everything we see in the world now could have evolved from such a small collection of things just a few thousand years ago. So yeah, you can respond to either one of those points or both if you want, but the history and the science are not with you here, my friend.
Okay, so for the first point, you have Exodus. Now you said history doesn't conclude, archaeology doesn't conclude with the story of Exodus, but in the story of Exodus, it says that they were
still there.
Oh, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Yeah, so in the story of Exodus, what it says specifically, right, is that when the Jews left from Egypt, they left with everything that they had, right? You know, just their cane, just their sandals, just their whatever, and just the things that they had to go sacrifice with, and the gold and the things. Now, what you have in the story is that as they're going in the wilderness for the 40 years, they said it's a miracle from God that all of our things have lasted until we got to the promised land. So according to the story, except for the gold and stuff, which they turned into a calf, but then he beat it into powder and put it into the water. Basically, my point is there's no archaeological evidence for them traveling there because the Bible says they didn't leave any evidence because everything lasted until they got to the promised land, right?
Yes.
And they didn't have a lot when they had
If millions of people wandered the Sinai desert for 40 years, they would have left an archaeological trace of that.
Yes.
There would have been campsites,
that's
pottery.
Not how the Exodus story goes. The Exodus story says they didn't leave anything behind. Everything lasted. So
there would have been animal remains. There would have been fire pits, which is why the experts in this area have said that this didn't happen. The Egyptians never mentioned it. It's nothing in the Egyptian record, nothing in the, they were meticulous record keepers at that time, nothing in the tax records, the military campaigns, nothing like that mentions anything about this.
So like the wars against David, like when they just found the Jerusalem stone that talks about that David was defeated, Israel was defeated. Yeah, now, I know that's after Exodus and stuff, but are we talking about Israel in general or just around Moses' time?
The Exodus, the idea that the Israelites were enslaved to Egypt, and then some very, very large number of them escaped from Israel and wandered around in the desert for 4 decades. Something like 500,600,000 people wandering around in the Sinai for 40 years, not being described by anyone, not written about in any of the Egyptian records. This is preposterous.
So what was the food? Remember what the Bible was saying. What was the food and the water? They didn't have any water. They were about to die of thirst. They were complaining, saying, hey, we're going to die of thirst. So they didn't have anything to carry water. They didn't have any water. The only way that they got their food and the water was from a rock. You know what I'm saying? And their food was quail that came in and bread that came on the earth. What I'm saying is that the story of Exodus is showing that they left nothing behind. They didn't need to. They were being 100% taken care of by God. So they weren't leaving any waste behind, everything. And he said, gather up what you have. Everything will rot and decay and go away. This is in the desert too, where things rot and decay. You wouldn't find bones 1,000 years later. Archaeological, it wouldn't turn into a fossil in the desert, even if a lamb
there would
did
still
that.
be the claim you're making is preposterous. The claim you're making is that 500,000 to 800,000 people could wander around in an area of the Middle East for 4 decades and leave no sign. No, that's preposterous.
Even if they did leave a sign, like say a bone or something, it would have been decayed.
There would be overwhelming evidence. That many people in a given region for 40 freaking years.
They would have left evidence if the story says they left. But the story says they didn't leave any evidence.
The story.
That was the point of the miracle.
The story is a bedtime story. That's why I say it's made up nonsense.
But the only reason why I'm saying this is because all of it obviously it's going to sound like made up nonsense if it comes from God creating the
because it is.
It sounds like
evidence that it happened.
Okay, so you're talking about Exodus.
Yeah, because apparently God, it was really important to God that he did this thing that was this great lesson to all of mankind. And according to you, it was really important, God, that they didn't leave a trace of evidence behind. So what is your evidence that the Exodus happened?
that was important for the miracle, right?
So the miracle was the story ends up in the book with no way to actually confirm it.
Well, it brought up my importance of why I'm saying.
So how did you confirm it?
Yeah, so for confirming it, so now you have Moses, right? Who wrote the Bible. Moses is confirmed, or wrote the first 5 books. Moses is confirmed by David, right, in Psalms, and then David is confirmed by Jesus, and Jesus is confirmed by the church. So they're confirming all of their writings all the way through. So you have
confirmed Daredevil.
Yes. It's a theological circle jerk.
Well, not really, because we're talking about. So, are you saying Jesus did?
No. How did you confirm that the Exodus happened? It could be, and I don't have a reason to believe it, but it could be that Moses actually existed.
what evidence do you have that the Exodus actually happened? Because according to you, it was really important to God not to leave behind evidence to confirm that the story in the Bible is actually true.
So
that's kind of weird. But let's say,
right. I mean, it doesn't have to make sense. It does not have to make sense to a human 100%. It just has to be told.
I didn't say 100%.
Right. So it just has to be told, right? The story doesn't have to have 100%.
Is that your bar for accepting something? Is that it doesn't have to make sense, it just has to be told? It sounds sensible to you.
Yeah. The thing is, it doesn't have to make sense to you. It just has to be be It doesn't have to make sense to me. Yeah, that's the bar. It has to be true. It doesn't have to make sense to me.
Hang on a second. You don't get to assert that it's true. You want to evaluate whether it's true.
I'm just
based on the evidence. Well, if it doesn't make sense to you, then
it has to make sense.
That's the universe telling you that it's probably not true. This is too silly. Look, dude, none of this stuff happened. These are myths. Moses didn't exist. The Exodus didn't happen. There was never a global flood. You're a grown adult. You're a grown adult.
Yeah,
grow up.
There's a Bible. There's a Quran.
Right.
Grow up.
So the Bible has been attested again by history, by scholars throughout history.
Okay, we're going to stop for a moment. Okay, because this is too much bullshit all in one place, and people can't stomach it. This is nonsense. This is nonsense. This is a book of fairy tales. You are a grown adult in the 21st century. Talking about a book that says that donkeys talk, that says that oceans part, says that rain fell down and covered the world up to the top of the mountains, said that every single person in the world and every animal came from a small group on a boat 5,000 years ago, says that the entire universe didn't exist beyond about 6,000 years ago, which we now know is about 2,000 or 3,000 years after the Egyptians developed ceramic glazing. This is a misunderstanding of reality so massive as to it's like estimating the width of a football pitch to be a human hair. This is the scale of the error that you're making here.
Okay.
A normal person cannot accept these things and be taken seriously.
Okay. You have shoot, I can't remember what I was going to say.
It's just time to grow up, dude. Stop. You're an adult. Stop. Fairy stories are for kids. This is bullshit.
I agree with that.
This is bullshit. You can do better. Put this silly nonsense aside and start living your life in the real world. I'll tell you what, it's excellent. I highly recommend it. Reality is awesome. You don't have to worry about burning bushes, sticks turning into snakes, silly nonsense like that. Be in the real world. It's so much better.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just kind of thrown off. I don't know where I left off at, and I don't remember really what my point was, what I was trying to get to.
You were breakdancing like babble, just Theo babble. It was just nonsense. I mean, I don't mean this personally against you, but you're making all of these claims, and then you're saying, it doesn't need to make sense. It just needs to be true. That's such an easy thing to say.
No,
but the way we
make sense to me.
Yeah,
I
know.
Make sense to me. It
I
has
know,
to
but
just be true.
I know that.
I was going off of another point, which was me going off of another point, which was me going off another. I haven't even gotten to an end of.
I can describe the circle we went on. So.
Oh, nice. Thank you. That might.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. So, how do you know any of these stories are true? You said the experts, the historians and scientists attest to the Bible. Then I started getting into the specifics of the Bible and how it's completely against the consensus of all the experts in the field. You said, but that's just science. And then John brought up that the historians also do not attest to the Exodus. And you said, well, as an example, well, there's a reason there's no evidence for the Exodus. And then I asked, since there's no evidence for the Exodus, how do you know the Exodus actually happened? You alluded to these characters within the Bible attesting to each other in the same way that Spider-Man and the Kingpin and Daredevil, can attest to each other.
But
like
you said the
I pointed
Spider-Man
out.
Kingpin. I didn't say nothing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was given like characters in comic books can attest to each other too. That's the greater point.
Sure, but I mean, the book
so then
will
I
say
went
it's
back
a comic book, whereas this book says it is history.
I'm not done with the circle. So I said, okay, so how do we independently like verify that these characters actually existed and that this all just isn't a story? And then you went right back to, because the historians and experts like attest to it. So
okay, so I remember where I was getting to. So basically, yes. My fault. Can you say the last part one more time?
Yeah, you circled right back to like expert historians attest to the Bible, which they don't.
Yeah, so no, I was saying all of history until around modern days had attested to the historicity of the Bible. That's why I was
You
talking
said all of history attested to the historicity of the Bible? Do you mean historians?
No, I'm saying
that's not true.
Yeah, historians throughout all of history, and I'm not saying all historians, not all, but it was just accepted until you start running into
Now Christians who believe the religion attest to the religion, but that doesn't tell you the truth of it.
Well, remember, you have scientists that and well, we are talking about historians, but you got to look back. That everybody pretty much believed in God back then. It was
God believes very common. God believes very common, and where you're born and raised will have a great effect on the likelihood of which God you end up believing in. But like, I just want to know what's actually the truth of reality, and you're not really providing grounds for me to.
I mean, I haven't really gotten to anywhere, but I mean, like, dang, I mean, I'm already forgetting what my last point was, but something about you said that I had said that there are people that attest, so the scholarly attestation and things, you have, okay, did you want to start on the science?
I just want to know how do we know that the claims in the Bible are actually true? Well, we know for a fact many of them are false, by the way.
Right. So, that's what I was going to say. So just because you can't find something archaeologically or historically that proves something that the Bible said, it means that it can't be true.
No, because the archaeology disproves it. It's not not simply a matter of saying just because you can't find the proof. We have disproof of claims in the Bible. So many of the claims in the Bible.
So that's my problem. It's you're saying there's going to be archaeological evidence, but the claim in the Bible is saying there is no archaeological evidence because everything lasted.
But this is one of hundreds of discrepancies. Another one is you've got Abraham. You've got Abraham talking to Avimelech, who was the king of the Philistines, right? Because the Old Testament authors didn't realize that the Philistines didn't come along for about 800 or 900 years after that. So you've got Abraham in conversation with Avimelech at a point in history where there were no Philistines there. For example,
it says that he was a king of the Philistines.
No, Abraham was in conversation with Avimelech, who was the king of the Philistines in the story, right? But the Philistines didn't arrive in Canaan for about another 700 or 800 years after that time. So that cannot be true. Cannot be true.
I mean, I don't. First of all, I haven't looked into that one. But the first thing that comes to my mind is, could it have been a different kind of Philistine people, just like how the Romans named Philistia, and they call themselves.
There were not two different. There were not two different sets of the Philistines. We understand the history of the Philistines. They emerged from the Aegean Sea and settled along the coastal regions of Canaan around the end of the Bronze Age collapse, and they were not there in the time of Abraham.
So, or could you say like how it says in the New Testament that King David will be your ruler, but it's really talking about Jesus, but now you're talking Abraham talking to the king of the Philistines. You see what I'm saying? But it's like,
no, these are just
that's
copes.
What I'm saying. I would have to look into.
Yeah, these are copes. They're as silly as the hares and rock badgers not chewing the cud, and everyone goes, "Oh, look into it." You can look into it all you want, but they're just mistakes in the text. They're just things that show that the text is full of mistakes and errors and contradictions.
A great example because people they misunderstand. You know, like it's like okay, and that's what I was talking about in chat earlier, right? You have the rabbit chewing the cud, where that's a process of that's something that in the 1600s they were trying to explain the process of what they saw what rabbits were doing back in that was written in Hebrew. They're trying to translate it into English in the 1600s. They didn't have words like, you know, what they have today for processes. So they had the word cud, choose its cud. What is the cud? The cud is partially decomposed because of its body. It's
makes the same claim about rock badgers, and they don't do that. So it fails on both counts.
I would have to look into the rock badger. I've only seen
that's what I'm saying.
the what's it called?
So, the response is I would have to look into it.
But hold on. Just like, but the problem is, it's like we already had a misunderstanding with the rabbits thing. Now I got to look into the rock badgers thing because the
rabbits thing
based off of action.
Okay, the rabbits thing is still a problem because rabbits just look a bit like they chew the cud, but they don't.
Exactly. That's why they said it chews a cud, because it looks like it's chewing cud.
But an all-knowing God would know that, whereas ignorant men who wrote the Bible wouldn't, and that's why we have a signpost there.
People
right?
wrote it down.
Didn't know. Exactly.
The people are writing down what they are seeing. They're not writing down the exact scientific thing. Right. You just said it looks like it's chewing.
So it's just written by regular dudes, then, right? Like not by. So
that's
we shouldn't take the Bible seriously, right?
So
unless
like,
there's divine, is there divine inspiration and intervention into the authorship of the Bible or not?
Oh yes.
Or is it just regular? Okay, so did this divine being that inspired and intervened to write the Bible know that rabbits don't chew cud?
But he just said it's like they chew cud, right?
No, I said they look a bit like it. It was a mistake, dude. Right. They look a little bit like they do.
The Bible says they actually do. Is that a true statement or a false statement?
Right. So that's the thing.
Is it a true statement or false?
Yes, it's a true statement. What they were describing, they were describing them eating partially food. In the 1600s, they called that word cud. Okay.
No.
In Hebrew, they didn't say the word cud.
This is just a code.
Understanding of what a partially eaten food is, and they were chewing partially eaten food.
It's just a code.
But nowadays, they translated it to cud.
Yeah,
because just, that's the only word that they had.
It's a cope, and the same claim is made for rock badgers, and they don't do it either. The thing is the Bible. This is what I was saying to you before. This is a book of fairy stories and myths. Now you are a person in the 21st century choosing to organize your life around this, and I'm respectfully saying to you that's a waste of time. You are wasting time and you are making yourself ignorant. You're desperately trying to find ways to sort of sane wash bullshit. This is what you're doing. Don't do it. You don't have to do it. You don't have to be a person who is so disconnected from reality that you're online trying to defend mistakes in the text, horrors in the text, all the stuff that we speak to people about on here. Always trying to sanitize this stuff, and it's just junk. Dude, it's junk.
But I mean, you really haven't brought up an actual mistake. You said
I have. I told you about the Philistines, and you said I'm going to have to go and look that up. I told you about rock badgers, and you said I'm going to have to go and look that up. I told you about the rabbits, and you just had a cope for that. We told you about Noah's Ark, and you didn't respond to that. I told you about the Exodus and the lack of archaeological evidence for that, and you just said it was in the story that they wouldn't have left any evidence. That's a ridiculous cope that no one would take seriously. Everything you're saying may be good enough for people in Sunday school, but they're not going to wash here. We demand a higher level of evidence here, and we're not going to buy these ridiculous arguments. And it's just a shame. It's a shame that you have. And it just suggests that you're a little gullible, in my view. And you don't have to be that gullible. I'm offering you an out. Is stop being gullible. Stop believing in fairy tales. Stop believing that animals occasionally talk. Doesn't happen.
So what do you want me to believe on the contrary? You want me to believe that what do you want me to believe that we came from? You want me to believe that I came from a monkey?
Be a fucking grown-up. Live in the world.
Does that not sound like a fairy tale to you? That I came
No,
from a monkey,
because you didn't come from a monkey. You could spend 10 minutes to give yourself an 8-year-old's education of basic science here, but instead you're leaning into, apologetics for how to defend erroneous Bible verses. If you spent 10% of the time doing that, 10% of the time that you spend doing that on learning actual science, you would be 5 times better educated on reality than you are right now.
I mean, I haven't given a full answer. You don't know what I know.
You've demonstrated it amply, my friend. You are profoundly ignorant of history. You are profoundly ignorant of science. You are profoundly ignorant of all the things that would lead you to have a more sophisticated understanding of the bullshit that you're peddling.
So you said Jesus exists. You said Moses might exist. You said David exists. But because we don't have any evidence of their story, we can't believe their story. We could believe they exist, but we can't believe their story because we have evidence that they existed.
Because we're grown-up people who don't believe in magic. Do you understand that?
Why do I keep getting muted, man?
Because we're grown-up.
Evidence that Muhammad existed?
No, we actually not solid.
Oh, so you think? No. Do you think? Wow, the evidence is actually a lot stronger.
Yeah.
So we have somebody existing and having evidence that they exist is a wildly different thing than like evidence that they did miraculous things such as split the moon.
Yeah, that's true.
Or turn water into wine, or raise from the dead.
I didn't finish what I was saying. So my whole point in saying that is, okay, we believe that the people exist because we have archaeological and historical evidence for them. But the things that they did, we don't have evidence for. But just because we don't have evidence for it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
What archaeological? Well, but the time to believe something, but it did happen is when there's sufficient evidence to believe it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that too. You can believe it when there's sufficient evidence, or you can believe it without the evidence. As long as it's true, it's true.
We've put a poll to we've put a poll to the room, and the general consensus seems to be for us to tie this up. So we're probably gonna pull things to a close now. Feel free to come back and speak to us again, but you're going to need to bring better evidence and better arguments, because this has been fairly appalling. This is just like a celebration of scientific ignorance and historical denialism. That's what
shout out Liquid, shout out Larry, shout out Ken.
Yeah, shout out all the people you like. Okay, thank you for coming up. We will see you again soon. Curious that someone would come up and shout out whilst making such a fool of themselves. There we are. Okay, the poll is now finished, and we can get rid of that. Right, people, we'll move it on. I do get irritated by this sort of thing because the information is there. It's in his pocket now. He's probably got a smartphone, and he could spend less time than it would take to make a coffee to just become a little bit better educated on this stuff. There is no reason to be a person who has access to the internet now and access to all the information in the world and be so ill-educated and so misinformed and so confident in the dumb fuckery that you believe. Sorry to be a little coarse in my language here, but there's just no reason for it. It's such a waste of time. He's obviously spent lots of time studying apologetics responses. Repurpose your mind and study reality rather than excuses for non-reality. What an absolute waste of time. Anyway, there we go. Rasol says host is so low tier. Thank you, Rasol. I'll take that to mean an insult in place of an argument. That's something that people normally do when they don't have one, which is what happened to you last time you were up. You didn't have one then, and you appear not to have one now. Okay, so let's... we're going to get Cabbage in next, and then I'll catch up on Super Chats, and then we've got Cradroll after that, and Gohan is back as well on the YouTube side. So, is that for real, Cabbage? It sounds like it might be. Do we have another snorer? I thought it might be a prank, but it sounds like it might be a real one. It's a real one. Fantastic. Okay, well, off he goes. Save some time, I guess, on the show. We'll bring in Cradroll next. Hey, Cradroll.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Not bad. So first, congratulations on pronouncing my name correctly. Most people say Cradroll or Cradroll, so kudos there.
I could quite easily have done that too. It was sheer luck. But welcome in, and what would you like to say?
So I would like to say that God would make a terrible bedtime story. Like, you are just going to confuse those kids that you are trying to explain God to. You'll probably end up giving them nightmares.
Yeah, because it's so grim. I just mean, like, from the point of view of, I don't know if you probably weren't here at the beginning, but I was drawing some parallels, some interesting parallels between religion and bedtime stories, being that bedtime stories are typically read to children before they're old enough to really assess with any efficacy whether they're true or not, and they are meant to sort of soothe rather than inform, and they normally have, a happy ending that the person being read to wants to hear. And religion's a bit like that.
Religion is definitely a bit like that. Now, I do want to preface this. I am a believer, and so I can argue some of the merits of God. I do believe slightly different understanding of God being LDS rather than traditional Christianity. But right. I also thought you would want to come and talk to a believer who isn't just going to spout the same, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, rhetoric.
Bullshit?
These stupid, bullshit arguments like, objective morality, therefore God exists.
Sure, but respectfully, you're just going to spout different bullshit.
Yeah, mine is definitely different bullshit. I don't believe that I'm going to be honest, I do not think there is a single scientific argument that anyone could pose that would convince an atheist that yes, God is real.
What's any sound or cogent argument? It doesn't have to be scientific.
So, sound or cogent argument for my belief. I mean, my belief comes from personal experience, and I personally believe that if you don't have that kind of, personal testimony, relationship with Jesus Christ, there's not going to be an argument that's going to convince anyone.
Yeah, so John and I are rational for being atheists because we don't have that personal experience, is what you're saying. Like, the only rational position for John and I to take is to not be convinced any God exists because we haven't had that personal experience.
Yeah, your disbelief is completely rational because there is not sufficient evidence to prove the existence of God. Therefore, the disbelief in God is the rational conclusion.
John, I got nothing from that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you're leaning on your personal experience. Can you see, from our point of view, personal experience isn't worth much because there are people who have different personal experiences and use those as a basis for believing views and
gods.
Beliefs, which are contrary to yours, right? Yeah,
it's completely anecdotal.
Which means that what's likely is that you're placing too much confidence in your ability to correctly interpret your personal experience. I don't doubt that you've had it, but I also don't doubt that the people in lots of other faiths and other belief systems who I've spoken to, who also claim personal experience, they've all had their personal experiences, and I think they're placing too much faith in their ability to correctly interpret those too. I think you all are. I think you guys, respectfully, are all delusional. So you've had a personal experience, and then you've moved directly from that to, I know how to interpret the experience I had in a way that leads me to conclude that my God is real, without spending enough time on the possibility that you may have misinterpreted your experiences.
Yeah, and that's absolutely a possibility. And I could also, talk about what little archaeological evidence there is for the Book of Mormon, and talk about how there's not really a consistent counter argument for how Joseph Smith on his own power could have created the Book of Mormon, but ultimately I don't think that is going to convince an atheist that yes, the Book of Mormon is true, and by extension, the LDS Church is true. By extension, God is real.
Will atheists be punished in the afterlife?
I do not. Our church does not teach that atheists are going to be punished in the afterlife. We have a very different understanding of the afterlife. So that there's two places. There's paradise and prison. Prison is kind of a deceptive term, though, because prison isn't a place of torment. It's not a place of torture. It's a place where you will be taught the gospel and you will have the ability to accept or reject the gospel.
So we're like re-education camps.
Yeah, sort of like a re-education camp. Less fire and brimstone, more re-education camp.
I think that, look, I'm going to respectfully ask you to maybe call us back, because we are going to do a Mormon episode soon, an LDS, if you like, episode soon. But it's not going to be today, and so we will have some colleagues with us,
button, so I don't miss it. And I'll go ahead and hop off, and I'll let a traditional Christian come on.
That would be good, because we'll have people here who have some background knowledge that might be able to better engage with you than perhaps we will on the specifics of the LDS stuff, rather than if it's like general theism, we can speak about that stuff, but it might be more productive if you come back once we've got those on.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to talk about general theism, I'd be happy to discuss that, but I don't think it's going to be as productive, because I think we both have this stance of these general arguments aren't convincing.
If you agree with us that those arguments aren't convincing, there's not going to be much to talk about. So come back, keep an eye out. We'll announce it. It'll be sometime in the next few weeks. We are going to do an LDS episode. And then we would love to hear from you then. So give us a follow and come back when that happens. I can't
figure out how to jump out of
I'll take you down.
So
I'll take you down. Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Cradle. Thanks for coming up. Okay. Right. We are going to bring in Rasol, who's been puffing his chest out in the chat. And we're going to bring him in right now. Let's see, bringing in Russell. There we are. Okay. Hey, Russell, how are you doing?
Hey, John.
Right. We're going to be well behaved, aren't we?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Okay. What would you like to say?
Yeah, so God is a bedtime story.
Yeah.
Do you understand that when you make a claim like that, you need to have justification to be able to make that claim?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'll be charitable. Go ahead. What's your justification for that?
Right. So I'm saying that I'm using a metaphor here, right? I'm saying that God is a bedtime story. I don't literally mean God is actually a bedtime story. I'm just saying that the notion of God functions like a bedtime story. It's told to credulous people. It imparts comfort rather than information, and it always has a happy ending. It's rather twee, and so I think it's a reasonable metaphor to make, in that bedtime stories quite often are not true, and I think that stories about God quite often, I'm sure you would agree with me, are not true, given that whatever your religious persuasion, there will be billions of people who tell different stories about different gods, which you would consider to be untrue. So I think the metaphor is reasonably justified in this instance, don't you?
So, like when you make a claim, right, and the person asks you for justification, the repeating the claim isn't justification.
He didn't repeat the claim. He explained he wasn't making a literal claim about a fact. He was using bedtime story as a metaphor, and then he explained the metaphor to you, but you're stuck on the notion that he made a claim about a fact. He wasn't. You understand? He wasn't. He literally said he's not being literal, right?
So he's not making a claim that God doesn't exist.
That's a different claim.
So when we talk about bedtime story, we're referencing some kind of fictional
metaphor,
something made up
by
the individual, right?
He's drawing parallels.
Yeah, so
he's drawing parallels.
No, I agree. I understand exactly what he's doing. So if somebody's comparing God to a bedtime story, he's pretty much saying God is fictional. God is not real.
I think that the God of the Bible is fictional, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So now, when you say, hey, it's just a metaphor, I'm just confused what's actually being said right here.
Did you not understand the reply I gave you before? Do you want me to repeat it?
So are you making a hard claim that God doesn't exist and he's fictional?
Not making a hard claim. No, I suspect that he's fictional, but I'm making a claim that the notion of a God functions like a bedtime story. Everyone else here seems to have understood this without too much problem. Why are you struggling with it so much?
I'm not. I'm actually asking for clarification. I want to know what you're saying.
I provided the clarification. Would you like me to repeat it?
So you're not making a hard claim about God.
So look, there's two ways of looking at this. One is, as I explained before, that religions and these stories about God function like a bedtime story. They're told to credulous people. They're not the provision of information and understanding as much as just soothing emotions and managing mood and making people feel better. And also they tend to have...
That could be true sometimes, right? That could be true sometimes, but not all the time.
True. That's right.
There could also be like stories about God that are actually true.
They could be. Yeah, they could be. But bedtime stories typically aren't. And these stories about God, things like parting oceans and talking donkeys, are more likely to be mythological than true. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I don't think I need to hold to talking donkeys, because me and you had a conversation in the past. Like, I take more of a rational approach to religion. I don't think a talking donkey is actually like that important to my worldview. Whether
that's
a
fine.
Donkey spoke or not, I don't really care.
But I don't care that you don't care. I'm talking about a book that does happen to have talking donkeys and snakes in it. And I'm saying such a book, we would be justified, given what we know about nature and reality, in concluding that such a book is probably not literally true. Therefore functions more like, funnily enough, a bedtime story.
Yeah, I don't think you're justified, though. I think you're making a huge leap. I think you can be skeptical about it. And I think you can say, hey, some areas seem to be a little bit embellished.
Yeah.
But I don't think the overall claim can be dismissed.
I'm delighted that you're that credulous, that you're willing to entertain the possibility that a book that involves numerous miracles and lots of magic is possibly true. I think that's wonderful that you're that credulous. I'm an adult in the 21st century, and I'm a little more discerning. I think it's much more likely that such a book is untrue. Therefore, my judgment that it's more likely to be like a bedtime story, which is not true.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm asking for justification.
I've given it already.
Awesome. You're just repeating the claim, but you think repeating the claim is justification. Oh, wow.
That's
a very low tier move.
I've clarified it for you, and you're the only person in the room who seems to think I haven't.
Yeah, just repeating the claim is not justification. Just so everybody knows, he has no argument.
And yet, repeating the claim is the thing that you're doing right now, which is just keeping on repeating that I haven't clarified things. Where everyone else in the room, you keep on claiming that I'm just repeating stuff. There are 600 people right now who don't understand what you don't understand about what I've explained. Everyone else gets it.
I've called out how your reasoning is fallacious.
You haven't. You're just insisting on it. But I've been perfectly clear about what I'm saying. I mean, fairly measured in what I'm saying as well, Russell. Which is that I'm just saying that the Bible functions like a bedtime story, right? In the same way that we could be justified in saying when stories talk about the teddy bears had their picnic, when stories talk about the teddy bears had their picnic, most people are justified in thinking that the teddy bears probably didn't actually really have a picnic. It probably didn't really happen. And similarly, when a book talks about sticks turning into snakes and oceans parting and donkeys talking and people walking on water and loaves of bread multiplying and dead people coming back to life and zombies crawling out of the earth and wandering into town to say hello to everybody, people would be justified in concluding that just like the teddy bear's picnic, that story probably isn't true also. Now, what do you disagree with about what do you disagree with? What do you disagree with about what I just said?
Yeah, I disagree that this false dichotomy that you're making, that you have to accept everything in the book or reject everything in the book.
I didn't make a false dichotomy. I didn't say that you have to accept. I didn't say
because he said when I said hold on.
No, I didn't say that you have to accept everything or reject everything. That's a straw man. I'm not going to have you straw man me.
You're going to lie about what he said.
You're not going to come on here. No, you're not going to come on here and you're not going to come on here and lie about what I've said. I at no point said that anyone.
Again, it's a concession.
I said at no point did I say that you are obligated to accept everything in the book or reject everything in the book. That's your own infantile understanding of what I said. I said that given that the book contains so many improbable
low tier reading comprehend or listening comprehension.
Look, if you keep muting me,
that's okay. You're just going to listen for a moment because what I said was that when a book when a book contains stop crying about being muted, you're just going to learn to listen for a moment. You're just going to be quiet because you can't not overtalk. This is why people think you're such a pain.
You gave a false dichotomy.
I didn't give a false dichotomy. I'm clarifying it now. When a book contains so many things that are implausible, one is justified in not accepting the book. It doesn't mean that when I say not accepting the book, I don't mean every single statement in it must definitionally be false. I mean that as a general thing, we say this story probably isn't true. It's not a false dichotomy.
That's not justified. That's not justified. You have to give motivations as how that's justified.
Because people have common sense, my friend. People can look at a text, and when it's full of obvious myth, then they can conclude that the text is probably obvious myth. It's amazing to me that you're struggling to understand this.
That's a circular response right there because you think it's fake. Because you think it's fake, therefore you're justified in believing it's fake. This is so bad.
All you're doing at the moment is signaling your own credulity, because if you were a little more discerning, you would follow us on this journey, and you would agree with me that all the things that we pointed out in this book probably didn't happen, and you would be a little bit more grown up and a little bit less quick to believe in magic, wizard stuff. You've come on to argue for wizard stuff.
Even if I grant that some of the stories in the Bible might be embellished, it still doesn't defeat the whole God argument. That's my whole approach. Like, you're trying to say because donkeys can't talk, therefore no God. This is just a fallacious way of looking.
I'm not saying therefore no God. I'm not saying therefore no God. I'm saying therefore this particular story, in this case, we're talking about the Bible.
What story? Is the donkey story or the whole God story?
The narration of the Bible, the narrative of the Bible, is likely to be untrue because it contains so many untrue things. It's shown itself to be so improbable. It's shown itself to be so full. You can claim false dichotomy all day long, but no one's going to take you seriously.
You're rejecting the whole message.
I'm not rejecting the whole message. I'm saying that this book has demonstrated itself to be untrustworthy. And when a book is demonstrated to be untrustworthy and then makes even bigger claims, for example, about the origin of the entire universe, that one is justified in not accepting those claims. You obviously have a very, very low evidence bar. You're prepared to look at this. You're prepared to look at this book full of talking animals and magic wizard spells and say, well, we should keep an open mind about it. What's your justification for that?
Hold on, you're literally gaslighting me. The very thing that I said is what you're arguing. You're making a false dichotomy. You're saying because talking donkeys are impossible, therefore God doesn't exist.
I haven't made that argument.
This is exactly what I said, and you're like, no, that's not what I'm saying.
I haven't made that argument.
When you repeat your argument, that's exactly what you're saying.
Haven't made that argument. I haven't said talking donkeys are impossible, therefore God doesn't exist. I've said talking donkeys are impossible, therefore this book has demonstrated itself to be untrustworthy, and therefore should be taken to be more likely to be a myth. I haven't said God doesn't exist.
That doesn't follow.
It does follow.
Just because some areas of the book might be embellished.
Just because the book is full of obvious mythology, it doesn't follow that we should take it to be a myth. Make that make sense.
Exactly. No, that's exactly what
I'm glad
saying.
you agree. I'm glad you agree. Thank you.
Hold on. You're confused.
I'm confused.
You just lost because you don't know basic philosophy. You're arguing every day. And you're making fallacious arguments as to why God doesn't exist.
Are you going to say false dichotomy?
Doesn't call you out.
Are you going to say false dichotomy
you
again?
You have an echo chamber that doesn't call out your stupidity, right?
Right.
You have Sean here. He's even a bigger loader than you are.
And yet you've come up here and been completely incapable of putting a single argument together why anyone should take anything you're saying seriously.
Sean being a good
absolutely pathetic display, Rasol. So
Sean
there you were.
Just engage. Quit humping my leg and just engage with the topic.
Yeah. Okay. I think maybe this conversation is not likely to pan out, is it? I wanted to let him in because yes. You see, this is what happens when your argument has failed, Rasol. This is what happens when your argument has failed, and you have to divert to talking about Sean and talking about my audience and talking about an echo chamber. If you had an actual argument to make, you'd have made it. But all you had was crying and saying false dichotomy. And calling out everyone for being not as clever as you, and I think everyone's probably done with that. So there we are. Off it goes. Another crash out for the episode. Did someone hit crash out on the bingo? Did we have it?
Who hit it? Philbro. That Philbro's definitely. What's that?
I was going to see if someone called crash out.
Crash out's there.
But it was called earlier.
It was pending.
For Dang the host. I don't know if Dang the host was. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cheat. I'm going to say no. Ash doesn't get that one, but I'm going to call crash out for this one.
All right, very good.
I stole it. I called it myself on the bingo. I stole it. Rasol's crash out. While we're here on the bingo, of course, Ashwell did call out Philbro Bagball for Dang, and Ash also called Read It in Context for Dang, and Zeitgeist called Crying About the Meta for Rasol. It definitely had a bit of that. Absolutely brilliant. That was a terrible cheat, me running in there and stealing that one, but I think that was fair because I'm actually not sure if the Dang the host was doing Philbro Babble, but Rasol definitely was. He's hopeless. He comes into the chat, he always gives it and he just can't deliver it. It's just all words, complete nonsense. So to just clarify again, in case anyone thinks I'm not being straight here, my argument is not donkeys can't talk, therefore God doesn't exist. My argument is that when a text is so full of obvious myth and obvious magical nonsense, then we shouldn't. It tells you something about how seriously you should take it, so that it then puts into relief how seriously you should take its claims about things like gods. When it's shown itself to be so full of nonsense, when it's shown itself to be so obviously made up rubbish, that when it then makes these big claims about the origins of the universe and about the ultimate purpose of mankind, then we're justified on the basis of the rest of the bullshit in there for going, nah, I'm not accepting those claims either. Doesn't mean they're not true. It doesn't mean they can't be true. I'm not saying that the donkeys disprove God. I'm saying that all of that stuff in the book, the obvious myth-making in the book, leads us to be justified in withholding acceptance of its theological claims because so many of its other claims are obviously untrue. Poor old Russell could not understand that. I don't even think it's a particularly sophisticated argument. I think it's a fairly simple argument. So I don't know if he's genuinely that stupid or just pretending to be that stupid. But Russell, neither of those is a good look, my friend. There you go. Monkey business. John, why are you gaslighting the donkeys? There we go. Okay. We're gonna get Marquis GT back in. We'll take that off there.
YouTube side?
On the TikTok side. I'm sorry, Sean.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, sorry. TikTok side. Marquis GT. We have spoken before.
Yeah, Sean, you got to work on your memory, my man.
There we go. But we can't always remember exactly which platform people are on. Welcome back. And what would you like to say?
Yeah, I just I just kind of wanted to have a conversation about perceived magic. So I don't know. I always find it interesting when atheists call some of the things that are described in the Bible magical.
They are. It's wizard stuff. Oh, come on.
Yeah,
sticks turning into snakes. You almost said abracadabra.
Yeah, but considering the technology that we have today, because I think if we wrote a book the same way that the Bible has been written and then shared what we are now doing with them, they would probably be dumbfounded as well.
So you're saying that what they use science to turn, like Aaron used science to turn his staff and the Pharaoh to turn their staff into snakes? Or did they use magic?
Yeah, typically my assumption is that the way that physics exists.
What method did they use to turn their sticks into snakes?
There is a combination that would allow such a, I don't know, ridiculous seeming thing and make it happen as we are now doing every day.
Cool. What method did they use to turn their staffs into snakes?
I have no idea what method it was used, but I'm just talking about referring to it as magic.
It's called magic.
Seemingly, I would say that I hear you, but I'm just saying my point here is that what we are doing now is more impressive than a lot of the things that you're calling magic. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I think landing on the moon is more impressive than making. If someone literally made a hat like teleport or appear in the hat magically, I think landing on the moon is more impressive. That's my emotional reaction to it. But it doesn't negate the fact that if someone actually pulled a rabbit out of a hat that wasn't actually there, that would be magic. So whether it's impressive or not is a separate question from whether it's actually magic. What the Bible describes in many places is magic.
Yeah, but let's not romanticize magic as this instant thing, because even how we depict it in fiction, there's like properties that will create the reaction or whatever thing that is trying to, right? Even in our fiction, we make it make sense. So I'm just confused on why we refer to it as magic and like this crazy thing when we are doing crazier things.
You said you okay. So you don't dispute the fact that the Bible contains magic. You just think that we shouldn't romanticize it, or you don't think it's particularly impressive. Okay, what would you call it different, and why is it not magic? I don't know. This seems like a weird hill to die on.
I'm just responding.
What hill am I
dying on exactly? So,
I have to say the audio is fairly terrible. Are you within 100 meters of your microphone? Because it would be good if you could get a bit nearer to it.
Hold on, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
It's because I'm in an open space versus closed space. But anyway, you can have your contentions and grievances with the Bible. I just feel like again
you cut out again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I think your connection is bad. Yeah. So basically, the Bible contains quote unquote miracles. The point we get at is these miracles are indistinguishable from magic, and so we call it magic as tongue in cheek, although it's also accurate. So what's the problem? Like, what are you objecting to?
What I'm saying is, what we currently are, the information and technology that we're currently working with, we're like so unimpressed by it that it's just funny that you're calling some of the things that happen in the Bible magic, where I'm like, I don't know. I just feel like it's less impressive.
There's a difference.
But you hype it up to be a more
the thing is, there's a difference, because if you take the most impressive technology we have right now, it can be explained to you in specific terms exactly how it works. The mechanisms by which it works can be explained to you and derived from first principles mathematically. It can all be explained.
Yeah. So
right. So the stuff that happens in the Bible isn't like that. It's not just a lack of understanding.
Well, how do you know that? Do you have the same workings that they had at that time to be able to?
Well, because the claims of the Bible are that the quote magical things happen as a result of things like divine intervention. Divine intervention isn't a mechanism that can be described and modeled mathematically and derived from first principles and explained to someone.
How do you know that?
Because it can't be, it never has been, and it's not being claimed that such a mechanism even exists. All we're told is when God wants something to happen, it just happens. That's a very different type of explanation from let's explain how logic gates work. Let's explain how logic boards work. There's a way of explaining the stuff that we are all collectively impressed by now, right? From
you said something very interesting. Like, we all know this. Like, I don't like to talk about stuff that we all know, right? I'm just trying to make sure I understand the reasoning behind the reactions of what you're saying. So I hear you, though, because even when it comes to technology, you would say that we're still pretty primitive, or would you say that we're just like next level? It's actually crazy the technology we have.
I'd say that we are where we are. We're an awful lot more sophisticated than we were 20 or 400 years ago, and an awful lot less sophisticated than we will be in 20 or 400 years. It's a silly question.
Do you object to the things being called miracles instead of magic? So
I really
water
don't care
into wine.
if you call it magic.
Well,
I don't care if you call it magic.
That seems to be what you came up to talk about. Do you have the same distinction with Christians calling them miracles? Do you object and say, well, how can you call them miracles? Because science would seem to be doing more impressive stuff these days. Like, do you have the same problem with calling them miracles versus magic?
I feel like we're using the definition of words poorly here, because a miracle would be synonymous to miraculous, versus magic magic is a thing that would cause a miracle. So I don't think
I think it's all the same.
So how are miracles different from magic?
Okay, hold on. That's perfect. I just want to. So when somebody calls you when somebody calls you and you were thinking about them, that would be miraculous. Okay.
No, it would be a coincidence.
No, that's interesting. Okay.
I want to,
distinguish miracle from magic.
Too many questions at once. Hold on. That's interesting to call it a coincidence. So what you're telling me is, it's a coincidence because you don't have a map to show how your thought triggered another reaction. That's what you're saying.
It's a coincidence. It's a coincidence because statistically those kind of events are going to happen. It would be far more miraculous if they never did. In the possibility space of events, if you counted the number of times somebody called you when you hadn't been thinking about them, and you counted the number of times you thought about someone and they didn't call, you would see that the occasional coincidence of those two factors, where you happen to think about someone at the point that they called, probably happens about as often as one would expect it to happen. It's not miraculous. It's exactly what would be expected given just basic understanding of probability. That's why I say it's not a miraculous thing.
Okay.
It's just a coincidence. It's not closed-mindedness on my part. It's just what you would expect to see. You're only looking at a tiny part of the picture there.
And what distinguishes miracles from magic?
From you, but okay. I don't know what you're asking me, Sean. I don't care about magic. I don't care about
Okay. Well, you don't care about the thing you brought up for discussion. We've been talking about all this time. So what's that? I don't remember the first question. I don't remember the first question you asked, because that was a while back. Okay, so got it. So you don't want to answer. So you don't have an answer to what distinguishes miracles from magic. Got it. So we're okay.
Do you care?
Well, it does. Well, no, it doesn't matter. But when the Bible talks about miracles and we call it magic, apparently you agree with us because you don't know have a distinction between the two. So we're all good then, right? Are we good? Can we move on to the next topic?
I mean, I feel like it's strange because it seems like when I get on here, Sean, I have to level with you first to have like a coherent conversation.
It's really hard to make out what you're saying at the moment.
Well as you do.
Marquis, it's actually really hard
really difficult to talk to two different thoughts.
No. Yeah, I'm just talking about the quality of your audio right now.
The audio, I know.
Yeah, that is actually a problem because I know you are, but it's just making it hard to make out what you're saying. That's all.
Okay, yeah. So I just want to slow down. So if we could, I want to make sure that we at least get my original point cleared, and then that's it. That's all I want. So all I'm saying is, when it comes to using the word magic. Maybe that's where I messed up. Using the word magic. All I'm saying is I think that there's way crazier things that currently exist. So when you are so hyperbolic with the usage of the word magic, I have to question where you're coming from. Because I feel as if we started doing a lot of the things that were said in the Bible now, I don't even think people would care that much. But it seems like you use a lot of hyperbolic language around it, and that's all I was trying to make.
So two things on that. One, many of the quote unquote miracles, which you don't seem to have a problem with, but somehow magic, but you can't distinguish between the two, were actually far beyond what capabilities. Like, we cannot turn or sticks into snakes. That would be amazing if we could do that with technology. But then second of all, well, it doesn't matter. The point is, we don't have you're claiming like it's trivial for technology to do like all the miracles in the Bible, and that's just not true. So the sticks into snakes is something that's beyond our technology. I don't even think it's relevant that it's with the technology. The point we get at is that they call them miracles. You don't call that hyperbole. Like, why are they hyperbolically calling these miracles? We're just saying the point we are getting at is, to Christians, they're like, the word miracle is indistinguishable from magic. So we call the things the Bible refers to as miracles, we refer to it as magic. But then you like get on us about using the word magic, calling it hyperbolic, when they're using the word miracle and you're fine with it, but you can't draw a distinction between miracles and magic. I just don't know the whole point of this whole thing.
Yeah, I think this is a pointless conversation. Honestly,
hold on. Okay, I'll wrap it up. Last thing. I just want to say, Sean, when I have conversations with you, you put a lot of words in my mouth and you make a lot of assumptions, because you assume that I care about defending the Bible when I... That's what I have to say.
I didn't assume that.
I just like conversation. It's not that serious. You did, because you said I don't have a problem with how they speak about miracles. When
I asked you
just
first.
yesterday, I spoke on that. Just yesterday.
I asked you for. Well,
I said that's not relevant to what I'm trying to. I hear you, and I try to dismiss it because I didn't care. I told you that.
You're right. So you said you don't care. So you don't care if they use the word miracle, but you care. But you think we're going too far when we say magic. I literally asked you. I didn't.
You guys, I'm not talking to them. I called them out this way. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
Well, thanks for coming up, Marquis. Appreciate your call. Okay, there we go. Not sure what to say about that.
That was weird.
It was slightly strange. All right, I've got some super chats to read out. Let's have a look. We have got Bethel said that DMC did not run. Get it?
Yeah.
Yes. And Zeitgeist said to DMC, why did your God have to cause a natural disaster, Hurricane Katrina, 20 years ago that destroyed my hometown? What was the justification for such a thing? And the list of these questions, of course, is endless. Endless. Bethel said, W. Tim, finally on the live. It was awesome to get to speak to Tim after all of this time. As I said before, that these lives wouldn't be the same without Tim. It's amazing having you around, and great to speak to you, Tim, indeed. Bethel also says, Ems has the best voice I ever heard. Sure. Bethel said, Pete, cat content. My cat's back again. She's generally on my knee. I would say something like, no lie, about 85% of the time that I'm streaming, she's right here. It's absolutely brilliant. It's how I keep my zen. I'm so calm because I've got a cat. When you've got a cat on your knee, purring away, you just don't get upset about stuff.
You should do a clip of like splice together all the cat appearances through all your lives, and have like one long, cat escapade.
God, there's lots. But the thing is that you'd have to look through 7-hour-long live streams for 2-second cat appearances. But yes, and it's always this one, not her sister. I don't know why, but she seems to like it. Bethel says the god-defeating hair strikes again. Proves Puff. Yeah, the hair thing is pretty brutal, and the copes are always hilarious. And Bab said the Torah, A New Hope, the Gospel, The Empire Strikes Back, the Quran, Return of the Jedi, the Book of Mormon, Spaceballs. That's very. Babs always brings it. Absolutely brilliant. And finally, I gotta love this one. Bethos Rasol Crash Out. Gotta have that. Absolutely superb. Okay, so let's see where we're at. We've got Anna Banana on the TikTok side. We will bring in Anna Banana right now. Hey Anna, how are you? I wonder if this is an accidental. Anna, are you there? That feels to me like an accidental join. So we will drop Anna down and she will sail off into the good night. Okay, let's see where we're at. Shorebag on the TikTok side. Bringing in right now.
Hey there.
Hey, how are you?
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you just fine. Welcome up.
Oh, that was quick. Thanks. I'd be curious how you justify like the fact that the miracles or the magic, whatever you want to call it, doesn't happen, or that they never happened.
Well, I would say that we observe a uniformity of nature. As a general principle, we observe a uniformity of nature, and by induction, we generalize rules about how reality appears to work. Now, there are instances where claims are made that those rules are not in operation and things are happening differently. For example, miracle claims. But in normal everyday life, we learn to apply skepticism to such claims. So if somebody tells me that they had bacon and eggs for breakfast, I can take that claim at face value. But if somebody tells me they had bacon and eggs for breakfast whilst levitating 10 feet in the air, at that point, you're going to need to give me some evidence to justify that claim before I believe it, right? And because the claim is pretty extraordinary, the kind of evidence would need to be more than trust me, bro. It would need to be a lot more impressive than that, right? With the evidence would need to be.
No, that part's fair to say that you don't necessarily believe that these things happen, but to then go to the other side and say I'm sure that they didn't happen is different, right?
Yeah, I mean, when I say I'm sure that they didn't happen, I'm saying that what I really mean, that's kind of code for we ought to be fairly obvious. We ought to be fairly confident that they didn't happen, because there are miracle claims throughout culture, throughout history. And when we look into them, when we're able to look into them, they always turn out to be false. And it just so happens that some of these claims are too distant in the past for us to examine them properly now. That doesn't provide a warrant for lowering our epistemic bar and going, well, just because we can't test them empirically, and just because we can't investigate them with the normal tools that we would have at our disposal, we're just going to relax all our standards and become credulous, right, about essentially supernatural claims and miracles. And I just think that, can I prove that Jesus didn't walk on water? Of course I can't. But it's a big ask to accept that the uniformity of nature was temporarily disrupted at a point in time where people conveniently didn't have cameras, and then after that, normal operation resumed. It's a big ask to expect someone
sure,
to
you're
accept
talking
that.
about burden of proof, right? Like making the positive claim that these miracles didn't happen. That's what you're referring to, not just lacking belief. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, and I want to pick up on something the host was saying. I think you're focusing.
I was going. Hold on. I was going somewhere with that. Yeah. I was going somewhere with that. So, because we have an understanding about how reality works, a basic understanding about certain things. If I tell you, like in John's example, I levitated 10 feet off the ground, you wouldn't only be justified in not believing my claim, you would be justified in believing my claim is false, because you would know that that violates everything we know about physics and reality and how gravity works, etc. So the same thing is happening in the Bible, like turning sticks into snakes as an example. We just know that that doesn't happen. It violates everything we know about nature. And without a compelling reason to suspend that, to reverse ourselves on all those priors, we're justified in believing that they didn't happen.
Believing that they didn't happen. That's the way you're wording it. I think you're justified in not believing it, but I don't know if I see how you're justified in like saying it didn't happen. And to talk about, okay.
Are you justified in believing I didn't? If I claimed I levitated 10 feet in the air, are you justified in believing I did not actually levitate 10 feet in the air?
Right. So then you get into like the context of this specific claim, right? And that's, I would say this context of that claim for me personally would be different than the context of a biblical miracle claim. I think you could agree that there's at least a little bit more weight. Maybe it's a very small amount, but because there's a little bit more context, and there is actually like other things we can tie into.
You agree in my case that you would be justified in believing that did not happen, right?
Well, just based on what you just said, I still don't know if I can say for certain that it didn't happen.
I didn't say 100%. Like, I'm not 100% certain about anything that I exist, but your belief state would be, you would be convinced that I didn't, not with 100% certainty, but like you would bet a lot of money on it, I assume, right?
Well, this is the point though, is like you're admitting that you don't know for sure. And my second point, right, the corollary to this is that if you're not sure about something, I don't think I
need to correct you.
What?
Okay, so I said I'm not 100% certain about anything, but I would call myself sure. For example, I say I'm sure that the Earth revolves around the sun, even though I'm only 99.99999% certain. So what I'm saying is, from a philosophical standpoint, saying 100% certainty, that's like that's not a reasonable ask. But yes, I am certain about, when I say I'm certain, that doesn't mean philosophical 100% certainty. But would you say your belief is that I did not levitate 10 feet off the ground? That you believe that that's not true?
Again, not true. I would say that I'm quite sure, but I'm not certain. And that's my main point, though, right? Is that there's always a little bit of light there.
Yeah. So that's how we are with the miracles in the Bible, and I don't see what adds more weight to them. It's just claims written down on paper, and there's all kinds of claims of miracles that we don't accept. So I don't see what context makes the claims in the Bible more likely to have happened.
Well, that goes deep, but let me pick up on something that could answer that the other guest was kind of talking about in terms of what we've been able to achieve today with technology, right? But not exactly his point, but just to say that, like, if I were to go back before we had modern physics and told you that teleportation is a real thing, you would definitely think just like I would be saying the same thing as I levitated 10 feet in the air, basically, right? Except it turns out to actually be physically possible, right? So we can be wrong about things that seem so obvious. We can still be wrong about them.
We can, and that's why we can make claims without asserting absolute certainty, right? You can make a claim on the preponderance of evidence and with a degree of certainty which is commensurate with the evidence you have. So when I say I don't think Jesus walked on water or was resurrected, I'm not saying I know this to be a fact. I'm not saying I know this with 100% certainty. I'm saying on the basis of all of the evidence that we have, and on the basis of weighing up, the evidence offered for those specific claims and the evidence from the rest of life, that I'm led to believe that the chances of it being true are pretty low. So low that I'm prepared to say it didn't happen. In my view, it didn't happen. Now, I'm not saying that with certainty. There is a non-zero possibility that I'm wrong and that there was actually an individual in the Middle East a couple of thousand years ago who subverted the laws of physics somehow. The chances aren't high. And, you know,
we don't have to say that he subverted it. Like the other guy was saying, is that maybe we, again, this is just theoretical, right? To find that little bit of light that could be there. It's like, it could have been other things that would be within the physics that we would eventually discover. That's the idea, right?
It is
Maybe
possible.
he had alien tech. I mean,
yeah,
I can't rule out alien.
I was going to bring up aliens.
But
we don't know that. We don't have an explanation.
I believe that's not the. But I believe that's not the case. I'm not claiming absolute certainty that that's not the case.
Yeah.
So I believe Jesus did not walk on water. I'm not claiming philosophical absolute certainty that he did not walk on water. You understand the difference. You can believe X to a very high degree in the same way I believe the earth revolves around the sun. I'm not 100% certain about that, but the evidence for it is overwhelming. And so with 99 point, a certain amount of 9 degrees certainty, I believe the earth revolves around the sun.
Yeah, but when you say that, you see, you're going to get into a problem because a Christian will tell you different, right? That it's not 99% certain that these things didn't happen. You're kind of like assuming that based on your own worldview, right?
No, I'm not assuming it. I'm asserting it based on evidence.
And we're assessing it.
Flat earth. Yeah, I'm not going to get into like flat eartherism debate here. Dr. Blitz can.
Let's not do that.
He can jump on. Yeah, he can jump on that grenade, and he's good at it. But yeah.
I guess to summarize, like I was trying to make a sub point here, which is like, I guess I find with a lot of these lives, I get it, it's a live, but like there's a lot of condescension, right, among your chatters, among the headline. It's deliberately provocative, but it's also very condescending to a group of people. And I just think if you're not sure about things, that you shouldn't take that approach. It would be much better to take this approach like we're having now, right, which is much more reasoned and at least respectful discussion.
Yeah,
you know
but
what I mean?
but the reason why there's sometimes a degree of condescension or even mockery in some of the prompts is I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off that these belief systems hurt so many people. And I've got a community full of people who have been really, really injured by these cults and by these ideas. People who still suffer religious trauma to this day. And actually, there's something in the psychology literature that one of the best ways to deal with ideas that are traumatic and painful is laughing at them. It's actually really effective to help people who have got like ideation around fears of hell or feelings of unworthiness or shame or guilt. One of the things that's been shown to be really, really effective is employing a bit of humor and mockery, and like you kind of defang the ideas, right? So that's why I come at this. I'm not deliberately setting out to go and offend people. It's the reason why I don't go out. I don't go into other spaces. I don't go into Christian lives or religious lives or anyone else's lives. In fact, I just stay here. This is my little corner where I set up shop. And if someone's offended by what I'm saying, don't watch, don't listen, don't engage, move on. This isn't for you. And I'm totally fine with that. People message me all the time to tell me how much they don't like my stuff and they don't want to watch it. Fine, move on. I'll survive without you. It's completely fine. But meanwhile,
right.
That's
totally fair. I would just, if I'm going to be like the op over here and play the op role, I would say that it kind of sounds like, okay, fair enough. You're doing this because you're angry, and I could see why that would be the case. I just think doesn't that mean that you're kind of on here like therapeutic, like giving yourself therapy in a sense? And isn't that kind of like you're the one dealing with your own anger and therapy and coping in a sense? Like instead of just dealing with rational logic, you're kind of like
I hear what you're saying.
Out your anger on the world, and actually could be adding trauma to other people while you're trying to heal your own. Right?
I see what you're saying. So first of all, I don't have any trauma myself because I've never been injured by any of this stuff. I just feel a sense of compassion and empathy for people who have. Right, I first came on here at the beginning because I've written a book and I wanted to create a platform for my book. But I soon realized in a few months that actually creating the platform is more of an important aim for me and more of an aim in itself and a goal in itself than my book. And that's why I'm now focused on this and community building and having these discussions. And as you can see, we're not here to just rage bait and shout at people. We like having calm, respectful discussions and talking about where our beliefs are different to other people's and examining how they kind of interact with each other and looking at things. We're not here to be, to be dicks. We want to engage about this stuff. But I do genuinely feel, when I say I'm angry, I don't mean like I'm doing this to work on my own therapy because I need it. I have no need of catharsis. I'm fine. Ooh, that nearly didn't work, Kat. I have no need of catharsis. I'm fine. I'm not an injured party. I just feel really, really strongly about this stuff. Is it the only problem in the world? No. Are there other things I could focus on instead of this? Yes. But this is the lane I focus on. This has been an interest of mine personally for several decades. I've always been interested in belief and why people believe things and what people believe and the mechanisms of belief. And it's only recently that it achieved a more kind of emotional resonance for me when I started speaking to the people whose lives have really, really been impacted by this stuff. And I feel such a strong sense of, I guess you could say allyship, but just such a strong sense of wanting to push back on belief systems that I can see offer some people meaning and comfort and solace, and offer other people misery and self-hatred and fear and shame. And I just don't like it. And so if there's a slight edge to my engagement style sometimes, I'm not going to apologize for it because I think they deserve it. Another thing you might notice is I never attack people. I never go after people. I never say believers are stupid or believers are bad or anything like that. That's never my angle. My angle is always attack ideas. Ideas are bad. Ideas are not immune from criticism. We should always want our ideas to be criticized. And if that criticism takes the form of, occasionally sardonic laughter or wit or hints of mockery, that's okay. I'm ready to take that myself too. I invite it, in fact. I invite people to push back hard on my own ideas because that's an opportunity for me to stress test them, right? And then they either stand up or they don't. And if they stand up, then that's edifying. And if they don't, then it's an opportunity for me to learn something and improve my ideas and make them better. And
and that's what I typically try to do as well. And as somebody personally, I appreciate that. I think that makes sense what you're saying. And I would just say, something to keep in mind. Maybe I'm personally, I guess you could say I'm agnostic, like I'm an on the fence person, right? Because of my arguments that I was giving you before. And I find it less convincing when I see like people, I don't know, I'd like to see the atheist type, right, be the ones that are the rational, down to earth, not emotional, not going to get into like the nitty pitty, picking on people's characters and stuff like this, right? You guys should be rising above all that. And when I see the opposite, it kind of makes me think that like you guys are actually, because the Christians will say atheists believe in God, they're just angry with him, and that there's just, it's all actually rooted in anger against God, right?
They try, but if
but you're giving them fuel when you come out angry.
I don't know, because if I don't know how much of my streams you've watched, but if you ask people, if you ask people how often they've seen me angry, I mean, let's ask now. So people watching right now, put a number of how many times you've seen me legitimately like appearing angry, rather than, I'll sometimes tell someone off and put them in their place, but do I come across as angry? Let's know about this, because I'd be surprised if it was a high number. 0, 1.
I want to say 1 or 2, and it's always been when somebody is like excusing barbaric behavior toward women or G-side or something like that.
Maybe once. Bearing in mind, I've been doing this for like 10 months. Right?
Yeah,
three times a week.
I don't know if you're an angry person. I'm just
not
going on what you said, right? Your answer to me, you started with I
said,
angry, right?
yeah. What I meant was I feel angry about what I see. What I see. Thank you for the numbers, guys. I feel angry about what I see as harm, but my personal presentational style and Sean's is not angry. We pride ourselves on being a place where we actually do have. I know. My cat's not angry either. Where we do have, good faith, calm conversations with people, and they're my favorite type to have. We have some fantastic people who come in, believers, who come in, and we have really productive conversations. And sometimes the prompts I have are a bit more tongue in cheek. This one's a little bit tongue in cheek, sometimes they're a bit more serious. Sometimes it will be like, might say, you know, God is not good, or God hates women, even, because I think the Bible is very misogynistic. And sometimes they're a bit more cerebral. It might be, you know, the central theme here is that the involuntary nature of belief. So the prompt might be, you don't choose what you believe, and we'll have a focused discussion around that. And other times I lean into the sort of tongue in cheek, and I'll run, you know, God is silly, for example, is quite a common one, and we just change it up a bit, and it, you know, changing the prompts changes the tone of the conversation a bit, but the intention is always the same, which is push back on harmful ideas and allow people to feel legitimized in non-belief.
Well, I can definitely say if I take this conversation as my example, then there has been none of that. So I appreciate that. And I'm interested in these kind of conversations. So, you know, I'll definitely look out for more of those types in the future.
Sure.
I want to add one little thing too about this magic versus miracle, if I can just tangent on that before we wrap it. But tangent is miracle, right? Because this guy couldn't define it, but isn't it clearly that a miracle is a God intervention and magic is something that people do, humans do? And I would add that you're using magic because magic is something we all agree doesn't exist. And so you're conflating the two things to make it obvious that miracles are just as stupid as magic. But like, magic is a different thing. Magic was something that was practiced amongst people and still practiced to this day, right? And it's about intention and putting your intention out in the world. And people still do believe it, actually, by the way, right? As you probably know. Yeah. So that's the difference, right? Is that it's divine intervention. And by calling it magic, you're kind of purposely being condescending towards this miracle thing, right? And then making fun of it and putting it in a category that you see as lower.
But I think it deserves. I think it deserves to be.
The only distinction you made is who is doing the magic. Like literally in that whole spiel, the only the only distinguishing factor is
2 seconds.
Right. If it's done by a god, it's a miracle. If it's done by humans, it's magic, and that's the entire point. It's like that to me. That's a distinction without a difference. Is
really?
It's you could call it God. Yeah, a distinction without absolutely. It's still magic. It's just who's doing the magic.
It's kind of a big deal, no? Like if God is doing something versus a person's putting intentions out into the world, and the fact that there's no difference.
Magic,
like that to me, I'm not sure how you could justify that.
Yeah. So if God does magic, it's called a miracle, right?
No.
Okay, so what if God does magic? What's it called?
No, do you know what magic really is? Like people that practice magic, what they would call it?
Well, no, that's an equivocation fallacy. I'm not talking about David Copperfield because he doesn't.
No, I'm not talking about magicians. I'm talking about witches and witchcraft and all that.
Yeah. So the use of means such as charms or spells believed to have supernatural power over natural forces. Does God use supernatural powers over natural forces according to Christian theology?
I mean, you could call them both supernatural, but that doesn't mean they're both exactly the same thing. I don't know if the witches would call it supernatural. I think that what they would call it is very natural, and that what they're doing is tapping into something very natural. I don't think they would necessarily consider it supernatural.
Does God have when God spoke Adam into existence, using a golem spell and clay, or I don't remember the specific means, I might be a little off, but when God created Adam, was he using supernatural power over natural forces?
Well, I'm sure he wasn't sitting there burning incenses and reading from a book.
I didn't ask that. I didn't ask that.
Well, you said the spell of Golem or something, right? So what did that mean?
It's a Golem spell. So I didn't say anything about incense. There was someone look it up, or I can look it up. But there was something about speaking him into existence. I'll look it up. But when
they breathe, I think he breathes into him, right?
Yeah. Point being, was that a means that God used for God to use supernatural power over natural forces?
No, I wouldn't call it. He wasn't using supernatural. I mean, you're getting into the vocab. Let's just keep it.
I
If you want to
just
catch me in a vocabulary trap, you can. I'm not great with my vocabulary.
So
I'm good on concepts, though.
You're looking for the trap and trying to dance around it instead of just answering it.
No, I'm
honestly.
keeping super simple. I'm giving you really simple concepts to work with, right? Like I'm telling you, one thing is by God, the other thing is by humans. That's super simple.
That's a distinction without a difference. So I think we're perfectly
God and
justified to
people
call
are
it-
not the same thing, right? You would agree with that?
Yes, and it's a
So there's the
distinction without
distinction.
the act itself is still magic.
No, but the
It's just
distinction's
who's doing the
clear, and
magic. So God's power is not supernatural power according to you.
I don't know if I'd call. Like, it depends what you want. Then you got to get into definitions, right? Because
You are calling it supernatural through this whole conversation, and then you
What
stop.
I'm saying is that
because
God,
I'm looking at the dictionary definition, and you don't want to fall into that trap, and so now suddenly it's not supernatural.
No, I'm telling you what I mean. I just don't want to. When you tell me, do I think it's supernatural? You have an idea in your mind. I'll tell you what I think it is, though. I think that God would act directly, whereas humans would be casting a spell, right? They'd be looking to nature to try to provide these forces, whereas God does it directly.
God literally says, "Let there be light." He literally casts spells. He literally says words, and then things happen. It's magic.
Okay. That's a better argument, Sean, I gotta say.
He basically said the same thing I said. Is he ritualistically?
It's really words that he's
spoke
using.
it into
That's pretty good.
So when I said he spoke it into existence, that's like a different thing.
Sean said it.
Okay,
Sean
but
said
I
it.
still would. I just think that's a nice. It's funny that I'm caught on that, but I still don't think it's the same thing as casting a spell. When you cast a spell, you repeat things. You go into a trance. Like when God's doing it, he just spoke it because it's so easy for him, right? He doesn't have to cast a spell or get dressed special or turn the lights down first. He just says it and boom, it's done. So that's different.
Yeah.
Like witches don't just say something and it happens. They hope that in the future it will eventually happen if they keep on putting effort. Maybe they get it, maybe they don't. Different, right? But anyway, we're into you guys got me into the argument thing. So,
all right.
I'll let someone else come up. I appreciate you guys' time.
Thanks for coming up, Showbag. Okay.
All right. Cheers.
Keep well. Thanks. Take care.
All right.
Bye. Bye. Okay. We are going to get in. We've got Gohan is back on the YouTube side, so we could take that, and then we have some sort of symbol that I can't read on the TikTok side. I'm not sure what that means. Let's try Gohan. Gohan, are you there?
Yes. How are you doing?
We are well, thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back up. Right. What would you like to say?
Well, first off, I've spoken to you before. Hello again. But the other gentleman, I don't think I've spoken to you before. Is your name Sean?
That's Sean, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, Sean. Nice to meet you.
The other thing I was going to say is anybody keeping up with the World Cup, and what is everybody's thought of USA reaching the semifinals?
I think it's probably massively outside the scope of what we talk about here, but I think the chances are probably low, but I don't know.
Okay, that's good.
Anyway, what have you got?
So I was going to discuss one of two things. I was going to originally try to discuss abortion with you guys, but then I kept hearing on the call people and hosts and the live chat bringing up things about natural evil.
Yeah.
So I would like to go down either of those routes, and I'll let you guys decide.
Yeah, let's talk about natural evil. I will say that you have quite a bad connection for some reason. It's like crackling and popping quite a lot. We'll try and make the best of it we can. It's not ideal. I don't know if you can get to any better signal than if that's the issue. I'm not sure if that is the issue, but
when you
let's
say natural evil, do you mean like hurricanes and stuff like that?
Yes, and I'm trying to move around the house right now. Let me know if the crackling stops.
It's fairly bad, but we'll try and deal with it if we can. So so natural evil. Do you want to start or shall we? No, now we've lost you completely. So whatever you're doing, undo that, because now we can't hear you at all. Hang on a second. Why is that the case? That's strange. Yeah, got you back now.
Hello?
Yeah, we lost you. We couldn't hear a word
Yes,
before, but now we hear you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I am standing on the top of my couch, so hopefully this one works.
Okay, well don't fall off, and I'm not sure it's necessary. It's just a bit of a crackly connection. So natural evil.
Okay. Yes. So I would say there are two types of evil. There's moral evil, and then there's natural evil. I think Christians talk a lot about why a good God would allow moral evil, but I don't think we talk enough about why a good God would allow natural evil.
I mean, I'm going to be really, really straight with you here. You're not going to have a sensible explanation for this. You might think you do, but you don't.
Yeah, that's possible. And if I'm wrong, I would appreciate it if you guys show me how I'm wrong. And
sure,
I will try my best to follow the evidence where it goes.
Sure, no, I appreciate that. And I think the conversation starts with whether you think God is all powerful or not.
I think honestly that's a very good question. I think we would have to define what all powerful means. Does it mean that God can create a one-ended stick, or as you guys said before, square?
Obviously not violations of logic, because they just cannot exist. Definitionally, they cannot exist. So we can agree that all powerful means anything that's logically possible, anything that doesn't violate a law of non-contradiction or a law of identity.
Okay. So then based off of that, I would say excluding anything illogical, then yes, God is all powerful.
Okay. Then you won't be able to justify natural evil, because any attempt you do it is going to be of the form, God wills this to happen for a reason that we can't understand, but it ultimately is for a better good. It's going to be some subset of that. And the moment you stipulate that, you deprive God of the power you've just vested in him, because he would be able to bring about that situation without causing the evil. And therefore, the evil, it means then the suffering is God's choice, and it definitionally is unnecessary. And you can't retreat into it be a logical contradiction, because you won't be able to come up with where the logical contradiction actually is. You won't be able to stipulate that. I mean, I invite you to try, but it's not going to work.
Okay. So I would say the answer to why God allows the natural evil is found in the idea of fine-tuning.
So why does he allow like a tsunami to wipe out 250,000 people?
Well, like a tsunami would be caused mostly by earthquakes, right?
Yeah, I mean they're yeah, correct. Earthquakes, under the ocean, on the ocean floor, etc. But God intentionally created the world in such a way that the earthquakes would happen, and then he declined not to stop it when it did happen. Why?
But you understand that without earthquakes, the world would not be habitable for life.
Is God powerful enough to create a world that's habitable for life that doesn't include earthquakes?
No, I don't think so. I think fine-tuning shows that there was only
power.
See? That's exactly what we.
His power
that's
went
exactly
down.
what
He's
we
not
predicted.
all-powerful then.
Yep,
Sorry.
that's exactly what we predicted.
So let me just finish really quick. I would say that fine-tuning of the universe shows that there is only one logical possibility for the way that the universe could be created in order to permit life.
That's another limitation on God's power.
Yeah. Is God powerful enough to instantiate the universe in such a way that we could exist without the universal constants?
No, not logically, no. Because
what's the logical contradiction?
The fine-tuning shows that this is based off the idea that fine-tuning is evidence for
Yeah, the fine tuning doesn't help you at all.
No, so fine tuning of the universe would show that the universe could only be created the way it was.
Nonsense. You could change the universe in a tiny little way. Let's imagine let's imagine that we change the universe such that Earth is that the orbit of the Earth around the sun is a very, very, very tiny fraction tighter in than it is right now. It would be no different because the tolerances there are massive, right? The difference between our distance from the sun when we're closest and furthest away is millions of kilometers. So there's tolerance there.
We've also gotten away from the problem of evil.
Yeah, I mean, I've never heard the problem of evil linked to fine tuning before. But the claim you made is false. The claim you made is that the universe is so precisely tuned that it could not be any different and still allow for life. First of all, that's not true. It could be very different and still allow for life. And second, it just might be a slightly different type of life. Or it might be exactly the same type of life. And secondly, if you stipulate that God is all powerful, God could create the universe with a different set of physical laws such that things worked differently and there was less suffering than there is. This is a non-argument,
or no
friend.
laws at all. If God is all powerful, he could literally have me walk on the sun and be perfectly fine. If he's not capable of doing that, you need to change the definition of all. And it's not a logical contradiction. You don't have a square triangle and anything like that.
So I would like to, I think you guys brought up two different ideas there, and I'd like to separate them and kind of maybe attack the second one first.
Sure.
John, I think you brought up the idea that the universe is not actually fine-tuned. And then both you and Sean brought up the idea that even if it was fine-tuned for life, that God should be able to change it any way he wants.
Are we doing fine-tuning argument for God, or are we doing problem of evil?
The fine-tuning is the answer for the problem of evil.
It isn't, though.
This is wild.
It isn't. I've never heard anyone try to link them before, and there's a reason why people don't, because it's a terrible idea. This is a terrible argument.
Is God powerful enough to allow me to walk on the moon, or the moon too, with no spacesuit, or the sun, and then just teleport me back? And
I think
fine.
The question would be: is God powerful?
That was my question. The question would be what I asked.
Okay, then I would say probably no.
Okay, so God's not all powerful then.
He can't break. So if I could actually defend my stance,
sure.
Quick. So my stance is that the fine-tuning of the universe relates back to the laws of physics. The laws of physics relate back to the laws of reason, and the laws of reason relate back to God. So God is responsible for fine-tuning, and because the universe is fine-tuned in such a way that if anything is slightly changed, the universe itself may not exist, and life itself almost definitely would not exist.
But we've already disproved that.
Water into wine.
But we've already disproved that.
That means there's only one choice for the way the universe works.
So God is beholden to the laws of nature. Can God turn water into wine?
I mean, me and you could probably turn water into wine with some
but
science,
that claim is just obviously not true. You keep on making it, but it's not true. I've already demonstrated that we could change things about the universe, and it wouldn't make it impossible for life to evolve. It might just happen that life was slightly different. Adam in the chat has said the Earth could be 100,000 kilometers closer, and we wouldn't even notice. This is just not true. Yeah. This idea that if you tinkered with the slightest thing, that everything would break is just not true. There's quite a lot of tolerance in there.
We've also lost that you said God cannot create a world without earthquakes. You know, planets exist without earthquakes, right?
How many of those planets permit life?
What's that? I have no idea.
God's getting weaker by the moment. Yeah. Now God's lost the ability to allow life to develop on planets unless they have a very specific configuration. God is just getting weaker and weaker.
Science says? Isn't that what science says? That life can
Again, look, science is not a set of rules like traffic rules. Science is a set of observations about how things appear to behave. But you're the one postulating an all-powerful God who can do miracles, who can raise people from the dead. Science says people can't be raised from the dead. Science says that loaves don't multiply. Science says that sticks don't turn into snakes. Science says all of these things, which the religious are happy to just disregard when convenient. Right? Science is not traffic laws. It's observations that describe the nature of reality around us. And I asked you at the beginning, if you think God is all powerful, what that means is that he can do anything that isn't a logical contradiction. So what would the logical contradiction be in God creating life that worked in a different way, that was adapted to a different environment?
I think that's a great question. The contradiction would be, again, going back to the idea that physics comes from laws of reason. If God
physics doesn't come from laws of reason. Physics doesn't come from laws of reason.
Sorry?
Physics does not come from laws of reason. Physics are descriptions of the way we see the universe working, which we formalize into laws. It doesn't come from laws of reason. You may use some reasoning in describing them, but then again, they're descriptive laws, not prescriptive laws. They're not legislation. They're not cosmic legislation. God is not limited by them unless you think he's of limited power, in which case we go back again to,
so God is beholden to physics, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so physics
that would preclude
math.
Got it.
Math is based off of laws of reason.
God must obey physics. So can Jesus walk on water?
Yeah, he would just have to change his density. Or change the density of
right.
the water.
What law in physics allows people to change their density? You're trying to have your cake and eat it. I'm not having it. This is a nonsense argument.
It's actually pretty yummy. It's quite delicious.
I know, but you're being gluttonous at the moment with your cake that you're having.
Good.
I know, but the thing is, it isn't good, dude. It's rubbish. It's rubbish. I strongly advise you to go and retool this. This is a terrible line of arguing. There is honestly a reason why people don't try and respond to the problem of evil with fine-tuning. It's because people realize it's a ghastly argument. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
It seems like your reason to reject it is you're saying fine-tuning is not fine-tuned enough.
No, no, you're not. No. I'm saying the reason to reject it has nothing to do with it. If you are postulating a God that is only limited by laws of logic, then you don't get to say that he's incapable of configuring the universe differently because of laws of physics being dependent on laws of reasoning. That's again limiting your God, making him much less powerful than you previously said he was.
What you're trying to do there is so in philosophy they have logical possibility or impossibility and nomological possibility or impossibility. So it's logically impossible to have a square triangle, for example, right? Because they're contradictions. But it's not logically impossible for me to jump to the moon. It's nomologically impossible for me to jump to the moon. They're very separate distinctions there. And what you're attempting to do by decree declaring the laws of physics are, I forget how you worded it, but somehow they're like a branch of the laws of logic or what have you. You're trying to tie the two, that something that's actually just nomologically impossible, like me walking on the moon, is logically impossible, but it's not. You're trying to make every category of thing become a logical impossibility instead of just a normal impossibility.
Yeah, I appreciate that distinction between the two types of impossibilities. I think that's a important distinction. I would like to come back to that in a second, but if we can just assume for the sake of the call that we are saying that, just for the sake of the call, that the universe is finely tuned, but even if it is finely tuned for life, that God should still be able to change it without it being logically impossible.
As long as so basically all power. What you agreed to is all powerful means he can do anything that doesn't violate the laws of logic, not the laws of physics, the laws of logic. If you're gonna if you're gonna make him beholden to the laws of physics, miracles go out the window, and he's definitely not all powerful.
So if the laws of logic say the only way for human life to have developed, if that's like what we find scientifically, that this is the only very specific way.
That's not the laws of logic. Laws of logic are very specific. Laws of logic are very specific. They're about linguistic construction. They're about inference rules. They're about how you can keep statements meaningful and not self-contradictory. That's all the laws of logic are. They don't say anything about humans or anything like that. There you're into the realm of physical laws again, which, as Sean has explained, are descriptive. And then you have to decide on your policy position that either God is able to violate those laws when he feels like it, or he's not. If he is, then they don't restrict him in any way. And if he's not, then you have to say goodbye to all your miracle magic claims. So
can we all agree that the laws of biology are based off the laws of chemistry, which are based off the laws of physics, which are based off the laws of math?
Well, I don't know that there's laws of biology. I think if what you mean is like
I could tell you about
facts in biology or what have you. Some of it's chemistry. There's a field called biochemistry. I wouldn't say every fact in biology or every explanation in biology is based on chemistry.
The reason this argument doesn't work is you're overusing the word laws and wanting it to mean like regulations. They're not.
No.
The scientific laws are just observed descriptions about how things seem to work, right? Laws of.
Sorry, what I'm trying to say is that the going back from biology, everything we know from biology is eventually tied to the very specific laws of reason. The laws of reason support every single thing we know about.
I actually disagree with that. I don't know what you mean by laws of reason. I don't know what you mean by laws of reason. We can say that we have conventions and we have systems that determine whether a statement is reasonable or not. Right? For example, inference rules, or the laws of logic. These are the systems that we employ in our language, and a language is how we communicate concepts to each other. And these are the laws that we use that determine whether statements are meaningful or not. But again, you're trying to create a kind of tube of restriction that keeps your God in place and gives you an out for God not being able to intervene in the world to stop suffering. And I understand what you're trying to do, but it doesn't work. You're trying to say that the observed. I don't know. We didn't.
God cannot intervene.
Well, the reason you're trying to tie the problem of evil to fine tuning. The reason you're trying to tie the problem of evil to fine tuning is to give yourself a premise, a reason for saying the reason why these things are allowed to happen is God logically has to make them happen. Otherwise, it would be a logical contradiction, and you're not going to be successful doing that here.
Yeah,
I think you're fairly close to what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying God has to allow these things to happen. I'm saying
so God can stop tsunamis, right?
Yeah, I think if God never allowed earthquakes to happen, I think that was a choice he had. But then the logical conclusion would be that life wouldn't have happened.
No,
so
nonsense. A tree falls in a forest on a deer. It just fell over.
So
it could have fallen a foot to the left, but it didn't. It fell on the deer and crushed the deer, and the deer took a week to die. What law of logic is constraining God from having allowed the tree to stay standing for another 5 seconds before falling over such that it wouldn't have hit the deer? This is a silly argument.
None. But if I answer your question, can you answer mine?
Sure.
You're saying, so let me say again clearly, there's no law of logic that would prevent God from holding that tree up a second later.
So he could have done it. Chose not to.
Yes. So my question to you would be, how could God have created life? How could life have formed on the earth without earthquakes?
But this earthquakes are nothing to do with the tree falling over. No.
No.
I'm trying to say to you, but I'm saying earthquakes are just a tiny piece of the picture. We could give you earthquakes. You're still going to have childhood leukemia, trees falling on deers, babies drowning in bathtubs, a whole load of stuff. You're not going to get away. You're not going to get away from this by appealing to fine tuning. So much of the suffering that happens in the world is just due to like people's mistakes, right? A mother driving a car looks down to get something out of her bag and doesn't notice she's just run a light and ends up killing herself and her child. That's not because of fine tuning. It's just a mistake. God watches this happening, could have intervened, right? Could easily have intervened in some way. God is credited with much bigger miracles than that and just chooses not to. So I know you're stuck on earthquakes right now because you think you can draw a line from earthquakes to fine-tuning, which you can't. But even if you could, we could go, okay, you can have earthquakes, explain babies born with the organs outside their bodies and all the suffering that they endure for the few weeks before they die. Tie that to fine-tuning.
If I could go with two things really quick. So just to sum up the earthquakes, we're, at least for the sake of argument, probably moving on from earthquakes, but you're saying that no, there's not a way life could have existed on Earth without earthquakes.
No one's made that claim. No one's made the claim that there's no way life could exist on Earth without earthquakes. That's silly.
Okay, well, I'm making that claim, and almost every biologist will make that claim too.
No, they won't.
It might be the case that different life would exist on Earth. It might be the case that different life would exist on Earth. It might be the case that there are planets elsewhere that don't have shifting tectonic plates, and a totally different type of life, which may not even be carbon-based, has evolved on those planets. You cannot make these sweeping generalizations and pretend you've established them. Nope, not having that. Next.
There would be no carbon-based life, and we have no idea of any other life. So
I don't think you can even say that. I don't think you can even say that.
There's a little problem with an all-powerful God can get around any of this trivial.
Carbon-based life is believed to have formed in a primordial soup, which requires a series of heating and cooling.
So God could have done it no other way, otherwise it would have been a violation of the laws of physics. There you go again. The seesaw swings, God gets smaller. This is silly, Gohan, but I don't have patience for this now. Honestly, this is just a silly argument. We've been streaming for 7 hours, 22 minutes. It's 5:20 in the morning, and I don't have the patience for this. This is a silly argument.
Hey, very good job for being awake that long. But
sure.
You brought up kids with childhood leukemia. If I could go into that.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have the same problem. You're going to stipulate conditions why, because of some aspect of nature, God could only have done it this way. And I'm going to explain to you again, and so is Sean, that if he's all powerful as you claimed he is, he could have configured it differently. And then you're going to say no, he couldn't, and we're going to say yes, he could, and we will have got 5 minutes later, and then we'll move on to the next issue. This is silly. This is just silly.
Mr. John, since you know my stances so well, could you tell me how the idea of genetic mutation supports this fact that God would have to allow childhood leukemia?
Yeah, but I'm going to say an all-powerful God would be able to spot instances of genetic mutation where they happen and decide to make them not happen.
I'm sorry. I asked if you could give me my stance, since you know my stance so well. Because
I don't need to give you your detailed stance. I'm going to predict right now that whatever your stance is, even whilst I can't name it in detail, it's going to fall into this problematic area where whatever reason you give will be defeated by an all-powerful God who could have done it differently. I don't need to be able to know your stance in detail.
I can tell you, you're going to turn something that's actually, in actual fact, a nomological possibility, barring a miracle, and try to claim it to be a logical possibility.
And I didn't mention leukemia. And I didn't mention leukemia, by the way.
It's like you said childhood cancer. I said leukemia.
I said a child born with organs on the outside of their body.
Yes, and before that, you said childhood cancer.
Beforehand, I might have said that. But again, we're going to have the same problem, Gohan. Even if I cannot predict exactly what you're going to say, I can predict that whatever you're going to say won't work if you stipulate an all-powerful God. If you're prepared to give up the all-powerful God, then fill your boots. Are you?
So to me, if I could kind of describe what it sounds like I'm hearing from you guys, is like I come up with problem X that God can overcome, and you're saying, well, God could have overcome that if he made 4 = 3.
No.
I mean,
this is the difference. This is the difference Sean explained to you between logical possibility and nomological impossibility, and you seem to have forgotten it. It was only 10 minutes ago.
No, because this is still a logical possibility. It's like saying, well, if God was in place A instead of place B,
then stipulate the exact contradiction.
You did exactly what I said you were going to do.
Stipulate the exact contradiction. Then
you call anything that's an impossibility, you just call it by decree a logical impossibility when it's actually factually not.
Yep. And if you're going to call it a logical impossibility, you need to provide the specific contradiction.
Right.
So if you say a square circle, I can say the specific contradiction is that a square is defined as having 4 sides and a circle is defined as having 1, and they are contradiction. That's contradicting it's breaking the law of identity, right? I can specifically say that. Do the same here.
So I think that's a good challenge. Let me give that a shot. If I understand this is a big if that you guys don't agree with, but if science shows that in order for life or the universe to be created had a very narrow margin, we call that fine tuning, then that means the only way God could have created life is in that narrow margin.
No.
If science shows that's the only way possible, God could have only done it through that possible way.
Science doesn't limit what an all-powerful God can do.
And where is the logical contradiction in saying that God could have configured it differently? If you say he's all-powerful.
The only way he could have done it is if God could have broken science.
You're limiting God. Only way he could have done it is limiting God.
Science is an extension of God.
So no, science is just a description of what we look at, dude. And you're limiting God again. This is failing desperately.
Yes,
this is a terrible argument, Gohan.
It's limited through himself.
God is shrinking by the moment. It's like you're putting him in the tumble dryer over and over again. He's going to be the size of a postage stamp in 5 minutes.
If you call the one who created life in the universe a shrinking through scientific methods,
you're shrinking him. You are making him less and less powerful. All of this dancing around you're doing and telling us about all of the things that he can't do because of the laws of science that you also claim he created. You're making him sound like Mr. Bean. He sounds rubbish. This is silly.
An all-powerful God doesn't even need the universal conscience.
We're gonna move on. I think everyone's tired of this. We're going around the same roundabout over and over.
Thank you guys for your time.
Sure. Go and work out a better argument, Gohan. This is not good. You're welcome back another time, but bring something better. Okay.
You guys too.
You too. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. There we go. Right. Let's have a look at where we're at. I think I should probably think about starting to draw this to a close. It's coming up to 5:30 a.m.
I have to be up early tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. And my early, relatively early actually. My early is in about 5 hours. So there's one person left in the TikTok queue who was up earlier. Should we just try that briefly and make sure it doesn't go on too long? I don't know how to say this, but
strange symbol.
Strange symbol, yeah.
Backwards K.
Strange symbol, you're in. Hello. Are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. What am I putting your name down as? Because I don't know what those symbols say.
Just K.
K. Okay, K. All right, K. Welcome in. We probably will not indulge a very long conversation here, but we're happy to hear what you have to say.
Yeah. I guess I would just be curious as to why you guys think that God, I mean, the obvious implication of the background is that God is like a fictional object, like a fictional entity.
Yeah.
So I guess I would just be curious as to why you believe that to be the case.
Insufficient evidence to warrant belief in such an entity.
Okay. So you think that there being insufficient evidence for X makes X fictional?
No, I think being insufficient evidence for X makes belief in X unwarranted, and generally we categorize things for which belief is unwarranted into the presumption, the tentative presumption of withholding belief until it's the evidence changes, right? So it's the same reason why I would say the fairies at the bottom of my garden, I don't know for a fact that they're not there, but I withhold belief in them because there's a lack of evidence there. For them, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like you're withholding belief here. It seems like you're making a positive claim that God is fictional.
No, I'm withholding belief, and
So
commonly
you're not saying that God is fictional.
Well, I think that like God probably is fictional, but I'm open to being wrong about that. And my reason for that is lack of evidence.
Well, that's what I'm challenging, is that I don't think the lack of evidence is enough to get you to make a claim that's fictional.
That's why I think there aren't fairies at the bottom of my garden, because of a lack of evidence. And you agree with me about that.
Okay, what is evidence?
What is evidence? You're not asking that seriously.
No, it's a serious question because the concept of evidence is something which is actually widely debated. So there's not like a
evidence would be a sufficient reason to believe something or be convinced that it's true.
Or sufficient evidence would be a sufficient reason to believe something, but do you have evidence, or do you think we should have rational justification to believe that your God exists?
Yeah, but I think evidence is actually just anything that raises the probability of some.
All right, what you got?
Yeah, sure. I can just deliver the argument. Do you want me to just read it out to you?
If you have to read it out, it's going to be a bit boring. Can you not just tell us? No, look, dude, let me just give you some context here. We've been streaming for 7.5 hours. It's now 5:30 a.m. where I am. I don't have the patience to have people reading out arguments. Just tell us what you think the evidence for your imaginary friend is, and we'll get on with that.
It's not imaginary. You could improve that. But yeah, the basic idea is pretty much just that. Like when you look into the world and you look at existence, it's going to be the case that things are composed. Do you agree or disagree with that part before I move on?
Composed? What do you mean by composed?
That they're made of parts. So like, for example, like you look at the glasses on the host's face, that's made of parts. His phone is made of parts. His table is made of parts.
I'd say most things are. I don't know. I'm not a physicist, but I don't know necessarily that electrons
not necessarily,
are.
Not necessarily everything.
Yeah.
There may be some things that are not composed. So I would grant you, electrons.
How are electrons not composed?
Well, demonstrate that they are. What are electrons composed of?
No, you said that they're not.
No, I'm saying there may be. I said there may be.
There may be.
So what makes you think that it may be?
Because we don't know the ultimacy of everything. Neither of us here are physicists. As far as I know, electrons, I don't know what they're composed of. So I don't know the answer to your question.
Or quarks, or quarks, or something like that. You are the one currently making a generalization, which you have to demonstrate if you're going to make it. I'm just saying you did. You said things are composed.
Wait, I did. Yeah, I
said you said all things are composed.
So we're not accepting. We're not. If you're going to say most, okay. Well, we can grant you most. Yeah.
You didn't say most, but yeah, sure. Most.
We can grant you most. So most things are composed. Okay, next.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah. So what it means to be composed is that your existence is going to be distinct from your essence. Do you agree with that part?
I don't know what the hell that even means.
Yeah. Is Philbro Babble ticked on the bingo board?
It's already. It's already.
I mean, if you're going to be talking about God, you're going to have to engage in philosophical arguments.
Okay. Well, then I would say come back another time, because I don't have the patience for essence and no one's interested in these sorts of arguments.
I mean, it's fine if you want to run away from the meat of the discussion.
Oh, you're very scary.
Yeah, it isn't
no,
running
it's not
away.
that I'm scary. It's that you guys are scared of the actual arguments.
Yeah, terrified. I'm quaking in my boots. It's more.
Like you,
it's actually it's not scariness as much as I just don't really have the patience for a load of nonsense.
You don't have
now.
the patience to consider the actual good arguments. You just want to engage with the
not
bad
right now.
arguments.
I would invite you to come back on the next stream, where perhaps we may have more time to get into these types of discussions, because these kinds of very technical discussions where you're talking about essence and stuff like that, then you have to define what essence means. So first we've got composed,
pretty
we've got
simple
essence,
to define.
all of this stuff. I mean, do you want to try and just land your plane? Because this just sounds like wordplay to me, and I'm just a little bit. I don't have a massive amount of patience for this type of argument right now.
Just have him come back on the next one.
Yeah, I can come back. I can come back, but just word of advice. Like if you're going to be talking about God,
I don't need your advice.
Nobody needs your advice. Nobody needs your advice. We've been doing this for 7 hours and 35 minutes. We're entitled to say a discussion like this doesn't suit where we're at right now in the live stream, because I've still got to shut up shop. I've still got to do bits and pieces. I just don't have. And the inner circle, step up. That is a triumph. That is an absolute triumph of the inner circle. That's superb. Oh, inner circle, I love you guys. I love you so much. Absolutely love you. Look, I know, Kay, that you want to congratulate yourself for coming in with such a devastating dialectic. It's not that we're quaking in our boots, terrified that we won't be able to engage with you.
It's like 12:30 in the morning where I'm at.
It's just like, those types of arguments tend to take a long time. It's not a 5-minute argument, a 5-minute discussion, or a 10-minute discussion. It's going to end up being a half-hour discussion about what words mean, at least. And I don't have the patience for it now. I don't want to be finishing this at 7 a.m. just because you wanted to get into your technical discussion. So come back another time if you would like to, and we'll be happy to engage with your essence with you. Okay, so I will read out the remaining super chats, which we still have to share, because I would never, ever wouldn't want to be derelict in that duty. Sorry. Can't even talk now. Bethel said, turning sticks into snakes is sleight of hand, one of the few miracles which could be performed. Teleportation for macro objects is impossible, by the way. Yeah, I did want to kind of say that when he did actually say teleportation is possible, and I thought he means like virtual particles or quantum entanglement or something.
Something at the quantum world. It may be a thing. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was not good. Bethos also says it's not condescending; it is ridicule. Again, talking about the tone policing, I agree. I'm not condescending, but I do think that bad ideas deserve to be ridiculed. I really do. Mm-hmm. I think it's an effective way of communicating, and I'm never going to stop doing it ever. Absurdist Ichthias says there needs to be more condescension. Well, I try not to condescend, but some people just make it so hard not to. And Bethel said, I sacked the knight to get Shorebag tone trolling. Yeah, there was a bit of tone policing going on there. Sadly, that was true. And amazingly, Bacon and Bush came in at the last minute with 10 Unconvinced gift memberships. Thank you. I did see those go out and get distributed. That's absolutely epic. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that a lot. Just a couple more and then we're done. Beth has said happy Pride Month and good night day. Happy Pride Month to everyone, of course. And good night day to you too, Bethos. Thank you. And then finally we have Bacon and Bush. You're so close-minded, you think no evidence for a thing means it's okay to not believe in it. The Easter Bunny won't give you any sparkly coloured eggs if you don't believe in him. He's self-evident, probably. I absolutely love that. Absolutely love that. Because yes, of course, people say absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. It is. It quite often is. It's not proof of absence. Not proof of absence, but it is evidence of absence. I think that's
uncontroversial. There are if evidence is absent in a place where it would normally be expected, given the proposition, then it's evidence of absence.
Absolutely.
But
And
I'll get into that later. Yeah.
And the final super chat is Flipperty. Love you guys. Love you back, Flipperty. Appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for all the super chats. I really, really, really appreciate it. Okay, so the next thing, of course, is there was a submission on the Q&A form from T, but I'll save it for the next show. So we'll do that then. It was really good as well. We have the members wall. Let's have our lovely, lovely members wall. These are our wonderful Inner Circle people who are Pseudo V Science, Richard Yates, Roger, Tef. I'm going to do this quickly. Tim, T, Walkie Slush, Edvard, Rich, Riven, Shadow, The Leakest Wink, Tom, Upshot, Zeitgeist, and Amon Ra, Andrew, Cat B, Devil's Public Defender, Elizabeth B, Gordon Loves Science, Hunter Girl, Issa, Anister, Annabella, Cognitive Dissonance, Drew Smith, Flibberty Giblets, How to Push Back, Indentured Cervix, still the best name, Jeremy, KL Young, Kirby, Lacadian, Nectu, Oceanus, PVG, Pastafari, Jiffy Cones, Kif, Christy, Moustache Boy, No One Left Behind, Orjan, and Pamela. So that is the wonderful Inner Circle who delivered there. Guys, did you coordinate that final surgical strike? That was superb. I mean, I did dump him just before you did, but I would have loved it if you'd come in then before. That would have been awesome. Absolutely awesome. Just a couple more that have come in, of course. Real Jiffy, I'm in queue though. I'm in the queue. Are you in the queue? I'm not going to take any more calls now. It's too late, too tired. And the birds are singing. They're having a symphony outside. It's bright sunshine outside now, where I am right now. And then the final one, Punta del Este, Korean word of the day. Gohan means testicle in Korean. I love that. I love that. Okay, there we go. Thank you, everyone. I really, really, really appreciate you, as always. Thank you to the mods, of course, and to the very wonderful Sean. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, everybody.
And we will be back. I always have to check what day it is because I just lose track. We will be back for the Saturday night stream. Same time, 5 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. UK. See you on Saturday night. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Bye.